heavy is the head that wears the white leader jersey. And for the first time in his career, Jake Crouch wins an event and will be donning the white leader jersey. Lucy Campbell with the crowd at her back is going to try to go unbroken again as she does. 150 feet stand between her and her third event win at the CrossFit Games. And the Queen Slayer, Lucy Campbell, takes down another one. And the Iron Hog smashes 570 pounds. Miriam Van Roer should take the event. James Sprague is sitting in 10th, but not much longer because he just got 100 points. Gerard takes Hammer down. And Lucy Campbell is going to get her second event win of the day. Get your popcorn ready. We got one more day of competition left. We know we have a race on our hands for the men and the women.
Today's coverage is presented by Rogue. Don't weaken the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. From the building Frank Sinatra opened, today we will close the 2025 CrossFit Games MVP Arena here in Albany, New York. As we welcome you high atop MVP Arena, alongside Bethany Flores, the 7 times CrossFit Games athlete. My name is Joel Godet. We'll check in with Bella Martin in just a second. Bethany, you've been in this situation. Last day of competition, whether you're in the hunt or not, what are the vibes?
It's fun, and it's exciting. You want to be out there on the floor and finish strong, so we're excited to see what the final event is today.
Somebody who has finished strong 7 times in her career, Tia Claire Toomey-Orr. She's going for her 8th championship. She wears the leader's jersey. What's it like to compete next to her, and why can't people get by her?
She's the GOAT. She's going for her 8th title, and you have to be in awe, but at the same time, you have to be where your feet are at and take your moments. Take your moments. And so if there's strengths, you got to just go for it.
And there was a moment yesterday because you saw that frustration for Tia Toomey, and Lucy Campbell did pluck 2 event wins away, making her first appearance at the game since 2022 after a wrist injury, and then to see her handstand walk like that.
It was incredible. It was incredible. She is a little bit of a dark horse, and for her to go unbroken like that at the end with the handstand walks, it was exciting to see.
I heard Chase Ingram call her the Queen Slayer. She's trying to be just that, but Tia Toomey does have a pretty sizable lead with a couple events left to go. Ariel Lowen is the top American in 3rd place. Miriam Van Roer in the hunt for Rookie of the Year with a phenomenal 4th place standing through 2. All right, let's talk about where the men's field is at, though, because there's a surprise on the top of that leaderboard. Jason Hopper has been around for a long time, but finally feels like he's putting it together. What's felt different for him?
I think it's just sometimes a little bit of luck. I think you have to have luck on your side. They're all fit. We're all fit when we go to the CrossFit Games. So it's that, and then he's probably just feeling really good, having a good headspace, and he's ready to go out there and kick some butt today. Headspace
was the right word. Is it the hair dye?
It might be. I do like the blonde. People love the blonde out here, so maybe you should keep it.
Jason Hopper has a load of personality, but he is up against a stiff group of competition, Miss Bella Martin.
Joel, I like that you say stiff group of competition as if it's not 3 former CrossFit Games champions right behind him. He's got Ricky, who wasn't on top of the podium, but he's in contention this year. Jess Medeiros in 4th, James Sprague in 3rd, Jeff Adler in 9th. That top 10 is a who's who of fitness in the space of CrossFit. Bethany, what's it like as an athlete to have former champions nipping at your heels?
You're just trying to, once again, just be where your feet are at and focus on what you can do. But I'm sure it's a little nerve-wracking being like, I'm on top right now, and there's former Games champions behind me. Oh, my gosh.
It's got to be nerve-wracking on the team's side as well, because we have had 3 teams wear the white leaders jersey in the last 3 events, and 15 points separates first from third heading into the final day. CrossFit Oslo Krieger is in first right now, and they're led by the Wiley veteran, Kristen Holte.
She's incredible. One of the best in the sports, and so for her to just jump in last second and do what she's doing right now, I mean, only a true athlete can do that.
Replaced the Ingrid Hodenmere last Tuesday on that Oslo Krieger team. Mayhem, 5 points out of first. There's Angelo DiCicco. If Mayhem wins, he will become the first person ever to win the CrossFit Games as a teenager, and then on a team. He would be the first double champ, the 5th 2-division champ in CrossFit Games history. CrossFit Mayhem is being hunted, however, by CrossFit Butcher's Lab. They are only 10 points back. Podium looks like it's rounding into form, but CrossFit Franco's making things interesting, and Campbell City, who was in first place at the start of yesterday, sits there lurking in 5th. Packed day here on our final day in Albany. First event for the teams coming up at 9 a.m. We will crown our champion around 5 o'clock today. So much to come in Albany, New York at the 2025 CrossFit Games. CrossFit Games presented in part by Sattva today. Recovery is so key, Bethany Flores. You need to get yourself a good Sattva mattress.
You do, yeah. And if you don't, you're missing out.
Recovery plays what role in your competing at the CrossFit Games?
It's probably the most important thing. You're doing workout after workout. You're going as hard as you can, and so it's super important for recovery.
We're going to recover and reset for a 9 a.m. start.
Words. Eat meat and vegetables, nuts and seeds, some fruit, little starch, and no sugar.
Maintenez les apports à un niveau qui fournit l'énergie nécessaire à l'activité physique sans entretenir la masse grasse.
주요 리프팅 동작을 연습하고 훈련합니다.
Clean, squat, presses, clean and jerk, and snatch.
Similarly, master the basics of gymnastics.
Pull-ups, dips, subidas a la cuerda, push-ups, sit-ups, presses to handstand, piruetas, volteretas, splits, y planchas.
Bike, run, swim, row, etc. 5 to 6 times a week, hard and fast.
Mix these elements in as many
combinations and patterns as creativity will allow.
Routine is defined.
ワークアウトは短く、高い運動強度で。
Aprenda e pratique novos esportes regularmente.
And something that I will spend the rest of my life serving.
CrossFit actually made my life more complete.
Because we know in our bones that when you show up consistently and you put in the work, your life changes in countless tangible and intangible ways.
There is a 6-word phrase that we say, what is CrossFit?
CrossFit is constantly varied functional movements that are executed at high intensity.
It's a strength and conditioning program that mixes weightlifting, calisthenics, powerlifting, running, rowing, biking, in a whole bunch of different ways.
It's family, it's community, it's a no BS approach to bettering your life, not only inside the walls of the gym, but also outside the walls of the gym.
Todos não como pode, como devem, né?
If I looked at each individual person that walks in every single day here, it's like everybody's absolutely different.
It could look like my 80-year-old dad. It could look like my kids.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that it will change their life.
Not because it's just a fitness program, not because of the community, but because the greatest adaptation that occurs in CrossFit happens right here.
It's the final day of competition at the 2025 CrossFit Games. MVP Arena, downtown Albany, New York. Our coverage presented by Rogue. Don't weaken. Rogue's the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Bethany Flores, Bella Martin, Joel Godet, rest of our crew, all set for team event number 7. Standings got shaken up a little bit yesterday. CrossFit Mayhem was in first for about as long as CM Punk was champion. Then they were tied with CrossFit Oslo as some score adjustments came in. And then Oslo was the leader after score adjustments were finalized. They will wear the white leaders jersey in Heat 2 today, but teams 11 through 20 will be here in Heat 1. The test all on the line, and Bethany, it is heavy.
It is very heavy. This will be an 11-minute time cap. They're going to start with a 100-foot handstand walk each. 30 deadlifts at 805 pounds is so heavy. They're going to split off into pairs and do 30 25 calories on the Echo Bike, 30 wall-facing strict handstand push-ups. You're going to switch that, then go back to 30 deadlifts, and then finish off with a 100-foot handstand walk.
A little bit of a spaghetti mess. It'll make sense when we go.
Correct.
Miss Bella Martin down on the floor.
We listened in this morning to Boz and what he's had to say about what was going to be the most challenging element of this test this morning, and it was that axle bar deadlift. Not only do teams have to communicate with that wider barbell here, but a lot of teams don't have access to it. So as the rest of the events over the past weekend, teams can kind of figure it out on the fly, especially with that worm. This one, if you don't have an axle bar, good luck figuring that out in the middle of an event when you're tired.
Bella, thank you. As we take a look at our lane assignments here for our first group of 10. CrossFit Greater Heights in lane 5 as the 11th seeded team coming in, right next to CrossFit Four Friends, the Spanish team, one of the oldest affiliates in Spain. TTT in lane 10 is a team of rookies. Our vision fuels victory, athletes to watch. CrossFit Undivided, first and foremost. They won the 1-rep max back squat. CrossFit 4 in the middle there, Griffin Raleigh, was awesome.
Yeah, they were pretty incredible. We'll see how they do today on this handstand walk and down back chipper.
560-pound back squat. He could have gone for 600, he said, with more time. But Training Think Tank, team of rookies, they are really good friends. Happy to be here after qualifying 18th out of semifinals. For Bryn Curlin, she's from Westchester, New York, about a 2-hour drive from here, so able to compete in front of her family and friends. Faith Stewart just got married in July, number 292. Really good summer, capped off at the CrossFit Games. And here we go, starting with the handstand walk. Couple of things to hit first and foremost. Your next competitor can go as soon as the first competitor is in the lane. Now, you'll give yourselves a little bit of space, but you can go as quick as you can. If somebody falls, everybody behind them has to restart.
Which would be really sad, and that would really suck. You're going to see the really good handstand walkers have their heads down and more of a straight line with their body. Some of the not-so-great handstand walkers, you're going to see very, very archy, not in a great position, head out front.
There is something kind of like out of the ring.
It's a little creepy, especially when the legs start kicking, too. It's eerie.
Just that many people handstand walking at once, and we did just get a fail.
So all the people behind have got to restart, but it's like she's the only one.
Yeah, so it'll be Antonia Kodolinski having to head back and do her final 50 feet, but it looks like everybody else has made it safely across. We've got one team still going, but only the one fall for Prestanda.
We'll see how it is on the way back. I think that's going to be the tough part.
After the handstand push-ups, after the grip of the deadlifts.
And just going really hard on the bike. You're going to have to go super hard on that bike.
You can just see how heavy these bars are by the way the cameras are shaking.
Yeah, that grip alone, that fat grip, oh, it just looks miserable.
Does the chalk help? There's more chalk on that bar than there is board.
You know what? Some of the veteran athletes, they'll go ahead and chalk the bar in advance because they know they're going to need that extra grip when it comes to being a little tired, a little bit more sweaty, especially at the end.
The bar itself is 85 pounds. There are 8 45-pound plates on each side.
This takes a lot of teamwork. If you're not in sync with everyone, it's going to be really bad. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's back's going to go out. It's not going to be pretty.
You have one caller, I would have to imagine, right?
I would hope so. And that's something that, you know, it's probably the team captain. They've called out in advance well before the CrossFit Games.
Augustina Hogg here for Q21 was just tapping her teammate on the leg saying, no, 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 let's go.
No
She's
rest.
clearly calling out how they're going about their reps. And with 8th day in the lead, undivided, Camp Rhino as well, now on to the bike and the handstand push-ups. That's Rachel Clausing. 25 calories for the women, 30 calories for the men, 30 wall-facing strict handstand push-ups. Now the trick with the handstand push-ups, you have to accumulate 30. Doesn't matter how you do it, except that everybody has to do at least one.
Exactly, and that means that those people on the bike right now, they're gonna have to bust it on the bike. They're gonna have to go fast because those handstand, wall-facing handstand push-ups, they're not gonna take as much time.
How long does it take you to do 30?
I don't know.
Let's say 15. Let's say it's an even split.
I don't know. 15, probably under 30 seconds, 30, 45 seconds.
One set?
Some people are, depending on how you feel by the end of the weekend. Some people at the end of the weekend, they're hurting, and they just need to break it up a little bit more.
Time cap is 11 minutes. When one duo finishes on the bike, they will switch. The other duo will bike, and the original duo will handstand push-up. We showed you Prestanda having the issue with the handstand wall. And taking a look at Antonia Falk-Kotolinsky. And actually gets kicked in the head by Victor Lengsved. So we talked about spacing. You do have to watch how close you are to your teammates.
Correct. If you're not watching out for the teammate ahead of you, then stuff like that can happen, and it's costly. Very costly.
Clausing, the team captain for 8th day. Team that had a top 10 finish a year ago, outside the top 10 here in 2025.
The males are doing 30 calories on the bike, and the females are doing 25 calories on the bike, which I think is fair and even. But like I said earlier, you gotta go hard on the bike, and it is not gonna feel good when they get back to those deadlifts. Ooh, that's gonna get super spicy.
What pace are you going on this bike?
Oh, I'm the wrong person to ask because I love the bike. So you got to go 70, 75 RPMs plus. It's busted. You got to go. It's a one-time thing. If it was multiple rounds, maybe a little bit lower. And it just depends. Like some athletes don't like the bike, so they're going to have to pace this out a little bit more. But if you're good on the bike, this is your time to shine.
Rachel Clausing was the last bike athlete there, so the handstand push-ups done for 8th day first, and they are the first team back to this 805-pound team deadlift. That is the equivalent of deadlifting a horse.
It's pretty heavy.
A secretariat lift. Now let's talk about the height. You can see obviously Dylan Hamming on one side, much taller than Jordan London on the left. How do you get in sync with getting the bar off the ground in unison?
Those taller people are going to have to go a little bit wider with their legs, maybe a little bit wider with their grip, which could be a little bit uncomfortable, but to be even is going to be super helpful for the team, and it's hard to stay in sync when you have a taller person on your team.
That's all complicated by the fact that you can only go so wide because there's somebody next to you. You cannot interlock your arms and legs. That's out of safety.
And they switch positions. The two males on the 8th day team, they switch positions. Maybe because it's a little bit easier with the females and the height, or just to even it out. Maybe just to even it out on both sides.
You can see the toll this is taking, though. Griffin Raleigh on the right side for undivided.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be harder on that the taller athlete just because they're probably going to take a little bit more of that load. This is just not an easy weight for any of these teams to do. It's going to take, like I said, a lot of teamwork.
30 deadlifts So 60 total at 805 pounds. Honestly, I think the grip is the hardest thing of all of this.
Yeah, some people, they just have really small hands. So to get their hands around that bar and how thick it is and try to deadlift that weight and stay in sync.
8th Day has the lead by just a couple of reps here. Because would you typically hook grip a deadlift? You put your thumb under your other fingers?
Personally, I do, but I would say some people would think that's a little weird, but yeah, I would hook grip just to stay locked in.
If you hook grip this thing, you've got the world's longest thumbs.
You really do. You must be a basketball player with big old hands.
The lead is 4 over a now squatting Undivided. Griffin Raleigh and Christine Zanosko taking a break.
And getting a no rep. 8th Day is getting a no rep.
And they clean that up. Prestanda trying to make up some ground after they were the only team that needed to redo a handstand walk segment. And now here goes Clausing. And there is space set up by Dylan Hamming. He is catching her up. 100 feet back to the finish. Cap is 11 minutes. We've got plenty of cushion there. We're going to see a lot of teams finish. Hamming is catching Clausing, and he almost ran right into her. Great save.
Got to have some peripherals when it comes to handstand walking.
This is Yundov on the right for Camp Rhino. Mike Needleman trying to make his way through for Undivided on the left. You're seeing the different handstand walk strategies. Raph Durand, bottom of your screen, had the stiff legs. Some of the athletes using the spider legs.
Yeah, with that technique and the legs and the arms and the arches, that means that probably didn't grow up doing handstand walks, and this is something that they've acquired over the years of doing CrossFit, and that's just the most efficient way for them to get across the floor.
Zanosko comes across, or excuse me, Christine Best came across for Undivided. Zanosko is catching her breath. 8th Day is the lead. Undivided has now fallen to 3rd behind Camp Rhino.
And this is where it gets tough. After all of that work that they just did, being on their hands for 100 feet, it's not an easy task.
And all 4 are done, with Danielle Dunlap coming across for 8th Day in 9:39.65, the time to beat. Good start to the final day for the Michiganders. Camp Rhino has a slight lead. Matter of fact, Camp Rhino is about to finish. And they'll run up to the platform almost in sync with CrossFit Undivided. It is a 1-second advantage. Top 3 teams are done. Greater Heights and Prestanda. Good job by Prestanda to make up some ground. This is Prestanda as Greater Heights finishes. And Alex Alebro, one of the more veteran team competitors, comes across in 10:37. We've got 20 seconds left before the time cap. With that 9:39, standing is the time to beat. And Body Blueprint just took a no rep. Josh Hong needing to go back. And we hit the cap. 8th Day. Dylan Hamming started his CrossFit Games out great with the run, row, run on Friday. And his team finishes out strong with the first event here on Sunday. Highlights brought to us by Rogue.
Well, we started off with Prestanda having a little bit of an issue with the handstand walks and being the only team to no rep. And then 8th Day just killing it on the bike with the handstand push-ups and being super smooth as a team with that super heavy weight of 805 pounds on the deadlift bar and finishing off at 9:39.
Paul McCartney sold this building out in 28 minutes back in 2014. And 11 years later, we are closing out the 2025 CrossFit Games at MVP Arena in Albany, New York. We are presented today by Rogue. Don't weaken, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Bethany Flores has been a competitor at this event 7 times. Bella Martin, our eyes and ears down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. Team event number 7 through 6. CrossFit Oslo is your leader, 5 points over CrossFit Mayhem, 10 points over Butcher's Lab. We've never had a European team stand on top of the leaderboard. See if Oslo or maybe Butcher's Lab can get that done today. Our event description is presented by Sattva. It's all on the line, and it is all very, very heavy.
Yes, it'll be an 11-minute time cap, starting with a 100-foot handstand walk each into a 30 deadlifts at 805 pounds. That is a heavy deadlift. Splitting off into pairs into 30 and 25 calories on the Echo Bike and 30 wall-facing strict handstand push-ups. Switching that and then following it up with 30 deadlifts with 805 pounds again and 100-foot handstand walks each.
And our recipe for success brought to us by Tempo. You got busted on the bike?
Yes, busted on the bike. That is do or die. You got to go hard on that because the handstand push-ups are going to go quick. And then handstand walk, do or die. That handstand walk can cost you at the end, so no reps are costly.
Let's go down to the third member of our crew, Bella Martin.
On the center of the competition floor, all eyes on Tola Maracanio trying to lead this European team to victory. They're 5 points in the lead over an American team and another European team. But I'll tell you what's the most interesting thing is that they have a 17th place finish. We were looking at the stats this morning. That's not the lowest a team has finished and then still gone on to be on top of the podium. But I tell you what, it's going to come down to these last 2. And if they can manage the steam that they've been continuing to build, we'll see them on top.
CrossFit Oslo Krieger, your overall lead, with Tola Maracanio and Kristen Holta leading the way. They'll be in the middle of the floor in lane 5. CrossFit Mayhem in second place right next to him. Butcher's Lab in third on the other side. CrossFit Franco's trying to crack the podium. Is in lane 7. Our vision fuels victory. Teams to watch. CrossFit Mayhem on the left side of your screen. With a win would be the first CrossFit Mayhem team to ever win the CrossFit Games without Rich Froning, the GOAT. Angelo DiCicco pointing right at us. If he wins, would become the first ever CrossFit Teenage Champion and Team Champion. And here we go, 11-minute time cap, 9:39 is the time to beat here in All on the Line. Starting with this 100-foot handstand walk in 2 unbroken sections of 50 feet. If the athlete in front of you comes down, you have to reset along with them if you're behind.
And that's going to be a costly no rep if that happens. So we don't want to see that. But if you do fall, another team member can go ahead and just finish off a handstand walk. So that is a good thing about it. You're going to see with the handstand walks, a lot of different techniques going on. I think a lot of the gymnasts are going to have their head straight down and just be able to keep their legs a little bit straighter and move through it. Some of the non-gymnasts, you're going to see the legs bend a little bit more, archy, head out in front.
We only saw 1 no rep in the opening heat. We have not seen one here in heat 2. Although Blueprint going a little bit slower in lane 1. Everybody else has now moved on to the deadlifts. This is an 805-pound team deadlift. The bar is 85. There are 16 45-pound plates.
That's a lot of weight. That is a lot of weight. And that grip is no joke. That fat grip on the bar, you can't get your hands all the way around. You're not hook gripping, which means putting your thumb underneath your fingers. And so it's hard to stay locked in with a heavy deadlift like that.
Tola Maracanio could maybe take a shot at deadlifting this by himself.
Probably the only one out there that could.
One of the strongest men in CrossFit on the closest edge of that bar. They call him the Oslo Wolf Pack back in Norway. There's a giant wolf painted on the wall of the gym. And just for perspective, this bar is the same as lifting 8 fully grown adult wolves.
CrossFit perspective there.
Significantly safer. We'll go to the handstand push-ups and the bike as soon as these 30 deadlifts are done, and it is Oslo Krieger defending their lead, with Helsinghoff going to the bike first with Udo Lundekvam.
And it's going to be important to go super hard on that bike if you can, because those strict wall-facing handstand push-ups are going to go fast when you're only splitting between 30 reps and 2 people.
Tola Maracanio was just ripping those wall-facing handstand push-ups. While he does that, a reminder to scan the QR code and receive 20% off from Sattva, the official sleep partner of the CrossFit Games. Tola took a break. Kristen Holton did a couple, and now, I mean, he gets a lot of hype for his strength. You used to train with Tola. He's great at gymnastics.
He really is. He doesn't have a ton of holes. He's really worked on his aerobic capacity these past couple of years. He was even doing that in Vegas when I was there, so he's killing it.
Phil Muscarella is not just doing wall-facing, but wall-touching strict handstand push-ups. The handstand push-ups are done for that opening Oslo pair.
Yeah, they're just waiting, which is nice. You get a little break before getting on that bike, and hopefully with that rest means you can really go hard and rest before you get back on that deadlift, because going bike to deadlift, that's not an easy task.
Camel City's Stevie Dellinger on the team that was the leader to start day 2 yesterday. They have fallen into 5th place.
And you're going to see different techniques on the bike too. The people that hate the bike, they're going to be closing their eyes, wishing and praying that that 25, 30 calories gets there really quickly.
Tola looks like he's on a stroll.
I know. Those are the people that are really good on the bike. They make it look easy. He's making it look like he's going 60 RPMs on the cadence, but he's probably going 80 to 90.
Carolyn Klutz now for Camel City. They are in 2nd place, trying to make some moves to get back up onto the podium. They are 50 points out of 3rd. Team made up of 2 female Masters athletes. They will be in Columbus, both Dellinger and Klutz, at the Masters CrossFit Games in a couple of weeks. It's just incredible.
I think a good technique on the bike too is when you're using your arms just as much as your legs. When you're pushing with those arms, it helps and makes it a little bit easier on the bike. So that's exactly what Emily Rothwell's doing.
Although I guess it depends on how your arms feel after the handstand push.
I mean, but they're splitting 30 reps up, so I think they're okay. They'll be just fine.
5 reps left for Emily Rothwell and Invictus.
She's not even breathing heavy. Barely breathing through her mouth, so that means she's staying nice and calm and kind of doing an easy stroll for herself on the bike.
First team back to the deadlift. That is Oslo Krieger. And Tola just said wait, so he needs an extra second, and now they get right to it. 30 more 805-pound deadlifts.
Yeah, once again, going straight from the Echo bike to the deadlift, that is nasty. So for him to say that is probably a veteran move and really smart. So that way they can hit those reps and knock them out before getting back to the handstand wall.
Height difference is pretty wide for Oslo, from Kristen Holta to Tola Maracanio. You can see Tola's knees are a little bit bent. He's trying to shorten his distance to level out the team.
Right. It's probably not the most comfortable thing for him. It's probably taking a little bit more effort on his side, but that's the beauty of team. You just have to sacrifice some things sometimes. And you can see his technique on his deadlift. He's always done that from day 1 since I've known him, and it works for him as far as rounding out his back, but probably not the best technique when it comes to feeling better after this event is done.
From a back person.
Yes,
yourself,
yeah. From a fellow back injured person. I would not use that technique. I would try to go a little bit flatter, but when you don't have back issues, then go for it.
And look at the grip here. We were talking to Nate Ackerman from the demo team earlier this morning, and he said just trying to hold onto the bar, he was almost using his thighs to help him grip it, because wrapping your whole hand around is just so hard.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to wrap your whole hand around the barbell, so Got to use whatever leverage that you can take, and I'm sure people are going to be ripped up on their quads after this. So the ladies out there wearing pants, probably a smart idea.
I don't think there are.
There's Camel City.
Oh, is there one? Yeah.
Camel City's the smart one out there.
Yeah, right on screen.
Yep.
Butcher's Lab. Christine Agerback, she's been around the block a while.
Veteran move right there.
2 minutes until the time to beat.
Hey, and that's part of the CrossFit Games sometimes is if you start getting ripped up in places, that can mess with your mental psyche. So got to stay nice and clean for the whole weekend so you're not broken and cut up.
Okay now.
All right, Mayhem.
CrossFit Mayhem, 5 points out of the lead, is the first done with the deadlifts.
They kind of came out of nowhere. Sneaky.
Angelo DiCicco came out of athletic retirement several years ago when Rich Froning asked him to be a reserve on a CrossFit Mayhem team. And he said, if Rich believes I can do it, I believe I can do it. He has captained this team over the last few years. Capping his team career right now could be a great way to go out. This is going to be the last year, this iteration, these 4 athletes compete together for Mayhem.
And that'd be really cool for that team to do it without Rich Froning on the team.
Now, Kristen Holta just went unbroken all 100 feet. So Oslo has a competitor done before Mayhem.
Which matters, but doesn't. You got to get everyone across over that finish line.
The chip timer is on your last athlete to go. All 3 Mayhem athletes are in the funnel. Still waiting for Helsingoff to get in there for Oslo. DiCicco is down. Here comes Zoe Jones for Mayhem. This could be huge. It is Mayhem in Albany.
Wow.
Oslo comes in second.
They needed that win, so that was a good win for them.
We have a tie at the top of the leaderboard with 1 event to go.
Gonna be a toss-up. It's gonna be a shake-up, that's for sure.
Way to step up, Sam Demeester just said to Molly McGrandy. This is all team. Minute 15 to the cap. Final minute here. Butcher's Lab, who was in 3rd, finishes in 10:08. So some times from Heat 1 are going to sneak in there. CrossFit Franco's, though, is still out on the floor. So that 3rd podium spot looks to be safe heading into our final event. 30 seconds left. Everybody's on the handstand walk. 11:24 is struggling. Taking a look at O.J. Keene from Blueprint, 10 seconds, and he has hit a wall. When it goes, it goes.
It does, and we were seeing that happen right in front of us.
Josh Mattis was the last athlete for CrossFit Franco's, and he does not get across, so they get capped. +5. The story, though, Mayhem, Oslo. That's a knockdown, drag-out fight that we have talked about at the top of the team leaderboard for years, since Oslo first appeared in 2021. Mayhem making moves.
And here we started with Oslo dominating at the beginning, with being pretty much on the front with the deadlifts, the bike, and handstand push-ups, and not slowing down. And then Mayhem started sneaking around and came out with the W right at the end. What an exciting finish.
Highlights brought to us by Rogue. Let's go down to Bella and Friends.
Angelo, this is the second time I've seen you this weekend pace it out perfectly. What's going through Team Mayhem's mind in this workout this morning?
We knew the deadlift was probably the biggest factor of the workout, so come out smooth on the first set of those. It's going to come down to that back set of 30.
I heard Sam when I sat down with you guys, tied for points going into a rope climb workout. Tell me about the strengths that you guys have as a foursome for this last workout of the weekend.
Our history with rope climb workouts and upper pulling workouts at the games is flawless, actually, so it's the best place we could be in.
As one of the few athletes that can say he's a CrossFit Games team champion, what is it going to mean to you to be possibly up there on that podium as a team champion as well?
Yeah, I mean, as a teenager, I had the Mayhem community around me, and that was amazing, of course, but like being on the floor with people from Mayhem, people who have done Mayhem for several years, and it's going to be super special to share it with them, no matter what happens.
Congratulations, guys, another event win. Well done.
You know, Rich Froning was known for this thing in his career of running his own race. You'd kind of forget he was there, and then at the very end, he'd be like, yo, I'm here. That just happened. Mayhem, 9:07 wins it.
Incredible.
We'll step aside. One team event to go. But we've got so much more action because women's individual event 8 is coming your way after this.
The 2025 CrossFit Games are brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. The official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Belites. We are Belites, and we are made, not born. The United States Border Patrol. Be an agent of strength. And Sattva. Unlock the superpower of restorative sleep.
Since I work I own an auto shop and I work alone. My wife works the front desk, I work the shop. CrossFit is my social time. And I think that is true for a lot of the people that come there because it's, you know, they're my friends, they're my family. And, you know, we welcome everybody. Our wall in the front is, you know, you come and visit, you're gonna come and see us and you're gonna get to sign your name on the wall. CrossFit is family. It is. It's one of the side effects. You get in good shape. My wife signed me up without me knowing. Oh, by the way, you got level 1, 1st of November. And I'm like, we got too much going on. She's having SI surgery next Wednesday on her back. And I'm like, we got too much going on. I says, tell them no. And she says, oh, no, I already paid for it. It's not refundable, so you have to go. Okay. And then when Coach heard, you know, well, this is good. He says, because, you know, you're one of our older participants here, been here forever. He says, this will encourage more people to come. It'd be nice if everybody in the gym was a level 1 and then just keep going up. You know, I read the bios on our instructors down here last night. That's incredible. Makes me jealous. I wish I was 20 years younger. It doesn't matter what you do in life. You learn. If you go through a day that you do not learn something, I don't care what it is, that day is, to me, that day is a waste. That is my philosophy of life. Every day you have to learn something. I've done automotive repair for 51 years, and I'll have somebody come in and say, well, I did this way. You look at it, well, that's a better way to do that. You learn something. I really liked the way they broke things down here. They break it down. You know, Cal is an incredible instructor, but they broke things down even at a greater level.
Andy, widen your stance. Good. Michaela, push your knees out and lift your hips up a little bit. Ready, go. That was way better, Dave. Good job.
But the way they broke things down yesterday, it was very interesting. The front squat was amazing. You know, the way I have never cleaned a front squat because I have bad shoulders, no rotator cuffs, no bicep tendons. A lot of times in a front squat, I'll come off the rack and I'll set it on my shoulders and I can balance. I can lift 200 pounds doing a front squat that way. I can't do 55 this way. But the way they broke it down, I was like, man, I could do more. I could, learn something. And that's cool. So, yeah, I'm not apprehensive anymore. Everybody should take this course. You'll get something out of it, and I sure as hell have. My folks made it to their mid-90s and never did nothing. When Dad was my age, he was on his second pacemaker. I'm not. I have lung problems. I used to smoke when I was young. I owned a martial arts school for many years. I should have done this instead of that. I wouldn't have bad knees, plates in my feet, pins in there, plates in my head. I don't need that. It's more controlled fitness than going out and, say, beating the hell out of somebody. It was fun, but this is fun as well. So, yeah.
You can stay right there.
2 days, 7 events, and it has all come down to this Happy Games Champion Title Sunday. From Albany, New York, I'm Chase Ingham. Along with me is Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault, as today's coverage presented by Rogue. Don't Weaken. It's the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Individual event number 8, and we're going dark.
We are going dark, Chase. It is 40 calories on the Echo Bike, 100-foot yoke carry, 30 deficit handstand push-ups. Then they're going to work their way back through that carry and finish. This is where the Go Dark title comes from. 40 calories on that Echo Bike.
Adrian, what are your tempo recipes for success?
Well, skills pay the bills here on the handstand push-ups. Core to extremity is a point of reference when we teach that level 1 of what CrossFit does, and they're going to have to make sure they refine that to a high level, and you got to simply go dark on the final 40 calories on that bike.
The yoke is back in competition, and more on that yoke. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, good morning, guys. This is not the first time the yoke has appeared in a CrossFit Games event. 385 pounds for the women in event number 8. Now, these are all preset to the athlete specifications. They were measured before the competition began, so they're pre-measured, so they're at the most comfort level for each of these athletes before they embark on the 100-foot yoke walk and then 200 feet total. Talk to Adrian Bosman. This is not expected to be a stopping point for these athletes, and 2 members of the demo team just tried this moments ago, and we saw 2 stops, so once on the way down and once on the way back. So it will be fairly quick once the athletes get this yoke on their back.
Thank you, Mike. Your lane assignments for heat number 1 for the women. We will have 3 heats of 10. And in lane number 3, your Vision Fuels Victory athletes to watch, 35-year-old Caroline Prevost. 4th appearance here at the CrossFit Games, just qualified for the Masters Games champion, but here she is back on the floor.
That's right. She's one of those athletes that have been a mainstay for the last few years. And what's interesting about Caroline, when asked about potential retirement or in her latter years of competing, she's like, listen, I'm fit. I'm going to keep showing up here as long as I qualify, and I'm going to love every moment of my training and this journey.
And from Natalie making her 4th appearance to one making her 1st appearance, Christina Livididakis qualified out of the Rebel Renegade Games. And she has got a decent position to try to make it into the next heat.
That's right, and this is her first chance at the CrossFit Games. She was 1 spot out last year, and what I like about Christina, she's a level 2 CrossFit coach. She's out there preaching that methodology to others and spreading the good news.
Heat number 1 is off, as they'll start with 40 cals on the Echo Bike. We ended last night's competition on the Concept 2 bike. What's the difference of feel between that and coming in here?
Well, let me tell you, the difference is pretty dramatic, Chase, in regards to the stimulus that they're experiencing right now. Now, on the latter part of this event, it will be very similar. That C2 bike, they really got off to a very aggressive start, and it was legs only. It's a legs only erg. This erg has a unique stimulus on your entire body. It's global. It's your heart, it's your lungs, it's your arms, it's your legs. It hurts everywhere. That C2 yesterday is more specific and local to the legs, where you get a nasty burn. It gets you out of breath, but it's not nearly the same as this Echo Bike.
So worse.
Yes. If we can sum it up in one word, it is worse. And we talk about a focus or recipe to success within this event. It's to go dark. But right now we're seeing an overly paced bike attack from these women because they're trying to set themselves up for success later in the event. If they go too fast too soon, that's a really, really bad move for the way this plays out.
We were speaking to Adrian Bosman earlier this morning, and he wasn't shying away from it at all, but the crux of this particular event is those 30 parallel handstand push-ups in the middle.
That's right, and we're going to see 2 different strategies of approach here. There will be women who know they are high-level achievers upside down, which means inverted with these parallettes that are looming at that turnaround point of this event. They will have the freedom to go a little bit more aggressive on the bike early because they know they can still execute under fatigue. Women who are expecting a struggle are going to have to overly pace this early so they're fresher at that turnaround point.
Athletes working their way through their 40 cals over the halfway mark. Caroline Prevost in the center part of your screen. To her left, Mariana Meza out of Mexico. Her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games. no stranger to elite competition in the qualifying stages, as she actually qualified out of the Far East Throwdown.
Yeah, and you see her there just kind of chipping away at the calories. Good forward lean. The trick to saving energy on this Echo bike is to get your center of mass as much as you can right over the middle of those pedals, and she did just that. Very efficient on the opening 40 cals.
Meza's off the bike, but Sungyeong Choi to her left is onto the yoke first. 385 pounds total. That yoke itself weighs 245 pounds. It's a 100-foot walk. I don't want to say a 385-foot yoke or pound yoke is a minor inconvenience, but it's still not very light for these athletes, even though it's the 30 handstand push-ups that we are about to see that will be the game changer in this event. Meza slowing a bit and allowing two athletes to pass her. You have Emily DeRoy and Cindy Mikulishin.
This is where we're really going to start to see what is their confidence like, how fast do they kick up and begin chipping away at these 30 reps. You're going to see athletes slightly adjusting their parallettes. They do have the freedom to move them wider to adjust. Their head has to be sure to touch the pad at the bottom. Ooh. They've got a reach lockout at the top, and what we saw over there from Choi at the top is her legs have to come together and show lockout at the top, so that was a no rip.
Now the legs can splay out on the way up, but at the finish they need to come back inside the shoulders. As Meza kicks up for her, what looks like to be her second rep. You see the counters in the back of the lane. The number to get to is 30 as we are past the 4-minute mark. The time cap's 15, so there's a lot of time to give these athletes an opportunity to get through this event entirely.
That's right, we talked about the recipe to success being core to extremity. What we were talking about when we said that is that they've got to be careful and cautious to brace firm around their belly, tighten their midsection. They're going to bend at the knee, and then the more accurate they can be with the driving of their legs upward, the more success and less energy they will waste as they reach that lockout position. As we just saw two great reps there by Lividakis. Talked about the legs going out there, and Choi is utilizing that to her advantage right now. She's trying to kick out. This makes her body feel a touch lighter as she presses out, but the accuracy component then goes out the window, and it's very hard to pull them back in as you reach lockout at the top. I love what we're seeing from Lividakis as she keeps everything in a straight line, using her body as one unit to kick to the top.
Just past the 5-minute mark. Lividakis kicking up. If you look at the top of your screen, that designates the number of reps they are currently on in total. The number to get to is 90. As Lividakis is at 66.
Chase, you'll notice Meza really arching pretty aggressively at her neck every time she kips up. What she's trying to do is beg for strength from her chest muscle. She's trying to get out of that in-line or inverted position and almost treat it more like a horizontal press. We do this when we're towards the end of our capacity with those pressing muscles overhead.
I spoke earlier, the number to get to is 80. As the women had 40 cals on the bike, the men will do 50. So Lividakis is 11 reps away from completing. Make that 9 reps. Maybe when you get a failed rep in the midst of this, not necessarily uncommon if you've been on parallettes before with that extreme deficit. You're going to have a couple of those in there, and it could be you just kicked down. It's not necessarily a sign of failure, but execution is a big part of this with so much range of motion.
That's right. There's so much of that balance, coordination, accuracy, and agility that's a part of this that it's a very athletic movement, right? And that no rep there by Lividakis was, she shrugged it off. She did exactly what she needed to do. She gave herself a reset, shook out her triceps, and she was right back for some high-quality repetitions to follow.
Your leader on the left side of your green. And on the right, you can see Syria Meja and Maria Quintero. They're in the top 4 in this heat. This is heat 1 of 3 for event number 8. 300 points up for grabs today. We are crowning champions here on Championship Sunday. 5 more reps to go. Make that 4 for Livididakis.
Big fan of what we're seeing from Livididakis right now. High-level self-awareness. She's literally down to singles, but they're smooth. She's trying to minimize her rest time. She kicks back up. Her reps are staying sharp. We're starting to notice a little bit of a sticking point as we reach lockout, so the rep does slow. Oh, here we go. A double. She was feeling good on that one, and that was a mistake. Got a little greedy.
2 more reps for Christina. Still has about a 8-rep lead. If you look at the numbers, the number we're trying to get to is 80 at the top of your screen as we're approaching the 8-minute mark. The numbers to the right of your leader in yellow box is the number of reps they are behind. 1 final rep. And now we're back to the yoke. Now athletes have to touch that pad because of the offset of the handstand push-ups, and that just makes the amount of ground they need to cover even across every lane. 385 pounds on the yoke, 100 feet across. And the Echo bike is waiting. And it is a 40-cal finish, which is not awesome. It may be awesome for the fans, but not awesome as an athlete.
Hey, we've talked about this a couple times throughout the weekend. You get an opportunity to feel this loneliness leading the pack, to be so set apart that you just cleared the competition floor alone, 385 pounds across your back. That at least has to provide some semblance of relief going into these 40 calories in which Livididakis knows it's time to go dark.
Yeah, this is the kind of loneliness I want. What I don't want is everybody on the finish mat watching me bike alone by myself. Caroline Prevost is at 25 of her 30 handstand push-ups as she is holding on to second place, as Livididakis on the left is just extending her lead dramatically as we're slowly approaching the 10-minute mark. Now keep in mind, the time cap's 15. So these athletes that were not even on the bike have to finish their handstand push-ups, walk the yoke, and then try to race the time cap on the bike.
Which also won't feel great, but this has to build some urgency for Livididakis. She's got to consider, one, the other 2 heats that are watching her execute this entire workout are going to be aiming for her time to beat as a rookie. Is that something that's even going through her mind as she gets close to this halfway point on Go Dark? She's got to start to have that urgency. Whatever she has physically in her body, she's got to start to put into that bike right now.
Less than 19 cals remaining for Christina. The number to get to at the top of your screen is 130. We have our new challenger coming off the rig. And it is Caroline Prevost, followed by Emily DeRoy, Cindy Mikulishin, and Luisa Marquez.
Okay, now we got a race shaping up in our hands, and we've got some bikers, Chase, that are going to be putting down this yoke and getting onto that Echo bike. Their pace is going to be pretty blistering, I would imagine, here as we enter into this final stretch.
Prevost to the bike first, ahead of Mikulishin and DeRoy, as Livididakis is 10 cals away from finishing her final set of 40.
Livididakis in it deep here as you notice her body, whole body language swing now from left to right, trying to garner any amount of strength and power to help her push the pedals and push the arm straps there to get that wattage up so she can finish these calories.
2 final cals. She's got to get off the bike, and I say sprint to the finish line, but good luck after
blasting your legs on the Echo bike. But that'll be a heat win for Kristina Livridakis, right at 12 minutes 52.
Really love Caroline Prevo's position here on the bike. That forward lean minimizes the distance that her arms have to lock out, and so that puts a lot of her body weight right over the center of those pedals. It's going to pay off for her. We know she can suffer well. She is one of the toughest competitors we've seen in the CrossFit Games space from a psychological perspective.
Caroline Prevo trying to hold off Emily DeRoy is on the right side of your screen, and Sydney Mikulishin is just to her left.
You notice subtle advantages here, even in posture. DeRoy being one of the taller athletes with longer limbs in the field, she naturally doesn't have to make the handlebars travel quite as far, and this allows her to keep that stroke rate just a little bit high when it comes to RPMs.
And the athletes cannot really see where they're at. Obviously, Prevo has the benefit of seeing Mikulishin's digital screen, where Mikulishin doesn't quite have the same advantage, but you're on the bike. Are you listening for maybe the NCs, because they're calling out cows for the fans?
Yeah, if you're on a bike with the final stretch, especially knowing that this is where you're going to finish, you're trying to be as aware as you can, but equally, Chase, it's all about really trying to sell your own soul to the pace that you can hold. In this type of situation, the real goal for athletes is to get on and get it moving and then try to build speed through the finish.
Looks like Emily DeRoy is building that speed on the right side of your screen as that cadence is just picked up. DeRoy's got less than 3 cows to go. She's pulled ahead of Prevo and Mikulishin. And DeRoy will be in.
What a finish.
There's one thing about starting on an Echo bike. There's another about finishing. And when you get on the bike at the same time as a couple other people, like, darn it, now I got to race.
Yeah, you're just disheartened. And how about when you write up a test like this, though? You know, you're sitting behind the program design, whether it's noted on a napkin or whatever.
I just feel like that evil villain laugh coming from Dave Castro.
Yeah.
It's like, and at the very end, they're going to finish on the bike.
It makes it diabolical. That's what it does.
You got a 3-athlete race. The Syrian Meha will be in. As you see, Maria Quintero and Luisa Marquez both qualified out of Copa Sur this year. And that'll do it for heat number 1, as Kristina Livridakis will set the time to beat at 12 minutes, 0.52 seconds. Your highlights presented by Rogue Fitness.
Well, what a race we knew we were in store for. This is a well-balanced test with some biking and some handstand push-ups and a little carry in between. It was Choi that got out to an early lead, feeling as though we were going to see some really competent handstand push-ups. But I'll tell you what, whether it was the deficit, whether it was the plexiglass, whether it was the familiarity of the setup, it really hung Choi up. And that's where Kristina Livridakis took full advantage, managing her no reps, managing her timing, got her back on that carry first. And she was so far ahead that she cruised to an event, and for right now, a heat win in Go Dark.
Your results for heat number 1. Kristina Livridakis out of Zimbabwe sets the time to beat, the only athlete underneath 13 minutes, almost broke that 12-minute mark. So we have 1 heat down, 2 heats to go. Heat 2 coming up next. Welcome back inside MVP Arena here in Albany, New York for the 2025 CrossFit Games. Today's coverage presented by Rogue Fitness. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway, and Mike Arsenault will be on the floor. We are going dark, brought to you by PB Fit.
This is an out and back again chipper style workout. These athletes are going to open with 40 calories on the Echo bike, carry the yoke 100 feet. The real test awaits there at 30 deficit handstand push-ups, and then we work our way back through the yoke with 40 calories on the Echo bike to finish.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2, as we have 3 total heats on the weekend. And it is in lane number 5, Annika Greer, who had years of heartbreak, sitting in 11th place overall. Had a great finish in the back squat. See how she fares on this Echo bike.
I think she's got a chance to make some moves here, Chase. She's talented when it comes to inverted movements. The bike probably wouldn't be her favorite to start, but it's going to be a composed start. And then, of course, she's got a chance to create separation there on the handstand push-up.
Another athlete who has talent in inverted movements, that is Brooke Wells. This is her final day at the CrossFit Games, as this is her 10th and final time on the floor as her sister Sydney Wells looks on. 40 cals on the Echo bike to start. The time to beat set in the previous heat, 12 minutes flat.
We got some different strategies already coming to play. We see Abby Domit there going pretty hard on this opening pace right there in lane 4 to the left of Haley Adams. Haley more composed, steady. Abby coming out. Folks, if you just focus right on their hands or their feet, you can notice the difference in the RPMs. Of course, we don't get a direct dial on speed, but it's a really strong precursor on the speed that they're holding just by looking at how fast those hands go in and out.
Also looking like a science experiment when we're talking about conducting electricity with the hairs flying everywhere. Christina Livdadakis takes the time to beat in heat number 1. Her time was 2:46 off the bike, as you see Brooke Wells. A lot of emotions coming into this weekend. Obviously, we said it is her 10th CrossFit Games and her final CrossFit Games, as she had announced her retirement prior to coming in. Still sitting 16th overall. I've seen several athletes over the years, Noah Olson being one of those athletes that in his 10th game had talked about it being his last appearance.
Yeah, and when you make that kind of announcement, you just wonder how you subdue the emotions coming into what you know is going to be your final day here at the CrossFit Games.
Lydia Fish, one of those rookies who's having a fantastic rookie debut. You see Haley Adams. Haley Adams will be an interesting one in this particular event. She's one of those athletes that can grind through those things, as Abby Domit is leading the field with 5 cals left to go. Just past the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, Gracie Walton just a few calories behind her. We also noticed her pace was quite aggressive, right in that opening surge on the bike.
Domit is done. 30 seconds ahead of the pace set by Christina Livdadakis.
And now, Chase, what we saw here was the first person off the bike into the yoke didn't fare so well in heat 1. So we'll see if these ladies are getting off with due confidence because of their ability to execute the parallel handstand push-ups or not.
100 feet across the floor, and Domit will take a break. That yoke weighs 385 pounds. As Gracie Walton is now matched up with Abby Domit. Gracie Walton, who did not have the event that we thought she would last night with the burpee box jump overs. Usually she does so well in those sprint type events. See if she can have a bounce back event here this morning. Abby Domit right up. We saw a lot of athletes in heat 1 finish and then take a big break before they started. As Domit is doing singles.
Singles, we might see it the entire way, Chase. She wants to keep her movement sharp. And therefore, so Brooke just got a no rep, and it was because her feet were outside of her hands as she reached lockout. She's got to be sure to extend it the hip, the knee, and the arms with her feet inside her hands for those reps to count.
Now Brooke, we saw earlier her sister Sydney Wells, who's down on the floor with Mike Arsenault.
Well, thank you very much, Chase. Sydney, I'm sure this is a very bittersweet day for the Wells family. And even though this is the end of the road for Brooke, I'd like you to take us back to the beginning. How did your family first get into the sport of CrossFit?
Honestly, me and my sister were both running track, and we wanted a little bit of an extra workout, so we started supplementing track with CrossFit, and we fell in love. And I went on to do track in college, and my sister just started competing in CrossFit.
Well, that was a tremendous decision for both of you to make that decision 10 years ago. So again, this sport has been a part of your family for the past decade. What has CrossFit meant to you and your sister?
Yeah, I feel like it's more than just a workout. It's what we do, and it brings our family together. They come to every single event, and so it's just a way for us to all hang out, support each other. It's been amazing.
Now, I'm sure there's no one on the planet more in tune with what your sister's thinking than you yourself. So as we approach the final day of her competitive CrossFit career, what has been going through her mind all week long, last night and into this morning?
She's just really excited to end on a really good note. She seems to be a lot more relaxed and chill and just more focused on soaking it all in.
Now, although the chapter is closing on Brooke's CrossFit career, that book is not closed on your career. So what are your plans for the future of the sport of CrossFit?
Yeah, I feel like I'm still just getting started, and I'm excited to keep training hard, and I hope to be back here next year, and I plan on competing for a while.
Sydney, thanks for your time today, and good luck with the rest of your career.
Thank you.
Brooke Wells, 2 reps behind the leader. That leader is Alexis Raptis. Now, if you remember Alexis Raptis, her very first win at the CrossFit Games came in her rookie year, and that was with Echo Press. That had Echo bike cows and wall-facing deficit handstand push-ups as she just gets her first no rep in her set of 30. Raptis is 10 reps away.
Yeah, and that was great communication, even by the judge, the athlete. She showed understanding. She simply pulled her feet away from the wall too early to kick down before she got the lockout there. So great adjustment by Alexis, staying with singles here as we see most of the field has now gotten down to singles, whether that was their initial choice or not. And more often than not, athletes at home can take this as a note. Breaking things up early and often is going to be a huge advantage for you not to reach muscle failure and not to stand around. We don't want dead time. These athletes are putting on a show for that.
Gracie Walden has moved into, we really got almost a 4-way tie in the last 5 reps between Gracie Walden, Alexis Raptis, next Lexi Neely, and Brooke Wells.
And this is what's setting Gracie apart here. She's still willing and able to do multiple reps at once.
Brooke taking a quick break. As the number to get to is 80, as Raptis has 3 reps left to go. Now off the wall first is Lexi Neely, and if that name sounds familiar when we're talking handstand push-ups, is that she won Push-Pull 2.0 last year in Fort Worth, but Gracie Walden has been a 25-foot lead on Lexi Neely.
Lexi Neely, with 8 years of competitive gymnastics in her back pocket, was going to fare well inverted. The downside is in gymnastics, you don't got to chase Gracie Walden on an Echo bike, Chase.
We thought about Gracie Walden's success with burpee events, but let's not forget last year, her event win came in Firestorm. That had more to do with how hard can you push an Echo bike. And Gracie Walden is doing just that. We are past the 8-minute mark. Gracie Walden's first 40 cal split was 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Lexi Neely's was 2:44, so we already know she can push the bike a bit faster. The time to beat's 12 minutes, but that will not stand as Gracie Walton is just cranking on this Echo bike, nearing the halfway point.
Yeah, you'll notice she's starting to even create greater separation between her and Neely at this point. She'll be able to back off her pace just a little bit here. Great strategy there to kind of break the rope of hope by the other competitors as she got on and got to such an aggressive pace right out the gate.
Lexi Neely over in lane number 10. Now these athletes might have an ability to see the number that the other athletes are on. You can see those digital counters in front of the Echo bike. By the way, God bless those things for all of us.
Yes.
As Lexi Neely is hitting that halfway point, but Gracie Walton is just 7 cals away as she is digging deep, and this is what we were expecting to see on these final 40 cals.
And that is why this one got the title Going Dark. And here comes Brooke Wells coming into second place, pushing past Neely.
Walton is in and smashes the time to beat by almost 2.5 minutes. Brooke Wells, Alexis Raptis, and Lexi Neely are your top 3. Raptis got to the bike well behind the other 3, and she's fighting to get into that finish line.
Wow, what a surge by Alexis.
Raptis is in. Wells is done. Neely has 2 cals left to go. Neely's off the bike and in. Yeah, that'll happen.
I'm impressed that we're seeing so many people jump onto the stage. I thought we were going to see the roll at this point. I really did.
There's time. There's time. Lydia Fish has about 10 cals left remaining. Abby Dommett behind her. Now Fish needs to keep an eye on Dommett because Dommett was 45 seconds faster than her on the first 40 cals. Lydia Fish, one of the smaller athletes in the field. Dommett, one of the taller ones. Don't let anybody tell you size doesn't matter when it comes to the Echo bike.
It's true, and this is why this is such a beautifully balanced event, though, right? We've got the 30 deficit, high-level parallel handstand push-ups, and then it's coupled with this raw work erg that does reward size and power.
Lydia Fish is in. Plenty of time before he hit the time cap, as Abby Dommett has got 4 cals remaining. Haley Adams, less than 10. Dommett is in.
Two for 2.
Talking about some speed here, Adrian.
Yep.
Alexis Raptis' last bike was 1 minute and 51 seconds. Haley Adams is done.
And if we've learned anything, it's not paying right now to be the first off the bike.
Fisa Goffey working her through her final 2 cals. As her and Annika Greer look to be the last 2 to finish in this heat.
Annika Greer still pedaling away. Approximately 6 calories left for her.
Annika Greer is on the bike. You look at the background. That is Hattie Canio just getting to the yoke. So I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately, but Hattie Canio has 2 more minutes to get as many cals as she can on the Echo bike.
Yeah, you get hit with a very unpleasant reality when she's going to put the yoke down and understand she's still got more time to work through that time cap.
Last cal for Annika Greer. And Annika Greer making her rookie debut. Years and years of heartbreak for Greer. missing out by points and places, a mishap on a event registration and submitting scores, and now here finally at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, it's been a complex journey for her. Happy to be on the competition floor. Has openly said, though, she didn't come just to show up. She's going to relish in this opportunity, but as you can see, she is selling her soul to maximize her points here at the CrossFit Games. This is something she's worked hard for a long time, and she doesn't plan on it being her last appearance here.
And sitting in 11th, I mean, that is a solid spot for your debut at the CrossFit Games. Hattie Canio has 1 minute left. Get as many cows as she can.
Let's get it. The crowd starts to make some noise for Hattie.
We may have like, stop. Everybody look at your phones.
Yeah, listen, if this has been you, because this has certainly been me.
This has been me.
At our affiliate, on an Erd, just like the Echo Bike to finish. When you hear the crowd, you almost want them to ask, you want to say nicely, please don't.
Yeah, please.
Please don't. You're going to bring out the dark side here.
Shut the cameras off.
I'm going to have to blow it up, and she's going to. She's finishing as strong as she can. We notice she literally picks up her cadence here.
20 seconds away from the 15-minute cap for Hattie Canio.
It really is that kind of support, though, Chase, that sets our methodology and community apart from many others. We're there all the way through the last person to finish, because that's what we come for.
It is the best part in the affiliate. It's the best part. You see it at the games. That's where that translation of gym culture comes into the competition culture. Gracie Walton sets a new time to beat. Check out these Rogue highlights.
Well, we've learned a few things after 2 heats are down. Abby Doment led the way on the bike. She got a quick start to the yoke carry. She was actually one of the first athletes we saw to intentionally break her carry, maybe to reduce that breathing a little bit before she got upside down. But it was Gracie Walton. Once we got to the parallel handstand push-ups, it was quite obvious that core to extremity was dialed for her, bracing around her midline, smooth kick to the lockout each and every rep. She was not down to singles, and that's what a lot of the field got down to. And it was that final sprint on the bike that left her untouchable to finish, going dark here in heat number 2.
Gracie Walton smashes the previous time to beat 9:32.20 as 2 heats are down, and your top 10 women coming into Sunday are about to take the floor. Final heat coming up next. Championship Sunday here in Albany, New York, as the 2025 CrossFit Games has 3 events remaining to find the fittest on earth. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will be joining us on the floor shortly. We had 7 events to get to this point, but on Saturday, Lucy Campbell had one of the greatest single-day performances we have seen from someone who didn't end up with the white leader jersey by the end of the weekend. 2 first-place finishes, 1 fifth. That could have been a second without a no-rip at the end, and she is sitting solidly in second.
The pure heart of a competitor is what she came to show, and she is showing it in droves. She's not just here to participate, she's here to compete, and that doesn't mean on the podium, she's shooting for the top of it.
But it is still your 7-time CrossFit Games champion, Tia Claire Toomey, sitting on top of the leaderboard with 610 points. And more on this. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, there's a distinct international flavor on the women's leaderboard, and I'm spelling that Flavor, because 7 of the top 10 women in this final heat are from outside of the United States. And of the 7 events that have been competed thus far, 5 of those events have been won by women who are outside of the United States, just proof of the international aspect of the sport of CrossFit.
The talent is rising around the world as we get set for individual event number 8, provided by PB Fit, Going Dark.
40 calories on the Echo is where they'll open. 100-foot yoke carry, 30 deficit handstand push-ups, where these women will be tested with a 10.5-inch deficit. 100-foot yoke carry on the way back, and they will finish going dark by doing so with 40 calories on the Echo bike.
What is your tempo recipe for success?
A few things. Core to extremity is extremely important, and that is the remedy. We've seen it take place in the first 2 heats on the handstand push-ups. They've got to have a sharp kip and a smooth lockout.
Your lane assignments for heat number 3. In lane number 7, your back-to-back open champ in 25 and 24, Miriam Von Rohr, rookie, sitting in 4th.
Sitting in 4th, Chase, if she handles business and continues this trend of being within the top 5, she could be our highest placing female rookie that we have seen in CrossFit Games history.
And if you don't blink, you'll miss her. Ariel Lowen has moved herself into 3rd place overall after 7 events. Sunday has begun. The march to find the fittest woman on earth starts with Going Dark. Tia Claire Toomey still rocking the white and red leader jersey, is looking to hold on to her lead and perhaps extend it in this event.
High-level competitor. When you talk about Tia Claire Toomey, of course, the GOAT in all of CrossFit. We just watched her get off to a very aggressive start. Eyes locked in on her monitor, not looking around, not looking at other competitors. She started fast, she slightly dialed back her pace, and that tells me she's got a specific intention going into this out and back again chipper where she wants to have an exact time to exit that Echo bike.
Tia Toomey won the first 2 events this weekend, starting way back on Friday. Had a misstep at the end of that night, taking a 16th place, but since then, 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 2nd.
Makes it really hard to beat somebody that doesn't get in their own way.
Just to her left in all pink, Lucy Campbell has contributed to a few of those places outside of first, as she took 2 first-place finishes yesterday. Lucy Campbell's in 2nd place overall. 69 points behind Tia Toomey. Now the question for Lucy coming in, we talked about it all weekend long. She had her rookie year at the 2022 CrossFit Games, where she also won 2 events as an individual, and then missed 2 years due to a devastating wrist injury that took multiple surgeries, 2 years of rehab, setbacks, just to get back into competition mode. Now here she is, holding on to a 2nd place position, but the question she has for herself, and she told us this yesterday, is how are those handstand push-ups going to feel?
That's right, it's one of those movements, again, quite limited with her exposure, but we'll see how they fare today. And here's Kringle leading off the bike.
We've seen this all weekend. How many times have we seen Kringle jump out to an early lead in her heat?
And whether that plays out strong or not for the outcome, what that tells me is that fearless mindset of a competitor, as we see these women getting to work on this yoke, that even as we talked to Adrian Bosman earlier, he was like, hey, I don't expect this to slow down any of these top women. They're fit enough, but it's going to be a problem. It's a spinal loading that really affects what they can do on these handstand push-ups.
Kringle is in, followed behind closely is Olivia Kerstetter. As Tia Toomey sitting 3rd in this heat, and they make their way to the middle part of this up and down chipper. 30 parallel handstand push-ups at a 10.5-inch deficit.
Amy Kringle rattling off 3 reps in a row there. Relatively smooth. What we'll see from a lot of these women, first couple reps might be a little hit and miss, unless you're donning the red and white jersey and your name is Claire Toomey. They all look very smooth. Oh, man. And she's opening with a set far bigger than we've seen any competitor open with so far here in Going Dark.
And not just that, but how crisp those reps look. Amy Kringle on the left, she was first to the wall. But in one set, Claire Toomey has already surpassed that, taking her first break, and it was a long one.
It was, and I think that's very calculated, Chase. Again, you talked about the sharpness. This core to extremity theme that we've talked about is a key point of performance in a lot of the movements that we do. Watch how sharp Tia shoots those legs up and together right as she reaches lockout. Right there, she held that lockout even longer just to make sure that her judge was able to see clearly that rep was going to count.
The number to get to, if you look at the top part of your screen, Claire Toomey's at 64 reps. Her number to finish this is 80. Nice long break for Tia, but she's doing big sets. See, a lot of athletes have a sticking point at that lockout, and you don't see one at all for Claire Toomey.
No, you don't see that slowing in the middle for her that you do see from a lot of the other competitors, which is a beautiful thing because it rewards Tia twice. It rewards her in the speed of her reps, but it rewards her for reduction in fatigue that builds up. A lot of these athletes that are slower to lock out, it makes them even more tired. So the rich get richer in a movement like this, the way Tia is executing.
Approaching the 5-minute mark. You can see the time in the upper left corner of your screen. The time to beat set by Gracie Walton at 9:32.20. On the right side of your screen is lane 10, rookie and training partner,
that's right,
Lucy McGonigal.
She's had a wonderful summer being able to take notes from the GOAT, not just training with her, but also staying with her. And you wonder how much of this really rubs off. The mindset, the mentality, the attention to detail. Lucy McGonigal showing a lot of it's paying off right now in her rookie debut here at the CrossFit Games.
Tia Toomey on the left has 3 reps remaining. And she'll be making her way back to the yoke. One more break for Tia. Lucy McGonigal, Amy Kringle are 8 reps behind as Tia is done and back to the yoke.
This yoke, not a problem at all for Tia. We talk about the separation between you and the field. It brings you a sense of renew, even amongst fatigue. And she has set herself apart from the field. She's going to have it all to herself as she makes her way back to the Echo bike.
No problem with the yoke. She has 3 minutes to get underneath the time set by Gracie Walton. Claire Toomey has 43 individual CrossFit Games event wins under her belt. That is the same. I mean, you combine all those, and that's almost the same with some of the greatest we have ever seen. Matt Fraser with 5 championships, Rich Froning at 4, Annie Thorsodder and Katchen splitting 2. And the gap continues to grow as Tia Toomey is just 25 cals away from her 44th individual event win.
And I want to draw specific attention of where her face were going, right on that monitor. And then look at her training partner doing exactly what she has followed all summer long there with Claire Toomey. Execution at a very high level. High stakes on those handstand push-ups on the parallettes, and Lucy McGonigal executed at an extremely high level.
Go from 1, Lucy, as she's sitting in 10th as a rookie, making her way back to the bike. Amy Kringle
Lucy's got to have urgency here on this bike. She's got to be as dialed as Tia, staring directly at her monitor, maximizing her potential, because Amy Kringle is going to have a lot of power potential on this bike. So even though McGonigal came in with a slight lead, it's going to be Kringle that's going to be trying to run her down.
10 cows left for Tia Toomey. Make it 9. Still plenty of time between her and the time to beat. Lucy Campbell, the question was how she's going to handle these, and it's not necessarily the inability to, but it's been the lack of time to be able to prep because of that wrist injury. But one good thing for her is that she is not alone out here, because Ariel Lowen, who's in 3rd, is still on the handstand push-ups. And Tia Toomey is done. 43 becomes 44, and there are 2 more events that stand between Tia Toomey and her 8th CrossFit Games championship. Past the 9-minute mark. Lucy McGonigal, 20 cows left to go. She's not the only rookie in the field in this heat. We just talked earlier about Miriam Von Rohr.
Lucy's got to go. Here comes Kringle. They are rep for rep or calorie for calorie right now in this finish. She's got to stay focused. Lucy with a slight advantage. Hey, she's close to that coach's dugout. They are in her ear right now, yelling as loud as they can.
10 cows left between Kringle and McGonigal, separated by 8 lanes. The time is now. Lucy McGonigal on the right side of your screen. Youngest athlete in the field. Amy Kringle made her games debut last year. Can Kringle run her down? Kringle had the fastest split on the bike in the first 40. And it'll go to Kringle. McGonigal's in. Lucy Campbell is the last to the bike, as she has plenty of time to finish, but there are plenty of athletes ahead of her.
Plenty of athletes ahead of her here in this heat, Chase, but a lot of these scores are going to matter, and we just saw Lucy Campbell enter that bike with no hesitation into sprint pace.
Herstetter is in. Maddie Sturt's on the bike in the forepart of your screen. Miriam Van Rohr, and then you see Lucy Campbell, who is ripping on those handles, and she needs to get as close to Ariel Lowen as she can, as Lowen coming into the day at 456 points. Campbell has 541, so there is some room to spare between the two, but you do not want to give up points when you don't have to, as Sturt crosses the finish line.
You can see the body language from Campbell right there in the middle. That's desperation. She knows she was in a deficit, and she knows she's trying to claw her way out. Significantly getting to the bike later than these other 2 women, but she's scratching and clawing for every point to sustain that podium position.
Well, she's getting pretty close, because Claudia Gluck has only got a calorie on her, so can Lucy save 3 or 4 points? A bit too far away to catch Lowen, but at least close the gap as much as you can, because athletes from previous heats, those times are going to matter as far as how many points Campbell gives up here.
Wow, great finish there by Miriam Von Rohr.
There's the roll you were looking for.
That's right, that's the one. That's the one we expected a lot more throughout this event. Going dark does include going actually dark.
Tied. 3 counts left to go.
I think Campbell's got her, Chase. Yep.
Wow. Campbell's in, and who knows how important that final sprint was, as Campbell had one of the fastest splits on the final 40. She knew it would be tough coming in, as Tia Claire Toomey gets her 3rd win of the weekend and her 44th win in her career.
Well, Chase, we were 3 for 3 as we watch Amy Kringle be the first to the yoke. And when I say 3 for 3, it means, hey, if you're first to the yoke, you were certainly not first in the event, but she was able to hold it together pretty good. But this was a story of a focused and dangerous Tia-Clair Toomey who came out with her eyes out on first place, and it wasn't even close chase. We see her take the floor all to herself on the back half of this chipper as she makes her way down the floor with that yoke. And it was a celebration. The champ never relented, not even on that echo bike to finish. She didn't look around her. She had a pace to hold, and she held it. The champ is doing champ things here on day 3.
Tia-Clair Toomey takes the heat, the only woman under 9 minutes at 8:51.66. Fellow Australian, however, Gracie Walton takes second, and Alexis Raptis in third. As you said, champions win on Sunday. She's down with Mike Arsenault.
Tia, that was the definition of a dominating performance. You were alone on the finish podium for over a minute in that event. Your handstand push-ups just were so much faster and cleaner than all the other competitors. How do you develop such unparalleled technique?
Just heaps of training. That deficit isn't as deep as what I typically train, and you do have to, shorten the deficit through training to get faster reps and all that good stuff, but we make sure that we're prepared when we come into competition, just in case something like this comes up, and that was a good event for me.
So that was a 10.5-inch deficit. The men will be facing 12, so what is the typical deficit that you utilize in training?
Whatever the boys are doing, plus some.
So now with that performance, your third win of the 2025 CrossFit Games, it looks like you're well on the way to an 8th title. I'm curious, how do you stay motivated? How do you stay hungry to keep coming back and putting performances like that on the floor?
I change it up a little bit. I constantly say it, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, but it's really about surrounding yourself with really good people, and I have an incredible team that support me and tell me what I need to hear, not what I want to hear. But I go and do different sports as well, and that's definitely been enjoyable. However, I do not recommend doing a different sport for majority of the year and then coming and doing 4 weeks of games training. I don't think I'll ever do that again.
Well, constantly varied is the key. Tia, congratulations.
Thank you.
Whatever the boys are doing, plus some.
Oh my. Oh my, what a line.
The individual women are done. The men will take the floor for the first time here in MVP Arena. Coming up next. Welcome to Sunday at the 2025 CrossFit Games. We're inside MVP Arena as today's coverage is presented by Rogue. Don't weaken, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault as we are getting ready to go dark, presented by PB Fit.
Going dark includes an out and back again chipper style event with 50 calories on the Echo Bike for the men, 100-foot yoke carry at 565 pounds. They'll be met there by a typically stopping point at 30 deficit handstand push-ups with a 12-inch deficit on the parallettes, and then they work back through the yoke carry and they go dark on the 50 calories bike.
This is your tempo recipe for success.
Core to extremities, really important point of performance on the handstand push-ups. That means they got to brace through their midline, shoot those legs in a clean way to that plexiglass as they reach lockout. And then, of course, it's all about the final sprint on those 50 calories to sell their soul and go dark.
See those parallettes there waiting for the men, and more on the handstand push-ups. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
That's right, Chase. Let's talk push-ups. So these parallettes can be as wide as the athletes choose. They're only able to adjust these parallettes once they get to them. Adrian, you mentioned a 12-inch deficit. The big success for Tia in event number 8 for the women was that she trained with a deficit greater than 10.5 inches, 12 for men. So we'll find out which men potentially train at a greater deficit than this, because that could be the key to 100 points here in event number 8.
Your lane assignments in heat number 1. Your top 10 athletes coming into the first of 3 heats. And our Vision Fuels Victory athletes to watch. Big Braun is more known for his strength, and the man's got some tricks up his, I guess, sleeveless.
He does. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. What I love about Braun is that he's qualified as a Masters athlete and still came back to qualify here as an individual at the CrossFit Games.
Men taking on Going Dark. They will start with 50 cows on the Echo Bike. Enrico Zanoni in his second CrossFit Games, representing Italy.
Yeah, he finished 29th last year, Chase. 21st overall right now. He's got to be feeling pretty good. When you come to the CrossFit Games, you're looking at an opportunity to improve, build your resume, as they say, competing against the world's fittest, and he's doing that right now. We'll see how well Enrico's been practicing upside down, specifically with these parallettes.
Enrico has a background in judo. No stranger to intense competition. As all men in heat 1 working through these 50 cals on the bike. Yonakoski, your 10-year man. 3 athletes this weekend hitting their 10-year mark. Brooke Wells, Tia Toomey, and Yonakoski.
Yona watching himself on the Jumbotron there. I see a handsome fellow there.
I also see the rep counter on the Jumbotron as well.
Is that what he's looking at? Maybe you're right.
I don't know. Maybe I'd be looking at myself, but everybody knows my personality.
Chase, well, one thing that I'm seeing is that it seems as though the men have come out to a bit more of an aggressive start here, especially knowing that this is heat 1 on that Echo Bike. Now, we were 3 for 3 on the women's side, where we noticed that it didn't necessarily pay to be the lead off the bike. So, assuming that these men watched the previous heats, or at least are akin to understanding, hey, I could probably take my time here as long as I can nail these handstand push-ups, but right now it looks like they're off to a pretty fast start.
Coming up the 2-minute mark. It looks like it could be in lane 10, Thiago Lucis. He'll be off the bike first.
First sight on this 565-pound yoke for the men. See if it's any more of a pain point or stopping point for these athletes than it was for the women.
Lucis making his rookie debut, the man out of Portugal. Got a backfill out of the Far East throwdown. So a late invite to the games. As a few men are catching up after this 465-pound yoke carry. 565. 30 parallel handstand push-ups at a deficit of 12 inches.
And what you notice right there, even from Thiago, is that he put his foot between the parallettes to have a confident understanding of exactly where he wanted to use his foot as a spacer so that he knows there's some accuracy there and where he wants to place those things.
What is it about widening or narrowing the parallettes that is a benefit for an athlete?
Well, I'll tell you, I love that they gave the athletes the freedom in this last year. We've seen some instances where these parallettes are fixed, but we all have different body shapes, man, and the wider that your shoulders are and even the length of your arms can dictate what is an optimal position for you to create leverage to that lockout position.
30 parallel handstand push-ups. Janikowski has moved into the lead early on in this section. The number to get to is 90. We're approaching the 4-minute mark. The time is in the upper left corner of your screen. Janikowski in the lead at 75 total reps. Enrico Zanoni right in front of him, keeping pace with him.
Yeah, we wondered, hey, how's Enrico going to be upside down? He's faring very well right now as we watch both men come to their knees for a little bit of rest, shaking it out. Again, what they want to notice about themselves is my lockout getting slower? Am I hitting a sticking point in the middle? And right as you approach that, you got to come down and take a break so you don't have no reps. They're costly.
Koski back up on the wall along with Enrico. Enrico able to see him upside down, at least at this vantage point.
Enrico breaks a little sooner than Koski here. Koski's reps are starting to slow down.
Set of 5 for Koski. He has 10 reps remaining.
And that's where that 10 years of veteran experience comes in for Jona. He's able to identify, like, hey, I'm going to stay here for a couple more. I've got a few more. As he's able to balance that threshold with not getting a no rep and still trying to squeeze out every rep he can.
Zanoni back up ahead of Koski, but now getting reduced to doubles. Koski gets 3. Now as the reps decrease, that rest in between, can't quite take the same rest when you're doing sets of 5 or 7.
It's very true what you say, Chase, as we get a look here at Bronislav here executing what seemed to be singles. We don't know how long he's been doing this, but it's a very smooth kip out of the bottom. And what we like, you talked about this, you adjust your rep scheme. Hey, if you're doing less reps at once, you got to get quick back to the wall. And that's what Big Bron was doing right there.
Zanoni and Koski still going back and forth. As you see on the left side, Bill Leahy taking a bit of a break as Zanoni kicks up to the wall.
Yeah, Zanoni looking a lot more like we saw from the champ, Tia-Claire Toomey, in that final women's heat, where that acceleration all the way to the top of lockout is still there and very strong with only 2 reps left.
2 reps for Zanoni, 3 for Koski. Koski gonna try to see if he can hold on for 1 more, but he might have to break after that rep, and he does. Opens the door for Zanoni, and he's off the wall. Back to the yoke. 565 pounds on the yoke. Koski's done.
And here's a vet move. Koski never removed his belt. We've watched Enrico have to pause for several seconds here to get his belt up off the floor and get it going. Koski was now able to make up 4 to 6 seconds there by simply already being prepared for that yoke carry on the way back.
And seconds are going to matter because Zanoni and Koski's bike time were only separated by 1 second. Zanoni at 2:20, Koski at 2:21. Zanoni's done. Onto the bike for his final 50 cals. Koski hot on his heels as Zanoni may have a cal lead on Koski. They'll be nearly side by side, so they will be able to see exactly where the other athlete is. It's going to be a 50 cal race to the finish for Koski. Alankovic still holding on to 3rd place in the heat. He's on the right side of your screen. Still doing quick singles.
Yeah, still smooth there. And now he's off.
Alankovic is done.
Now we got the 2 on the bike playing a little bit of cat and mouse at this point. Yona with a very strong forward lean. You see him just readjust his position there on the left of your screen. He's closed the gap on Zanoni. They're now rep for rep. The trick is you don't want to go too fast too soon, because then the back half is simply burnout. It's just progressive slowing through the finish line.
It's a question
time
I had.
it just right. Yeah, you want to nail it on the way down.
When does the kick start?
Chase, I'll tell you what, the devil's in the details. I've been guilty of just literally trying to show that I'm in a much worse place than I physically feel, to almost lure my competitors into backing off a little, and then you try to hit them with a final surge within the last 20 seconds or so.
A lot of times you'll see athletes pretend everything's good and they're screaming internally. The check engine light's on.
Yeah, that's right.
Buckland making his way with Jorge Fernandez just behind him to his right, as they'll get to the bike. Past the 9-minute mark, and now we're starting to see in the final 10 cows, Koski and Zanoni digging deep.
And this is where going dark comes to play right now. Gotta go, push down, pull back, everything you can to leverage more watts.
Zanoni's off and over, and just behind is Koski. Koski actually had the faster bike, but with Zanoni's quicker yoke carry, that made all the difference. And that 1 rep that Koski had to break on his final handstand push-up.
Wow, yep.
The seconds are, you can pick them out of every place, and as you get fitter and fitter, we go heat to heat, saving seconds, tightening up transition times, nailing your rep schemes, vital for success here at the CrossFit Games. Olengovic, 15 reps before he closes out his 50 cals. Toby Buckland and Jorge Fernandez are 1 cal apart, with Bill Leahy 4th between the 4 athletes.
Braun in full lean mode there, right there, trying to get to that 50th calorie. Trying to shorten distance, travel as much as he can to get across this finish line.
Braun is done.
Wow, Buckland has had a very fast split on this back 50 here. He's really putting a hurting on this Echo bike.
Pulling away, now have a 5 cal lead on Jorge Fernandez. Isaac Newman on the bike. Buckland is done. Less than 4 minutes before we hit the 15-minute cap.
Jorge Fernandez across the finish line there. Good enough for 5th in this heat.
Bill Leahy on the left. Has about 10 cals remaining. Isaac Newman. Approaching that 20 cal mark. Bill Leahy, 5 cals left remaining.
Self-talk matters a lot in these moments, Chase. Sometimes you gotta get in your own headspace, tell your brain to shut up, tell your body to keep moving.
Leahy's in, 12:07. Next up is Newman, 20 cals remaining.
Newman, a larger athlete, taller in stature. Look at the leverage he's trying to create there on that Echo bike. We see it, we can relate to that sufferfest that's going on, the lean from side to side.
Looking at what section really matters the most And it is that handstand push-up in the middle. It's more of you either got it or you don't kind of a situation. Can't really grit through it like you can on the Echo Bike. Newman's done.
Hey, and he gets style points for that roll.
Ellis, last off the wall.
Peter, I got some bad news for you, buddy. You got 120 left for 50 cows, and it's doable. Let's get to work. Morera here grinding away at his reps. Only 5 left. He's going to make it. Let's go.
Got a minute 20 before you hit that 15-minute cap. Morera's done. Next up will be Thiago Lucis, who was first off the bike at the very beginning of this event. Talking about what split matters the most, Enrico Zanoni, who took the event, also had the fastest split on the handstand push-ups at 3:23 for those 30 parallel handstand push-ups.
Thiago's across, and yes, Chase, you're right. We knew it. It's going to matter there the most. But this event is tremendously well-rounded now. Unless we've got the opportunity, Chase, to be really great at handstand push-ups and then come tag in the man, the myth, the legend, Tim Paulson, perhaps, for our Echo Bike calories on the finish. That'd be nice. Reliving some past games. Great athlete on the Echo Bike, Tim Paulson. Shout out.
Never forget a full Paul send.
Full Paul send.
We've had 3 heats of women, 1 heat of men. And 3 of the top 4 finishers in the heat also had the fastest handstand push-up split. And that'll do it for heat number 1. Enrico Zanoni sets the time at 9:22.79. Check out these highlights by Rogue Fitness.
Chase, we talked about it not mattering as much to be the first one off that bike, and well, it's continuing to prove true. Start slow, folks. Build speed as you go. It was Thiago Lucis that led us early, but it's not about the first bike. It's not about the yoke carry. It is about what you can do on these handstand push-ups. We had the vet, Jonakowski, lead the way for much of what we determined was the important work, but it was Enrico Zanoni that caught us off guard with the smoothness and the accuracy of that core to extremity action that he showed us there on those parallel handstand push-ups. And then it was full send for him on the back half of Going Dark, and he was able to edge out the vet on his way to right now the time to beat for Going Dark on the men's side.
Heat 1 results, Enrico Zanoni 9:22.79. Jonakowski's time of 9:24. Do not forget that split, as we have 2 more heats to go. Heat 2 of the men coming up next. Welcome back inside MVP Arena here in Albany, New York, as the 2025 CrossFit Games coverage is presented to you by Rogue. I'm Chase Hingham. Along with me is Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault as we get set to go dark to start off day 3 here on Sunday.
50 calories on the Echo Bike is where they will start. Hopefully not racing too fast. Then a 100-foot yoke carry with 565 pounds, but the real test has been the 30 deficit handstand push-ups at a 12-inch deficit that these men are gonna have to navigate, and then they work their way back through the yoke and on to going dark at the 50 calories on the Echo Bike to finish.
1 heat down, 2 heats to go. Your lane assignments for heat number 2. And in lane number 5, you got the loudest cheers when he was announced. Your Vision Fuels Victory athlete to watch, Colton Mertens.
Colton has created a special place in most spectators' hearts. Been a notorious underdog. Colton finished 18th. That's his best overall finish at the CrossFit Games, but right now he sits 26 points out of 10th place. And the question is, how does this 12-inch deficit affect Colton Mertens, and how does he navigate the 100 total calories that are waiting for him on this Echo Bike versus some of these tall, strong, powerful athletes he's gonna have to break down?
And just a lane over, the youngest athlete in the field, Ty Jenkins, your highest ranking male rookie in the field, right next to Mr. Mertens.
Winning pedigree, knows what it means to be a champ, knows how to make hard choices in the middle of some chaotic situations, and he's been under the tutelage of one Dallin Pepper, who's having a pretty good weekend himself here at the CrossFit Games.
Heat number 2 underway. 50 cals on the Echo Bike. Jack Roseman on the forepart of your screen. It's having a wrestling background. That's a sport they go dark in quite often.
Yeah, there's no question what he's going to do on this Echo Bike. He doesn't need to do it now, though, Chase. And so the question remains, how will he navigate that high-level complex skill of the parallel handstand push-ups?
Athletes in their first 50 cals. It's Colton Mertens getting close to that 15 cal mark. This event is presented by PB Fit, and it's the official peanut butter and protein bar of the CrossFit Games. Colton Mertens sitting in 11th place. And if you remember how far he has had to claw back into this position after that tough day 1. He may not be the best on the bike, but we know the handstand push-ups could be an opportunity for Colton to not just be successful in the event, but maybe get himself inside the top 10. He's 26 points behind Harry Lightfoot, who's in the next heat.
And that's what's ironic about the position that he's in right now. The bike doesn't matter. He doesn't want to get caught up in just trying to keep up with these other guys. If they beat him off the bike, that's fine. If he knows that he's got opportunity on the handstand push-ups, he can take his time here and be able to get aggressive on those.
See Tudor Magna in the maroon. Talk about championship pedigree. Tudor Magna and Ty Jenkins, who's just on his left, are 2 of the 6 previous team champions now competing at the elite individual stage. Fiebig is done under 2 minutes. 565 pounds on that yoke.
Making smooth work of that 585 right now. Doing a great job at keeping a relatively narrow base, but in control. The trick here with this kind of weight on your back is that you got to brace really strong through your midline. You notice a lot of the athletes wearing a belt, and that's to support that musculature around their spine. But then they need that to be very strong and fresh for these handstand push-ups.
Callum Clements been floating in and out of the top 10 all weekend long as Tudor Magna makes his 100-foot carry across the competition floor here in MVP Arena. Magna, one of the best athletes in handstand walking. We'll see how that translates to handstand push-ups. Caleb Clements on the left, Moritz Fiebig on the right. Fiebig was first off the bike, first to the wall.
And Moritz looking really smooth. Chase on the right. That kip is smooth. His lockout is fast. If he can keep that up, he's going to put himself in a great situation.
Callum Clemens out of Spain. Fiebig out of Germany. Fiebig up for his next set. You said it, Adrian. Very smooth, very methodical. And it looks like sets of 3 may be the name of the game for Fiebig.
And this is where he has to stay disciplined. He's got to understand, and this goes along with all the athletes in the field. It's you select the rep scheme chases we watch Tudor Magda move through, and they're breaking up pretty frequently. But it's can you stay disciplined on this time right here, on this rest? Can you stick to your game plan? Is it going to be 3 breaths? Is it going to be 10 seconds? Because it's easy to get caught up in the emotion of competing, especially early in the event.
Magda has already moved himself in the lead just ahead of Fiebig by about 3 reps. Looks like quick sets of 3 with a little bit less reps in between for Magda.
Yeah, Tudor's got to be careful not to kick off this wall too fast on his last rep of every set. Because that foot is coming down real quick as he's barely reaching lockout. The judge will be watching for that.
Fiebig on the right side of your screen in black. Bossard above him to the right in the green has moved into 3rd. As Magda is still holding on to about a 3-rep lead on the 2 men trying to chase him down. .30 parallel handstand push-ups, a deficit of 12 inches as we are approaching the 5-minute mark. Time to beat 9:22.79, set by Enrico Zanoni in heat number 1.
Ooh, we're watching Jack Rosenma start to really reach a point of failure on his to the right in the blue jersey.
Tudor Magda, 85. The number to get to is 90 total reps.
And he seems to be down to doubles now, Chase. You'll notice as he presses out, he really arches his head up towards that plexiglass. He's trying to use his chest to lock out at this point as much as he can on those 2nd and 3rd reps.
And look at the top part of your screen. Magda's at 87. The magic number is 90. But Mertens has moved into 2nd place. He was last to the wall. And look at that deficit. He basically has to put his shoulders between the parallettes. Magda on the left is done. 6 minutes in. Magda's time split 3:08.90.
Wow.
On those handstand push-ups. Zanoni's split was 3:23.
Big difference there for Tudor, and now he knows what's coming. 50 calories on that Echo bike as he's preparing his mind and body to go to work.
A lot of people have been waiting to see a performance like this for Magda. Mertens. 3 reps left to go. Mertens is solidly in 2nd. With Bossard and Fiebig close behind him.
And this is what Colton doesn't want. He doesn't want to get into a foot race through that yoke and onto the bike. He needs a little space between the closest athletes around him. They're going to have an advantage when they sit down on that bike and get to those 50 calories.
Final rep for Mertens. Meanwhile, Magda's 10 cals in. Mertens is off the wall. Tudor Magda's bike split was 2:13 on the first 50 cals. Mertens was 2:35. Bossard and Fiebig, Mertens all on the yoke. Chris Ibarra bringing up the rear. And Fiebig, who had the fastest bike split, is moving it back into 2nd. Magda's already 23 cals in.
Here we go.
And it's going to be a race on the bike between Fiebig, Bossard, Mertens, and Ibarra. Callum Clemens is close. Clemens had the 2nd fast bike split on the first 50 at 1:59. Do not sleep on Clements. Here comes Ty Jenkins. In the background, Tudor Magda. Face down, gritted teeth. 10 cals left to go for Magda. Enrico Zanoni holds the time at 9:22. Koski just 2 seconds behind him at 9:24. And Magda's digging deep. Magda's in by nearly a minute faster than Enrico Zanoni's time.
Great execution all around there by Tudor Magda. Great pacing on the way out. Knew he was going to be able to make some haste on those handstand push-ups. He did just that. And then he went full dark there on that final bike.
And for the 4th time in 5 heats, the fastest handstand push-up wins, as Magda had a time split of 3:08 in those 30 handstand push-ups. Phoebe and Ibarra are rep for rep, leaving Bossart and Mertens behind. Jenkins is actually closing in on Clements and Mertens.
No turning back here for Ibarra.
And Ibarra and Phoebe.
Here comes Phoebe.
Know exactly where they are.
Big push here by Moritz. Wow.
Phoebe will get ahead of Ibarra and is the only athlete to have 2 bike splits underneath 2 minutes. And that'll sting.
We know that pain. We know that pain.
Bossart's in. Jenkins is in. And now Mertens. One thing about Cole Mertens, as he takes a page out of a previous champ in the past, and he will refuse to lay down on the ground when an event is over.
Little Mikko Salo reference here, huh?
Jack Rosema, 15 cals remaining. So have Nick Matthew and Kallian Souza working their way on the yoke. Rosema, 10 cals left to go. Nick Matthews on the bike. He's got 20 as Kallian Souza in the backside of your screen. Getting the bike, plenty of time. 4 minutes left on the cap for all athletes to finish.
Moritz coming over to support Jack Rosema.
Rosema is in. Nick Matthew, less than 10 cals remaining. He's at 43. Kallian Souza just got to the bike about 30 seconds ago.
Souza, one of the taller athletes in the field, struggled through those handstand push-ups, and it is not uncommon to see that as we see Nick Matthew across the finish line. 11:54.
Tudor Magda's split time at the 30 handstand push-ups was 3:08. Souza's was 7:16. For the fastest biker in the world, it's going to be very hard to make up. Over 4 minutes lost on the handstand push-ups.
And that's the trick. We've seen this heat after heat. You can't excel at only one thing, but if you got to pick one in this event, it's the handstand push-ups where you want to meet the compromise.
And we've seen that one in every modality so far. We started the weekend off with the long endurance test. Then we had the 1-rep max back squat. And now we have the handstand push-ups.
Yep. And it's always something that's going to be the deciding factor. And what you were seeing there was an accumulation of fatigue in those guys trying to find any sense of relief.
I remind Might not have been the fastest on the handstand push-up. Wow. But that is the fastest second bike we've had in the heat. And that's what it feels like. Unfortunately, it'll feel like that for the next 15 minutes, and it'll get worse and worse.
Yes, it will.
And worse. Tudor Magda, welcome to the party. Your highlights presented by Rogue Fitness.
What was Moritz Fiebig out early? We're still shooting 100%, Chase. The first one off the bike is not the first one back through and to the bike. But it was him that led the way. It was a bit of back and forth on the handstand push-ups. Colton Mertens showed some promise and a potential threat, but it was Tudor Magda that gave us a huge smile there as he got through rep 30 on those parallel handstand push-ups, which is shown to be the purest deciding factor here in going dark. It started to become a stacked race behind Tudor Magda, but he was set apart and all alone there as he raced to his 50 calories, and he got himself the time to beat. And it's going to be a tough one to chase.
8:27.34, over a minute faster than the second fastest time in this heat. 2 heats down, your top 10 men coming into Sunday, taking the floor next. Championship Sunday here for the 2025 CrossFit Games, as the Games has moved to Albany, New York, and we are inside the MVP arena as we are getting set to find the fittest man on earth. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conley. Mike Arsenault will be joining us shortly. Huge day for the man with the white hair that will be donning the leader jersey, Jason Hopper. Had it coming in, lost it in the middle, but got it back at the end due to that back squat. As your current leader is Jason Hopper. Ricky Garrard, however, had a heck of a day in finding himself 10 points out of first.
That right, he's had a heck of a day yesterday, and now he's looking to set himself up for potential on top of the podium journey. Ricky said it. Hey, I've been on the podium. I want to be on top of the podium, and that's what I came to do. He is out for that red and white today.
James Sprague rounding out your top three. And the points are tight. And more about this leaderboard. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, parity is the word to describe the men's leaderboard on this championship Sunday. Through 7 events, we've had 6 different event winners thus far. And in terms of the leaderboard heading into the final day of the competition, only 68 points separates 2023 Games champion Jeff Adler in 9th from Jason Hopper in 1st. That's shaping up to be an explosive Sunday with 300 points up for grabs throughout the day.
Thank you, Mike, and it's all going to start with Are You Able to Go Dark, presented by PB Fit.
Going dark is a 50-calorie bike to start, then a 100-foot yoke carry at 565 pounds, where they're then met by the biggest test, which is a 12-inch deficit parallel handstand push-up for 30 reps. They make their way back to the yoke, and then they finish going dark with 50 cals on the Echo.
Adrian, what is your recipe for success here?
Core to extremity is a key point of performance that we've seen limit athletes on the handstand push-ups. They've got to firm up their midline, kick with their legs, and accurately lock out with their hands. And then, of course, they got to go dark and sell their soul in the last calories on that bike.
Your lane assignments for heat number 3, event number 8. The man wearing the white leader jersey as your Vision Fuels victory athletes to watch, Jason Hopper.
Chase, you said it. The heavy is the head of the one that dons the red and white jersey. We're going to see how Jason responds to this pressure today by handling his business and navigating where his limitations are and leaning hard into his strengths.
An athlete who handled business last year, your 2024 CrossFit Games champ, made up 41 points and moved from 8th to 3rd, and he's just 23 points out of 1st. It's time to go dark. 3rd and final heat of men. Reminder that PB Fit is the official peanut butter and protein bar of the CrossFit Games. We had 4 scored events yesterday. It was absolute chaos. Moving day personified. Now we're crowning the fittest man on earth. It's Jason Hopper looking up at the scoreboard and what we see at the Jumbotron, where everybody else is at on their bikes.
That's right. It's funny because I noticed Hopper's eyes go right over to James Sprague, an athlete he's trained with a bunch, very familiar with. It was almost like, oh man, hey, you're starting that fast? And then he gave a look right at the Jumbotron to make sure he had to double check to see where he was, in fact, compared to the rest of the athletes. But yes, we know James Sprague is one that really is a big fan of the urge, and he's going to come out reckless. He's got a lot to prove and doesn't like the position that he finds himself in right here on day 3.
Jason Hopper's looked about everywhere except for his monitor. As he's keeping his eye on the Jumbotron.
When we talk about this different aspect of approach, we saw Tia Claire Toomey on the women's side, the GOAT, the champ of champs, with a completely different mindset. She was hyper-focused on only her monitor. She knew exactly when and how she wanted to get off that bike, so she was very fixated on her own pace and no one else's.
Harry Lightfoot is at 37 cals. He's holding on to that coveted 10th position as they will reseed after every event. Colton Mertens in the previous heat was in 11th. Harry Lightfoot is in his 2nd consecutive CrossFit Games. James Sprague, Roman Krennikov, and Gerard a couple cals behind him. But we know that the race is under Zeus.
The race is under Zeus, and it hits at the handstand parallettes. Chase, we are 5 for 5 in heats so far. That the first athlete off the bike has not been the first athlete back to the bike on the way back.
Roman to the yoke first, along with James Sprague and Harry Lightfoot. Sprague fastest on his feet as he makes his way to the parallel handstand push-ups. 565 pounds on this yoke.
Dallin Pepper making short work of that yoke. Fast strides across the floor, closed tremendous distance there on Lightfoot and the other leaders.
Hopper, followed by Ricky Gerard. Ricky Gerard is just 10 points behind him. 4 points per place separate your finishing position as James Sprague rips off a set of 4. And that black shirt.
Yeah, and you're going to notice James is a tall athlete, Chase. He's got to shoot his feet up and around that plexiglass in order to get to lockout. As we see Ricky take a short break here, a lot of these athletes that were the first ones at the plexiglass are the ones that deem or have made a choice that they think they're going to struggle with the parallettes. They wanted to get a head start on them.
The big question here for Ricky Garrard was how was he going to handle the handstand push-ups? Back in 2022, when Ricky Garrard was wearing that white and red leader jersey, got nearly dead last in a handstand push-up event, eventually losing it by the end of the weekend. Well, and one man we don't want to sleep on is Mr. Jay Crouch.
Exactly. Right there in the pink shoes. He's someone that I have my eye out. Jay Crouch, Justin Medeiros, Austin Hatfield, some of the last men off the bike are going to be some of the most dangerous threats in having the shortest time splits on these 30 kipping parallel handstand push-ups.
Austin Hatfield just got himself a no rep, and that was more for just getting depth. And we talked about a 12-inch deficit. Austin Hatfield is not the longest armed human in the building, and it makes it much more difficult to even hit depth, let alone do the movement.
That's right. We heard grumblings of Austin talking about potentially even going unbroken. Hey, 30 reps? I might be able to do that unbroken. Oh, well, maybe at least 25 of them. Well, Mr. Hatfield, that's not what it's looking like right now, but we get it. Maybe this is something that you keep in your back pocket. He is having a short rest, and he's right back to the wall. And currently, he is the leader through this portion of the event.
Hatfield's in 8th place with 482 points, 16 points behind 7th place Roman Krennikov.
And Chase, that last rep right there was very storytelling. So we've got to really be on the lookout for what Jay and Jason, being only a few reps behind him, can do to close the gap. Because Austin's lockout is getting very tried on the right, as is Jay's on the left.
Meanwhile, Ricky Garrard and Jason Hopper are trying to close the gap on Crouch and Hatfield.
Hatfield now down to singles. Wise choice there by him.
2 reps left for Hatfield. The time beats 8:27, set by Tudor Magda, who made very quick work of these 30 handstand push-ups.
Costly no rep there by Jay Crouch. Got to lockout and was literally stuck, almost frozen in time.
Hatfield is done. He'll make his way back to the yoke for the second time. 2:48 for that split for Hatfield.
This is big for Austin, this separation. This is something we've seen in some of the previous heats. Someone gets in this kind of lead, and it's very hard to reconcile, no matter how good you are on the bike, to catch up to an athlete. It's going to be really tough to catch this guy.
Austin Hatfield on the bike at 6'10". His first split was 2:18. And that would put him at 6:28 if he can match the 8:28 if he can match the same thing. So Magda's time still has an opportunity to be the best, as Jay Crouch is 2nd overall. And Jason Hopper and Ricky Garrard at the bike at the same time. Ricky Garrard pulling a little bit ahead. Garrard is sitting in 2nd place, 10 points behind Hopper. And he is the man that would love to get in a bike race. But so will the so-called king of the Echo bike, Jason Hopper.
That's right, we have got a race lining up for us, and I'm going to tell you right now, Chase, Ricky handled the business that he needed to handle on those handstand push-ups. It was a question from both of us going into this event, and he's really seized the moment there, and now it's time to suffer.
Jason Hopper took Firestorm last year that had Echo bike cows and burpees over a barrier. Austin Hatfield still in the lead, approaching 30 cows, but Jason Hopper, who took it quite easy on the way out, was saving it for the last 50.
Dallin Pepper also on the bike now, just behind Garrard, just behind Hopper.
Hopper, 10 points ahead of Garrard and Sprague. Medeiros in 4th. This is a big opportunity for Jay Crouch. 8 cows left for Hatfield. He has 20 seconds, 30 seconds to get the time to beat. Hopper is pulling away from Garrard. Hatfield is done. He'll take the win and 100 points. And the king of the Echo Bike is still the king of the ring. Jason Hopper should extend his lead on Ricky Garrard. Ricky Garrard was right behind Hopper, but Hopper got an 8:26. Magda was 8:27. Precious points Hopper just picked up with that last 50 cows.
Sprague's across.
Adler and Krennikov. Adler, your 2023 CrossFit Games champ. Krennikov took a podium finish that year. As he'll get across. Crouch got a sneaky 5th place finish in this event. So that'll be good for Crouch in his quest to try to get to the podium. Adler is in as Medeiros and Lightfoot are still on the bike. Jason Hopper had a 10-point lead with that half a second finish ahead of a time in a previous heat. He put a 4-point lead and turned it into 8 on Ricky Garrard. Justin Medeiros is still on the bike. He was in 4th. He's behind Harry Lightfoot. Medeiros is last in this heat.
Yeah, Chase, he really hit a big sticking point back on those handstand push-ups. Took a significant chunk of time between rep 20 all the way to rep 30. Don't know if it was a technical issue, muscle fatigue, but that's what we're seeing Justin trying to reconcile now on the bike.
Lightfoot's in.
Every point matters, every second counts in this field. It's so competitive with only one of the most exciting events looming that we potentially have ever seen at the CrossFit.
Yeah. This is going to shape up to be, we said this yesterday, it's living up to the billing. Jason Hopper coming into Sunday wearing the white leader jersey with booby traps all over the place. If you miss pace here, devastation. The quality and caliber of athletes that are in this men's field, there is no room for error. That's Justin Medeiros. As a tough finish to start Sunday, and that will give him a 23rd place in this event. James Sprague came in 3rd. He got 7th in the event. Austin Hatfield is your event winner. Hopper should hold on to the leader jersey.
3rd career event win for Mr. Hatfield at only his 2nd appearance at the CrossFit Games. He's got some solid momentum brewing.
Austin Hatfield takes the event. Jason Hopper doing what potential Games champions will do. Got Tudor Magda between him and the man chasing him down, Ricky Garrard. Your highlights presented by Rogue.
Hey, we talked about it not being a race on that first Echo bike, and that has proven true time and time again. Some of these bigger fellas got off to a really fast start to try to create a buffer and give themselves more time on the handstand push-ups than some of the higher skilled athletes, but that wasn't an obstacle for Mr. Hatfield. He handled business. It wasn't quite unbroken, like we had some grumblings about, but it was smooth core to extremity to each lockout for those 30 reps for Austin. Made short work of that yoke. And then he had a strong finish here, choosing to go just dark enough for an event win here. And then it was Mr. Hopper who took to social media earlier today saying, hey, I don't know what today holds for me, but he's in the driver's seat and he's dictating the pace of this overall race right now.
Austin Hatfield, your event winner. It's down with Mike Arsenault.
Austin, your third career event win and only your second appearance at the CrossFit Games. Now, there were rumors coming into this event that you were going to do the handstand push-ups unbroken. That didn't happen, but still an impressive performance. Why were you so confident heading into this event?
It's just a good workout for me. I like the handstand push-ups, but I mean, I have confidence going into every workout, so it's just another one.
Well, that confidence, you come by it honestly, because so far in this competition, through 8 events, you've had 7 performances in the top 11 or better, just one little slip up near 28th place earlier this week. How have you been able to hone in that consistency from last year to this year?
I mean, just practicing on execution, working on my overall fitness, and just trying to be a better competitor.
Now that performance is going to put you a lot closer to the podium. 2 events remaining. How do they shape up in terms of your strengths and weaknesses?
I like these next 2.
All right, man, a few words. Great performance, 100 points. Austin, congratulations.
Thank you.
Austin Hatfield will be 100 points richer, and that should move him up the leaderboard closer and closer to the top. Don't go anywhere. We're crowning team champions here in MVP Arena as the 2025 CrossFit Games continue.
Three, two, one, go. Good luck.
Here at the Special Operations Group, where I spent a large majority of my career, a lot of the guys here use the CrossFit methodology as it relates to performance and have the ability to come in in controlled environments and push themselves, do constantly varied activities, right, as that's what the job demands, and suffer in a safe environment. And so when they're in the field pushing themselves, they know and understand their limits.
Hunter first. Which team won? So who was the winning team? No, I don't think you guys won. Did you guys win? Yeah. No, where's the team? Where's the other team that won? No, because they did 6 rounds. And then Bishop told them to do a 6th round because they were so fast. So those guys did 6 rounds. Give them a round of applause. Yeah. I want to give all of you a round of applause because you guys are really working hard out there. And there were some people who were pushing and fighting and going to a dark place with all the movement. So I appreciate the effort you guys gave, because for your fellow, I was gonna say operators, but how do you guys refer to agents? Agents. For your fellow agents and for your fellow team members, this is giving your all matters a lot.
Hey, everybody, bring it in, Let's break it up right here. Come on. Let's do it. Bianca. 3, 1, 2, 3.
So the U.S. Border Patrol mission is one of the most unique missions in all of law enforcement, as it requires us to operate in some of the most remote and austere environments, scale mountains, traverse rivers at a moment's notice to secure the border of our nation, effect humanitarian relief or aid, rescuing folks who maybe find themselves in an environment that they're not accustomed to and require our physical prowess or ability to help them.
And they have longer versions too, right?
Yeah.
Right here.
My name is Assistant Chief J.R. Gonzalez. I'm with the U.S. Border Patrol Headquarters, Washington, D.C. Recruitment Division. Right, I began CrossFitting about 13 years ago, and this is when I became interested in sharing those ideas and expanding the relationship with CrossFit, I see an extreme value, not only as exposure for letting the public know who we are, that we are your neighbor, we're grandfathers, we're mothers, we're fathers, we everyday people, you know. There's a stigma in law enforcement, you know, there maybe, you know, we're like robots or we don't care about, you know, those coming across the border or people that we encounter, right? But that's not the fact at all. We're very caring folks that even, you know, it's proven by some of our tactical teams, like our Borsar team, we go out on missions, rescue missions along the border and rescue many, many migrants that run into trouble in the middle of the desert, miles away from being rescued without any capability to reach out to anybody for help.
Last round, best round here at the 2025 CrossFit Games inside MVP Arena in Albany, New York, the capital city. Today's coverage is presented by Rogue. Don't weaken, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Alongside Bethany Flores, a 7-time CrossFit Games competitor. Bella Martin down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. Final event for the team's opening heat. Through 7 events, you could not get any tighter, quite literally. CrossFit Oslo holds the tiebreaker by number of event wins over CrossFit Mayhem, but they ain't gonna tie this one. So we will have a winner at the end of the event. Although this is the standings page with all the teams we are about to see here in our opening heat. 8th day CrossFit coming off last year's 5th place finish, trying to crack the top 10 with their performance here. All right, it all adds up. Explain this spaghetti mess, Bethany.
Well, I think the easiest way to put this workout is there's 3 rounds total. You're going to start with thrusters, hit some burpees and rope climbs every round in a descending order, and then end with a dramatic lunge to the finish line.
I like it. 11-minute time cap for these teams. Let's go down to Bella Martin.
Joel, these teams are all chalked up. You can see the chalk dust in the air as they're ready to take on the final event of the weekend. What I love about this one, it is so typical and classic CrossFit. No high skill, no heavy weight, just burpees, a worm, and a rope climb. And I think my personal favorite part about that is all of these teams can go back and practice this one again at their affiliate, or if there's someone at home that didn't quite make it and they want to try this one, they can do it too. So it's a nod to that classic CrossFit. It just really puts a ribbon on the affiliate cup this weekend.
Bella, thank you. We'll dive into the lane assignments here, and we'll dive into what Bella just talked about a little bit more here in a second as well, because it's a theme that has really gone throughout the entire games this year, both on the team and individual side. We mentioned 8th day CrossFit. They are in lane 5, the rookie team from Training Think Tank in lane 10, bookended by Prestanda, another veteran team from Sweden in lane 1. All right, let's talk about 8th day, though, because we mentioned this is a team that finished 5th last year, bringing in Jordan London to replace Mike Paz. London in the purple headband. Paz is now the team's retired coach. It's mainly a team of Michiganders, though, and an affiliate in the Grand Rapids area that has become known as the Church of a Gym. Trying to end today on a really high note. They are our Vision Fuels victory athletes to watch. Dylan Hamming had a great start on the run, row, run. 10 seconds to go. And we are underway, starting with these 21 worm thrusters. The worm weighs 365 pounds, but bigger picture, Bethany Flores,
Yes.
what Bella Martin was just talking about. And it's the theme of these games.
Yeah.
All this stuff is in the box CrossFit. Every implement used. Most gyms might not have a worm, but you've got everything else. This is all stuff you can do at home, and it's a great test because of that, not in spite of it.
Yes, it's you know what? Simple is not easy, though. So this is going to be a hard workout of talking to your teammates the entire time. So we'll see if they can do that when we get to the burpees and the rope climbs.
And you see a little bit of miscommunication, even as you're trying to end on your 21st burpee. Just putting the worm down adds a little complication. So now here's where things get complex. We start with the worm thrusters, and then we go into 4 rounds, essentially, of 7 burpees and 3 rope climbs. Every round, a different athlete climbs the rope until you complete that. What that will mean is that everybody does 21 burpees and 3 rope climbs. So it sticks to the 21-15-9 kind of numerical classic CrossFit rep scheme.
And I think we're seeing here that the rope climbs are going to take the longest. So the people doing the burpees, they kind of get a little bit of a rest, which is nice. But once they get to that rope, those rope climbs are going to add up.
These have to be synchronized at the bottom. Got to clean up the worm a little bit here because you also have to do this in your lane.
And it's pretty tight down there with a lot of teams and a lot of people.
Rebecca Devine is climbing right here for CrossFit Hendersonville in the pomegranate jerseys. Set the CrossFit in competition record yesterday with a 385-pound back squat.
It's pretty amazing. That's a nice title to have.
Would have won on the individual side. Obviously, it's the record.
Yeah.
She broke the record initially on her first squat.
And right off the bat. You're going to see a couple different techniques with the burpees. Personally, for me, it's a crossover with the feet is probably the easiest way to go, and you're going to see a lot of athletes do that.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Why is that easier?
It just makes it, it's just a little bit more coordination. You're not having to stand up all the way. You can kind of just lean over. Not as much on the legs either. So if you're jumping just 2 feet over normally, it's a little bit more quads.
Arturo Torres got stuck at the top there here on these rope climbs. Last thing you want is a no rep, especially at the top. These are 16-foot ropes up to the top of Zeus from the floor. So it's about a 15-foot rope climb.
Yes. It's a simple skill, but easy to mess up if your head isn't clear and you're not focusing on exactly what you're doing. So they need to make sure that they're thinking about what they are specifically doing and what the role is.
Rope climbs can be done as you see fit, although most people are going to do them using their legs.
Yeah, if they want to go legless, they can, but not recommended. Especially having those mats underneath you, you can't really jump off the floor to get some height on the rope.
So like you do you, but...
Yeah. Sometimes on the individual side, you do see it. They'll do some legless rope climbs, and it pays off.
Back on the second round of worm thrusters. We've got 15 of them here. 100-pound sections for the guys, 70-pound sections for the ladies with the spacing bags and the weight of the worm shell. It's a 365-pound implement. And Hendersonville now underway. The timing of the squat is critical, and also the clearance of your head. We saw things getting very close for Dalton Rogers over at Hendersonville, and it looked like there was a rep question there for 8th day, but Dylan Hamming right to the rope for now what will be 2 rope climbs and 5 burpees.
I feel like sometimes you have to be aggressive with that as an athlete. I'm just going. You figure it out, Judge, but I'm just going to go to the next thing.
If I did it wrong, you call me back.
Yeah, but I'm going to go.
They'll switch out. Hamming back to the burpees. Jordan London to the ropes. There's an 11-minute time cap. Doesn't look like that will become an issue.
We'll see if they get some costly no reps, then that's going to add up.
Teams were hitting the first round of rope climbs and burpees in around 3 minutes, a little bit less. Obviously, that's going to continue to decrease as the reps decrease, although the fatigue will increase. Hendersonville is a Mayhem team. This team trains at CrossFit Mayhem. Matter of fact, 8th day, Rachel Klausing on your screen, also a Mayhem team. They do a lot of rope climbing in their programming. No surprise that they're crushing it here.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those skills that if you don't practice multiple times a week, it's a use or lose kind of thing.
Is it an upper body pull? Is it a lower body stand? Break down the rope climb for me.
I mean, obviously it's mostly upper body that you're using, but if you're smart, you use your lower body with the rope climbs, and you can latch on correctly with your feet. So you can kind of distribute the weight a little bit easier if you do the rope climb correctly. And I think getting your feet up super high on the rope every time you're pulling, that's going to save your arms a little bit as well.
You're basically doing the world's biggest knee to chest. 8th day is out in front, 56 reps down. They're going to advance to now a round of 9 worm thrusters. And you can see Dylan Hamming with that down call. Hendersonville right on the heels. Hand is in the air for both squads. 4 more rounds of burpees and rope climbs are coming. 3 burpees, 1 rope climb. This now becomes a sprint. Time cap should not be an issue for either of these clubs.
Yeah, at this point, you just have to go. Get into the pain cave, finish up your burpees, get on that rope, climb up, finish that lunge.
Dalton Rogers switching out for Rebecca Devine. Hendersonville back to the burpees. The team that qualified after an injury to CrossFit Furuset, which was basically a satellite team for CrossFit Oslo. So both teams that are 1-2 right now in the overall standings had 2 teams that train at their locations qualify. We have seen some true affiliate standouts in this chase for the Affiliate Cup. And Bethany, I think what's really cool this year is we've seen really affiliates across the board. Yes, there are some individual athletes in the field, and yes, there's some super teamness to it, but a lot of, hey, I go to this gym. Yeah, right.
Bringing it back home, which I think that makes the community super excited about, because they can really cheer on their people from their community in their hometown.
All right, on to the worm lunge. 100 feet to the finish. And Hendersonville is moving faster than 8th Day. Hendersonville right, 8th Day left. They'll set the time to beat.
I'm thinking, too, their legs are probably a little toasty after those thrusters. Maybe 21:15.9 isn't a lot for them, but it does add up when you add intensity to the competition. So doing 100 foot of lunges and coordinating at the same time adds up on the quads.
Prestanda is in 3rd. Camp Rhino is in 4th. 7 teams are lunging the worms to the finish. We still have 2 minutes until the cap. Opening heat, smashing this final test. Hendersonville, 8th Day. They're both Mayhem teams. Is that foreshadowing in the opening heat? The top 2 teams follow the same program. It's 8th Day that sets the time to beat. Hendersonville comes across after 9:15.30, 9:18.36. Mark those times down. They may become a factor.
Everyone always has a lot of relief on their face on that final event when they cross the finish line. They're like, oh, we did it. We're done for the weekend. Long, grueling weekend.
Fitness finished for this crew. We still have a minute left to go. And it looks like everybody will get across in time. Training Think Tank is on the right side of your screen. Undivided is about to finish, led by Griffin Raleigh in the blue. And then Body Blueprint is the other team still out there. And we will have a full field cross the line in 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Here comes Training Think Tank. That crew of really good friends training out of the Georgia box. 8th Day, though, with the win. 8th Day Mayhem just edges out Hendersonville Mayhem as Team CrossFit Mayhem is getting set to go for a championship in Heat 2. Take a look at our heat results. 9:15.30, 9:18.36. The 2 top times. I imagine we will see something a little bit faster as we get to the top 10 teams.
Agree.
We've got our final heat, where we will crown an Affiliate Cup champion when we return to Albany. Who has the fittest CrossFit affiliate in the world? We're about to find out. Today's coverage is presented by Rogue. Don't weaken, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Final heat of the final event here at MVP Arena for the teams. 7 times Bethany Flores has competed at the CrossFit Games. Bella Martin down on the floor. My name is Joel Godet. We have a tie at the top of the standings through 7 events. CrossFit Oslo looking to be the first European team to ever win the Affiliate Cup. CrossFit Mayhem looking to be the first Mayhem team without Rich Froning Jr., the GOAT, to win the Affiliate Cup. Deadlocked at 575 points. Our final test, it all adds up. That is quite literal in every sense of the word. Bethany, what do we got?
Well, the easiest way to talk about this workout is that it's an 11-minute time cap. There are 3 total rounds, starting with thrusters and then hitting some burpees and rope climbs every round in a descending order. And then we're going to end with a dramatic lunge to the finish line.
A recipe for success presented by Tempo. What's key?
Keys. We got no time to think. This is a quick one, so you really just have to go. And then 2, execute the basics. Nothing too high skilled here, so it's all about execution on this one.
Down to Bella Martin.
Joel, we saw in the previous heat, this workout really came down to the team that has the best rope climbs. And let's talk about rope climbs. Historically, CrossFit Mayhem teams have won 6 consecutive events where rope climb is the primary factor. And Mayhem teams led by Rich Froning. I sent him a text earlier, asked him, why are Mayhem teams so good at rope climbs? And he just said, we do a lot of them. That's it, plain and simple. CrossFit Mayhem has to do a lot of them. Has to do a lot of them fast to beat Oslo to that finish line.
Bella, thank you. Those 2023 and 2024 teams were Angelo DeCicco captained. You go back to 2022, Rich Froning's team came in first. DeCicco's crew was that 8th place spot. Here are your lanes. Oslo is your leader by tiebreak right now. So Oslo is in lane 5. We can't be tied unless they are a literal timing tie at the end of today following this event. Mayhem will be in lane 6. Butcher's Lab fighting for a podium spot in lane 4. CrossFit Oslo, led by Tola Maracanyo and Kristen Holta. Holta in the back, one of the all-time great CrossFit individuals. They wear the leader's jersey here. Since 2021, they are the 10th Oslo team to compete at the CrossFit Games. 3 podium finishes prior, but no wins.
This is their time to shine.
The way to win, if you're Oslo or if you're Mayhem, beat the other team and finish better than 10th. That is how you can statistically guarantee gold. Shop gear from Rogue Fitness, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Also the creators of that worm implement, 365 pounds. We're starting out with 21 worm thrusters. Ultimate implement of team communication. No better way to end the CrossFit Games, and it is Oslo that drops that worm first and heads to the burpees and the rope climbs. Here's how this works. 4 rounds of 7 burpees and 3 rope climbs. Then you'll switch who is climbing ropes, right? So every round you have a new rope climber. Kristen Holta starting for Oslo, DeCicco starting for Mayhem. They are right next to each other.
And she is getting after those rope climbs right now. Did you see how she pulled her rope down to make sure that it was steady before she climbed back up? That is the best way to get up and down as quickly as possible on that rope, and then doing it for your partner as well.
Angelo DeCicco is a firefighter, and he looked like one coming down from that rope. Mayhem has switched out. Molly McGrandy now climbing. In the pomegranate on the right, Tola Maracanyo is on the rope for Oslo. Oslo and Mayhem tied at the top. Time to beat is 9:15 in this test. The 14th CrossFit Mayhem team to compete at the Games. The affiliate has won 6 times, all of those captained by Rich Froning Jr. This is a team that used to be known as Mayhem Independence. Froning's teams were called Mayhem Freedom. And as CrossFit Mayhem has become a popular training, not methodology, but training program across the world, we've seen a lot of teams use Mayhem in their names, several competing here this weekend. Why is this team no longer Mayhem Independence? Angelo DiCicco said, we want people to know we are Mayhem. We are the Mayhem. And they've got a chance to further solidify that statement with a final event here.
And they got to win. This is it. They have to win this workout if they want to win the CrossFit Games this year.
Bethany, what are they thinking?
Hopefully they're just thinking about what they're doing right now and not thinking about the win. That's the best thing that you can do in this moment, is just be where your feet are at. Focus, like I said, on executing the basics. If you execute the basics correctly and use teamwork, then you're going to set yourself up for success.
This is our first round of burpees and rope climbs. 4 rounds of 7 burpees and 3 rope climbs. Then you'll go back to the worm.
So I like the way that everyone's doing their burpees over the worm. They're saving their quads by crossing one leg over instead of 2 foot over the worm. So if you don't see that, they're probably hurting their quads a lot more than they need to. And with the thrusters adding up in reps, you're going to want to save your quads for not only the thrusters, but the lunges as well.
Ooh, 15 thrusters now, and Oslo has about a 10-rep lead on Mayhem. Back to the rope climb.
Communication is pristine right now, so I'm liking what Oslo's doing with communication and not having a no rep on their worm thrusters.
All right, so the reps are now descending. It is 2 rope climbs and 5 burpees for 4 rounds.
Oslo, their rope climbs are looking great. I love how high she's getting her knees up, so she's saving her arms a little bit and not just evenly distributing that weight between her arms and her legs in the rope climbs. So get your knees up as high as possible.
That was the 39-year-old Kristen Holta, who debuted at the CrossFit Games in 2014. Her first appearance here this year since 2021, after Ingrid Hodenmyr had to tap out with an injury. Called in the alternate and the GOAT in Norway. Maracanio tags out. Here's Helsinghoff now, the 3rd man to climb rope. McGrandy is 2nd for Mayhem after DiCicco started.
And we're also seeing that the rope climbs are taking a little bit longer than the burpees, so the guys are getting some rest while whoever's on the rope has to kind of just move from the rope straight into the burpees, which is hard, but you get that rest eventually when you're doing the burpees.
Uda Lundekvam climbing for Oslo Krieger. Zoe Jones climbing for Mayhem. It is a 10th place finish or better for either team, and beating the other that guarantees an affiliate cup championship. That is the straightest line to victory. All right, pretty sizable lead here for Oslo Krieger. Sam DeMeester is still climbing rope, and Oslo is on to the final 9 thrusters. But here's the thing with Mayhem. Holy Ghost of Rich Froning, they always find a way to storm back at the end.
They sneak attack all the time, just like they did on the other workout.
Last 4 rounds of burpees and rope climbs. It is 3 burpees and 1 rope climb. Oslo has the lead. Mayhem has just advanced the worm and is on their 9 thrusters right of screen.
This is the don't think, just go.
Bethany, the lead feels like it's growing, though. If you're Mayhem, do you start to see it slipping away, and what do you do?
Hopefully, once again, you do not think about that. You're thinking about what you are doing in the moment. I think if you start thinking about what other people are doing, you will lose the lead.
How toasted are your arms right now?
They might be a little toasty from all those rope climbs, especially with the intensity that's going on. It's not necessarily the amount, but you're climbing as quickly as possible, so those arms are probably feeling it.
Uda Lundekvam is the last rope climber for Oslo. Oslo Krieger is in great shape. Time to beat is not going to be a factor. 9:15 is that number. All that's left is the 100-foot lunge. Tola Maracanio at the front of the pack. has finished 4th, 2nd, and 3rd on 3 different teams the last 3 years. It looks like finally a team is going to work out for him. Kristen Holta in the back of the pack has been competing at the games for more than a decade. Finally, she may wind up on top of the podium. Helsinghoff and Lundekvam are 2 of the up-and-comers in this sport, and they may make their rookie appearances at the games in gold. The coast is clear for CrossFit Oslo. Mayhem has started its lunging. It's going to have to lunge awfully fast because the finish line is in sight. Never in history has a European team won the Affiliate Cup. That sentence is no longer true. CrossFit Oslo has won the Affiliate Cup. Oslo is the CrossFit Games champion. .807 is the final time. And now the floodgates open as teams finish across the board. For the Mayhem bunch, they will finish on the podium, and that will be their first CrossFit Games team medal. The Chico's Club finished 4th a year ago. And you know what? Tip your cap. It was there. They went out and got it.
That was incredible. I know Tola's probably just in relief right now. Finally got that gold. So he is super excited about this, as well as the team.
East Nashville proven, Peak 360, CrossFit Reykjavik, and now finally CrossFit Oslo. Tola was the ultimate ringer. He finds gold as our final team is headed across the finish line from CrossFit Proven. Robert Yates calls down, Proven finishes, and Oslo, yeah.
Wow.
Soak it in. Fourth event win at this CrossFit Games. 10th championship all time. And Tola Maracanyo now has a medal of every color at the CrossFit Games. Look at Holta pointing at Tola.
Number 7.
Let's take a look at our Rogue replay.
Well, just in dominating fashion the entire time. Oslo just hitting those thrusters, making it look easy. We're working on those rope climbs and having so much teamwork. But what more can you say? Tola is so excited about what he just accomplished and what he did with this team. I know this team's super excited, and man, what a finish for them. Getting on the podium, dominating this workout. They got it.
Tola Maracanyo was introduced to Krieger training last year on the Peak 360 team. That was kind of what opened the door to then him going to Norway this past year. And I'm sure CrossFit Oslo is happy they found the first American to compete on one of their 10 teams that have come to the games. What has become a staple here at the CrossFit Games, teams from CrossFit Oslo. And special shouts to everyone that's competed on those Oslo teams over the years. Even Dalringard, Lena Richter, Ingrid Hodenmere, Nikolai Billadel. It has been a true affiliate effort to push Oslo over the top. Marius Peterson, Ragnhild Sam, I'm going to forget, just rattling off Norwegians.
I'm just impressed listening to you right now, Joel.
Like the Nobel Committee.
I'm impressed. I'm sure they would thank you as well.
Ingrid Tondal, as soon as they come to my mind.
They're thanking you every single time.
Matilda Garnis.
Good one. Good OG.
Yeah. We'll get the full podium picture as they tally all of the votes. But in that final heat, Butcher's Lab Van Loos finished 10th overall. They needed to hold off Camel City CrossFit, who finished 2nd. So
that is a great finish for Camel City. Let me tell you. I know they're happy with that, especially with not touching the worm much.
Camel City may very well have jumped into 3rd. The team from North Carolina with 2 Masters athletes. Caroline Klutz and Stevie Dellinger. And then Lee Sherham and Evan Rogers.
Okay, when you come into it with no expectations.
Rogers has a young child. That's why they compete out of Camel City. It's the closest gym to him of the 4 competitors, although they are all North Carolinians.
I know everyone's just in relief right now, being done with the final workout.
All right, let's find out our top 3 and our fittest team on earth. Down to the floor.
At the 2025 CrossFit Games. In 3rd place, Camel City CrossFit. In 2nd place from Cookeville, Tennessee, CrossFit Mayhem. And your 2025 Affiliate Cup champions from Norway, CrossFit Oslo Krieger. Congratulations again to the top 3 teams here at the 2025 CrossFit Games.
15 points is the end difference, and then Camel City edges Butcher's Lab by 10 for the final podium spot. That is the difference of 12 seconds.
Wow.
That got Camel City onto the podium. Let's go down to Bella. She's going to speak some Norwegian for us.
Tola. It's been a long time coming that you're finally on top of that podium. How does this feel for you?
Yeah, lucky number 7. I feel like, I know it just hasn't come together, and something felt special about this year, just actually having so much fun with my team out here, and even when things weren't going our way, just enjoying the whole time, and I'm really happy it worked out.
You said lucky number 7. A lot of people are not going to put in 7 years to fight for that podium. What are some of the lessons and things you're telling yourself along the way?
I mean, luckily for me, I've got to travel around the world, so even when it didn't come together, just those experiences I've carried, I felt like all accumulated to what we saw today, so really happy.
And Kristen, I bet you're very happy as well. Thank you, Tola. You are bringing the first ever Affiliate Cup to Europe and your home country. How special is that to you?
This is just for all of Europe, all of Norway, all of CrossFit Oslo, and for Tola, 7 times the charm. And these guys just showing that they can be a Krieger all weekend long. And I was just filling in and trying to do my best. And I'm just so proud of not just us, but the whole community back home.
And you say the community back home, this is the Affiliate Cup. Tell me about the most special things about your affiliate back in Oslo.
Yeah, like CrossFit Oslo has been on Podium now for several years. And those guys who's been there just paved the way for us, knowing that anything is possible. And we have like 1,000 members at the gym. Everyone is cheering us on. It's just the best community ever.
Well, it's the best community ever, and you guys are going to have a big party when you get back. I hope you have a big suitcase. Congratulations, Affiliate Cup champions.
Bella, thank you. You don't put that thing in a suitcase. You buy that a ticket and you put it in the middle seat. That Affiliate Cup is going back to Oslo. For everybody on the team side, our producer Doug Foster, Bethany Flores, Bella Martin, my name is Joel Godet. Games.crossfit.com has all your information. Stick to it to watch the individuals crown champions next in Albany.
The 2025 CrossFit Games are brought to you by CrossFit, forging elite fitness.
I don't know if I can describe 6 p.m. in one word, but if I had 2 words, it'd be controlled chaos.
Each of our classes has its own unique characteristic. The 6 p.m. class is a little unique in that it used to be a class that we had a hard time filling, and over the last year or two, it's become our only capped class because we'll now have upwards of 23 to 26, 27 members in that class. So we kind of become its own little family.
Some of the groups in 6 p.m., they're either highly competitive or they're kind of just starting out. It is controlled chaos. It is chaos. Everybody just kind of understands how busy that class is, and everybody loves it so much and wants to be a part of it that they help me kind of control all of it. Nobody's ever interfering with each other. Everybody works really well. Everybody shares a barbell if they need to. If we have to run 2 full heats on a workout with like a 10-minute delay, it's not a big deal. They're so good about just listening. They actually listen, unlike some other classes.
We do kind of a social beer club once a month where a group of us will go out and visit a local small business, try them, just get outside these 4 walls. Maybe someone from the 5 a.m. class may meet someone from the 7 p.m. class where they usually wouldn't. That gives them an opportunity to find camaraderie and family and home.
Keep it a nice tight core. We're gonna go 5 straight on pullovers.
6 p.m. class is unique in that I think it's kind of a really cool cross-section of not just our gym, but I think of kind of society. You have a couple of our coaches that may attend that class, and then you have some people that didn't really know CrossFit from anything before they joined here, and now they're definitely getting outside their comfort zone. We have young kids who are just trying to move and stay healthy. You have kind of the 3 fire breathers in there as well that like to go head-to-head and enjoy that push that they give each other.
A little friendly rivalry, a little competition every day. Me, Brandon, Dustin.
We had this thing where we'd always send like a Matt Frazier, meme over to whoever won the workout that day.
Progressed into what if we did a leader's jersey?
Whoever won the workout that day would wear the shirt the next day, and everybody else would have to look at him wearing the dang leader jersey and then, do the Matt Frazier pose.
So we always kind of know who top dog in the gym is. Usually me, almost never Brandon.
But, I'm just the old guy trying to just hold on to whatever I got.
I was lucky enough to win yesterday, so I am wearing the leader jersey today.
It's still... This is my social interaction, and I'm just, proud to have these guys as buddies, and they want to compete with me. They want to compete next to me and against me. So, yeah, really appreciative of these guys.
He's got to do his laundry again tonight.
A lot of the uniqueness of our gym and our classes is the way each class becomes its own family. They don't miss a class. They show up for each other, and they support each other through everything. Cancer survivors and all those things in that class. It's a microcosm of not only Incendia, but I think it's a microcosm of society, which is really cool.
You can't talk about power output without talking about intensity. Now, intensity is just power output. That's the only thing we care about when it comes to measuring intensity. The more power you produce, the higher your intensity. If it was heart rate, if heart rate was important, if heart rate produced power output, let's say I got a gun out and I point you this gun at your head. What happens to your heart rate? It goes up. Are you doing any sort of fitness? Produce any power? No. If I told you that we're going to lock the doors and do Fran at the end of the day, what happens to your heart rate? Goes up. Are you producing any amount of power? You doing any sort of fitness? No, exactly, right? If I put you in a sauna, you're going to sweat. That's not intensity. All we care about is intensity, and high intensity is power output. High intensity means high power output, which is why we use functional movements, because they maximize, or one of the best ways to produce high amounts of power. So intensity is just power output. The next question is then, okay, well, why is intensity so important that it's built into the definition of the program? Why do we love intensity so much? Intensity is the independent variable most commonly associated with maximizing the rate of returns on favorable adaptations. That simply means that intensity is the best way to get results, and to get results quickly. Any fitness program that is absent of intensity is also absent of results, and absent of results in a time frame that makes sense to you. You want the results pretty much as quick as possible. Agreed? Now, this isn't max intensity. This is not smashing your head against the wall every day you go into the gym. It's not max, it's just high intensity. It's just trying to get as much work done as possible. So intensity is just the way to get results, and to get results quickly. We love intensity because intensity gives us results. What we need to understand with intensity is that it needs to be relative to an individual's physiological and psychological tolerances. It means that intensity is going to look different for each individual that comes into your CrossFit gym. Let's say, take two extremes, right? Take Tia Claire Toomey and take my grandmother, right? Should they both be in a CrossFit class? Yeah, they should, right? Because my grandmother needs just, some functional competence, where Tia Claire Toomey's looking for sort of functional dominance, right? But these movements are natural, they're essential, they're safe. So my grandmother needs to be doing thrusters and pull-ups just as much as Tia does, just the end goals are different, right? Now, let's say they're both in your class, right? Let's say that Tia does Fran in what are we saying, 2 minutes? Maybe 2.5 now if she's semi-retired, fair? So 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes for Tia, right? My grandmother's Fran is going to look a little bit different, right? She's probably going to have maybe a PVC pipe with maybe a med ball or a low box to squat to. She's going to squat down to that box with the PVC pipe. She's going to stand up, she's going to press it overhead. She's going to do 21 of those. Her pull-ups may be a jumping pull-up. It might be a ring row. It might be me sort of offering my arm out as she sits on the box. She holds my arm and stands and pulls her chin up over the bar. She's going to do 21 of those. She'll do 15, 15, 9, 9. As long as both athletes are working to the sort of limits of their physiological and psychological tolerances, they will both continue to get adaptation from the program for a long period of time. We want my grandmother to push for intensity because we know that's where the results are. Tia Claire Toomey wants the results to go and compete at the CrossFit Games. My mother wants the results to maximize her fitness, to keep her out of the nursing home in her advancing years. With me? So both athletes need intensity and they both need exposure to the program. It just looks a little bit different. It just simply means that we have to scale the intensity back for the individual. Someone's brand new into your gym, they need to probably be introduced to intensity slowly, some good mechanics first, a little bit of consistency in the gym. And once they have good mechanics, they move well, and they're in the gym consistently, then we can sprinkle in a little bit of intensity as they go. With me? Both need intensity because they both maximize results. We just need to scale it to the individual in front of us in the gym based off what.
Welcome back to the 2025 CrossFit Games here in Albany, New York. We are inside the MVP Arena as today's coverage is presented by Rogue. Don't weaken, the efficient equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. I'm Chase Ingham. Along with me is Adrian Conway, as Mike Arsenault will join us on the floor shortly. We're talking about the 10 general physical skills, Adrian, but recovery might be that 11th one. GoWatt is a proud partner of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games and allows athletes to really handle the load on a long weekend.
There's no doubt about it. Recovery has to be a high priority for all these athletes. They put in hours each day of training, but a segmented amount of that time goes to joint mobility, muscle care, tissue recovery, so that they can continue to train at the highest levels possible in order to help them grace this floor here at the CrossFit Games.
Your event description for individual event number 9, Running Isabel, can be the fastest event of the weekend.
It very well could be. It's going to be 5 rounds for time of a blazing 200-foot run and 6 barbell snatches at 105 pounds for these women.
This is your tempo recipe for success.
They've got to drive hard on the run. Fast out of the transition, they're going to grab the bar fast. No time for one hand at a time, and the perfect setup here. They got to grab and go, and they need to leave no doubt for their rep quality. This is not the time nor the place for a no rep to go down.
Speaking of leaving no doubt, let's go down to Mike Arsenault about that turnaround on the shuttle sprint.
Well, guys, basically this is going to be a 200-foot shuttle run. So what the judges are looking for as they get to the halfway point is pretend your hand is full of paint. They want to be able to see a bit of paint on the crash pad, and then the athletes will take back off to complete the rest set. So 5 of these shuttle runs, 30 snatches. You mentioned it's going to be fast and furious.
You know, I realize Mike wants to do these hits because he's just trying to sneak a workout in the middle of the competition. Well done, Mike. Your Heat 1 lane assignments. Coming into event number 9, we do have another event to go after this. As a reseed after every event, you see pretty much every country is represented here in Heat number 1. And just think of how long these women have dreamed to be here on the competition floor here at the CrossFit Games. Running Isabel. We had heavy Isabel just about in every single qualifying event to get here to the CrossFit Games. We've dropped the weight, we've added a run, to the intensity has ramped up just a bit more.
Grip it and rip it will be a strong term that is used time and time again as we watch these athletes get into these snatches before they turn and run again, Chase. You see they establish Cindy McAlishan right there on the right with a really wide grip. It's a drop and go, and immediately they drop step into the next run.
One of the best parts of this event is athletes do not have to roll their bar forward. Their only job to sprint and to snatch.
And that makes it really nice. We know that we've played this game for a while in a facet of different ways where sometimes we have to advance the bar and wait for it to settle. This gives them freedom to focus solely on the speed of their execution.
3 athletes just ahead of the pack. Mariana Mesa in the center part of your screen. She got in early on the run as Jen Muir and Caroline Prevost moved ahead in the second set of snatches. Every round will have 6 snatches. We're doing 5 of them. Muir's moved into the lead after round number 2, moving into round 3.
Round 3, this will be a deciding round. Notice the athletes are a touch slower in picking up that barbell. Muir executing a really nice non-contact snatch, which means she's not driving it into her hip to overhead. She's simply muscle snatching it with a slight knee bend at the top to push under the load.
See Jen Muir with that wide grip, wide feet, just to try to squeeze or reduce every last inch of range of motion, trying to get every second she can as she's extending her lead on Caroline Prevost.
The snatch technique that we're watching her execute here by Jen Muir is doing 2 things for her. It's smooth on the way up, and it's less bouncy, which means there's no jump in the middle. Her feet don't have to leave the ground. It treats this 105 almost like it's an American or overhead kettlebell swing, for lack of a better comparison.
Muir off to her last round, just over the 210 mark. 1 final sprint, 6 snatches, and then a race to the finish line.
You're making sure there's no gray area, Chase, on that hand slap, putting chalk marks on it every time she makes the transition.
Mears basically had the fastest sprint and fastest snatch split of any athlete in the field every single round. Final 6 snatches for Jen Muir. Final rep. And the rookie from Scotland is going to set a tough time to beat, right around 2:47. 2:48.91 for Jen Muir. Mikulishin's in. Livididakis, Mesa. Time cat's 5 minutes.
Some athletes into singles, others choosing to pause overhead to regroup.
We were watching that demo team tackle this all but 10 minutes ago. And there's a real possibility that some athletes may push to the point of failure on these last 6 reps.
As we watch DeRoy come across the finish line there. Holding her back. That is, Chase, the posterior devastation that takes place when you're cycling 30 repetitions from ground to overhead in the form of a snatch is crazy. We're talking hamstrings, we're talking glutes, we're talking lower back. It is all screaming at you for some kind of rest or break.
Luisa Marquez working through her final 2 snatches at 105. And that'll do it for heat number 1. 2:48.91 by Jen Muir.
Wow. This is one of those events, Chase, we talked about it. An outlier could win and lead this all the way from one of the early heats, and Muir might have been the one to put on the show.
We'll see that show that Muir put on at these highlights presented by Rogue Fitness.
Now the run is important, but obviously it's not that important. Jen Muir was not the first one to her barbell on this round of snatches, but it was that snake-like snatch that she executed where she made no contact with her body with the barbell on the way up that kept her heart rate low and also increased her cycle rate. The bar's traveling in a straight line throughout. She remained composed and focused. And it was Jen Muir saying, give me Muir this style of a workout. I want more snatches and I want to run faster. This is in my wheelhouse, and she has set a very difficult time to beat at 2 minutes, 48 seconds, .91. And Chase, the .91, that's also going to matter.
We were talking to Adrian Bosman earlier this morning, and he said, people might be able to go under 3. Well, now you have to go under 3 because Jen Muir sets the time to beat at 2:48.91. Don't go anywhere because we have 2 more fast and furious heats coming up. One heat down, 2 heats to go in this fast and furious event number 9 as we're inside MVP Arena for the 2025 CrossFit Games. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will join us later in the broadcast from the floor. Running Isabel. We saw it heavy in qualifying and now we're going fast.
Ooh, this is fast, folks. Don't blink. It's 5 rounds for time of a 200-foot run and 6 barbell snatches at 105 pounds.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2, as we have 2 total heats left after heat number 1. And they're in lane number 4. Alexis Raptis isn't having the weekend that we thought she would have, and more on that. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
That's right, Chase. Alexis arguably one of the favorites coming into the competition in terms of qualifying. But a month ago, she was diagnosed with a herniated disc in her back, and that injury really showed in the 1-rep max back squat, where she finished 28th out of 30 athletes. However, since then, she's ripped off an 8th, 11th, and a 3rd place finish to continue to climb up the leaderboard. 13th right now. Good performances in event 9 and 10 could push her into the top 10 before all is said and done.
Adrian, even with all of that being said, Alexis Raptis is still in 13th place with a chance at a top 10 finish.
Yeah, it's an amazing performance what we've seen from her. We knew coming in she would be a little bit limited. Chase, you talked about the 10 general physical skills in CrossFit that we train. Another one is durability. And it really takes a precautionary effort to get to the CrossFit Games. 100%. Rarely do we see that from these athletes as everyone's a little banged up. But it's amazing what we've seen from Alexis so far this weekend. Let's hope for her a very strong finish.
And little fish, where are you, little fish? You're in 11th place, knocking on the door for the top 10 for this young rookie in her debut here at the 2025 CrossFit Games.
And it's a beautiful thing, Chase. Lydia, I would imagine that she's feeling no external pressure, simply enjoying the moment. And the beautiful thing about being a rookie is you don't know what you don't know. Hey, I'm out here simply doing my best. And what do you know? I'm really close to a top 10 spot.
And it is a family affair here in the MVP Arena as the fish heads are out and ready to see what Lydia Fish can do here in event number 9. Heat 2, individual event number 9 underway. 200-foot shuttle run into 6 snatches at 105 pounds for 5 total rounds. Abby Doman in the center lane is out early. Doman, who had a great performance in Heavy Isabel at the Mayhem Classic, can absolutely twist up that barbell with these power snatches.
Really great cycle rate here from Abby, pushing the bar down to the ground after every successful repetition. If she can keep that up, that's going to increase her cycle rate and give her a slight advantage against the field for now.
Abby Doman still holding on to her lead. Time to beat 2:48.91 by Jen Muir. She was not the leader after the first run, although Abby seems to be extending that just a little bit after round number 2.
And if we watch Jen Muir and reference her snatches from the first, the difference is Abby's making contact with her hip on the way up and literally jumping off the floor slightly on every rep. That accumulates over time, and that also puts greater demand on her posterior for each and every repetition.
And nothing is set in stone as Domin is trying to stay ahead of Gracie Walton on the left. And you think about a fast and furious event, Walton is someone to look out for. Jen Muir's split time after round 3 was 1:54. One more rep for Domin. And she is nearly 30 seconds ahead of the pace set by Jen Muir. 2 more rounds to go. Was it too much? Was it too soon? We got 2 rounds to figure it out.
She's
Walton on the left.
Yeah, she's still continuing to fight on that run, Chase, because that was one of the places where she created a significant gap between her and the time set earlier by Muir.
Ooh, Walton takes that one very low. Oh, Walton almost having to receive it in a squat. And Abby Domin, doors wide open for her.
And this is where she's got to stay on it, Chase. She's got to be chasing Muir's time. She's got to go now.
30 seconds between Domin and the time to beat. 6 snatches. Final 3, 20 seconds. Dominic done. Got to get across the finish line. Wow. And Walton has to break. We thought we might see this, Adrian.
We talked about it. Athletes get to the complete end of their capacity here, pushing beyond their physical limits.
Oh my goodness. Raptis was able to sneak in ahead of Walton. Wow. As Neely and Fee dive across the finish line, Adams is done, Fish is in. And that is it. And the time to beat has been dropped down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. As Abby Dummett led wire to wire. Highlights presented by Rogue. Came out hot, was able to hold on.
She came out cooking. Abby Dummett knew this was an event for her to go get, and she went and got it from the very beginning, Chase. It was her aggressive run that put her so far ahead of the earlier pace that was set by Jen Muir, but it was her fortitude and toughness that was able to keep her going, because you could see the run slowed here, even a little bit of a pause there in a transition. She held her snatches together versus the rest of the field. We see Gracie Walton dropping into a squat snatch. Fisa Goffi almost into a squat. Abby Dummett was able to receive all those reps in a high power, and it paid off for a time of 2:40. That's going to be a hard one to beat.
2:40.39 is the time to beat. Annika Greer takes second at 2:59. Jen Muir's time of 2:48 still stands as second best in the event, but we have one more heat to go as the heat turns up here in MVP Arena. Final heat up next. Welcome back inside MVP Arena as the 2025 CrossFit Games inches closer and closer to finding the fittest on earth. Welcome everyone, I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arson will be joining us shortly on the floor. They're just dusting off the smoke that we just had in the previous heats as the third and final heat making their way onto the floor, and Tia Claire Toomey. What more can you say? You've heard it before, but she is sitting on top of the leaderboard once again in the red and white with 2 events left to go.
When she gets out of that white and red, Chase, we seem to see an extra focus and a bit of an angry Tia Claire Toomey take the floor, and she did just that this morning.
Took the first event this morning in dominating fashion. As you see your top 3, Amy Kringle has now moved inside the top 3 with Lucy Campbell holding on to second. Adrian, it's running Isabel. It is a fast, furious event.
Furious and fast, to say the least. It's 5 rounds for time of a 200-foot run and 6 barbell snatches at 105 pounds.
Your tempo recipe for success.
They've got to drive hard in and out of the transitions here, Chase, and they've got to grab the bar fast and move it. No time to set up for perfect execution, and they've got to leave no doubt with their rep quality. 1 no rep is costly for the entire event.
Your lane assignments for the 3rd and final heat. These are your top 10 after 8 events with 2 events left to go. And in lane number 4, Amy Kringle has now moved into the top 3. Can she hang on when she couldn't last year? More on her. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, Amy Kringle was actually on the podium on Friday morning after a 2nd place finish in event number 1, but a second last, 29th out of 30 in event 3, tumbled her down the leaderboard. She's fought her way back, currently in a podium position right now. Can she hang on? Currently 23 points up on Ariel Lowen in 4th with 2 events remaining.
200 points left to grasp. And let's talk about Tia Claire Toomey for a second, Adrian. These are her performances throughout her domination here at the CrossFit Games. After event 4, she was behind Lucy Campbell by -2. In 4 events, she is now 130 points ahead in 1st place. That is how quickly things can change here at the CrossFit Games. Lucy Campbell, tough event to start the morning. Can she bounce back? She has yet to blink this entire weekend. Running Isabel is off. Yeti provides the high-performance gear for high-performing athletes. Yeti's official cooler and drinkware of the CrossFit Games, and Miriam Von Rohr. Someone forgot to tell her she's a rookie.
That's right. Chase, with a large background in endurance training, she came out of those blocks like a full-born sprinter.
Tia is off and on to the races, but Miriam's closing the gap. The split for the time to beat to the barbell is at the 41-second mark, set by Abby Dummett. Tia on pace. 6 snatches at 105 pounds. 5 total rounds.
Tia moving textbook there. No foot movement for her. Established a wide stance. Similar approach there for Miriam Von Rohr, but it's Tia that leads the way here into round 3.
It goes Tia, Maddie Sturt, and Danielle Brandon has moved into 3rd. She's on the far right side of your screen. Lucy Campbell staying side by side with Ariel Lowen as Amy Kringle to the left is trying to hold on to that 3rd place position in the heat.
Tia with an edge of about 3 seconds gives her approximately a 2-rep advantage or so over the field. They're coming quick on her heels.
Round 3 is done. On to our 4th round. 200-foot shuttle run. Tia starting to pull away. Time to beats 240. Time to the bar is 146. That's the best split set by Dummett. And Dummett and Tia are basically locked step on splits.
No change in Tia's cycle rate here. It's going to be the deciding factor of her run. How firm can she stay in this transition away from this red mat at the end?
Final round for Tia Toomey. Danielle Brandon is off on the right side of your screen in 2nd. Tia's got to get to the bar by the 2:21 mark if she wants a shot to have her 2nd win of the day. And she's right there. Can she do it? Tia came into the morning angry. dominated the field on handstand push-ups. She came here for event 9 and make it back-to-back for the greatest CrossFitter to ever grace the stage.
Danielle Brandon came across just shortly after. It was like she was shot out of a cannon after round 4.
Danielle Brandon's in, Kerstetter is in, Lowen is in, and that's big for Lowen because Lucy Campbell has not crossed the finish line yet. Lucy's in, Kringle still on the floor. Ariel Lowen was in 3rd place coming into this morning. She actually lost that podium position to Kringle earlier and picked up a much needed points because she was only 17. Make that 23 behind Kringle. So that's huge for Ariel Lowen going into the final event.
Gluck almost receiving these reps, chasing a squat snatch at this point. We see a pause there. She got it.
Tia Toomey wins her 4th event of the weekend. Lucy Campbell should still be in 2nd, but the gap has been closed between Kringle and Lowen with 1 event left to go.
Boy, and I'll tell you, Miriam Van Roer looked like she was shot out of a cannon on round 1, but as the entire field was there nipping at her heels, it was Tia Claire Toomey with an aggressive and effective cycle rate on the barbell. Every repetition looking the same from start to finish. A hip width foot position, hands just outside of that. Slight bar contact with her body. And it was her determination in order not just to be on top of the podium, but to do it in dominant fashion that spurred her along to another event win.
Willow looking on. The only cheerleader that matters in the back of the room as Tia Claire Toomey takes another 100 points and her 45th career games win. But Ariel Lowen, who lost the 3rd place position, has done a little bit more to get closer to that 3rd place position. She's down with Mike Arsenault.
Ariel, you were on the podium to begin the day. You lost it in the previous event. There's a good chance that performance puts you back on the podium. What is it like jockeying for position with all these really fit women on the last day of the 2025 CrossFit Games?
I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the leaderboard all weekend, so thank you, but I have a rough idea. But these girls are all amazing, so the fact that I can still hang with them and be fighting for a podium spot is pretty cool.
And just kind of talking with the crowd here at the MVP Arena, a lot of young fans just really excited to see all of you women compete on the floor. What does it mean to have the support of the next generation of CrossFit fans and athletes pulling for you?
I think it's amazing. I think we need more strong-looking women in the space. And so the fact that little girls can look up to us and think, like, this is beautiful, this is cool, and not shame on us, I think it's awesome.
Awesome. Well, a great performance here in event number 9. 1 more to go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Pretty strong for a kid.
Ariel Lowen. Good event finish there. We'll have to see how the match shakes out. We thought this would be a wild event before we get into that final. As Tia Toomey keeps stacking up the wins. The men's turn to take on Running Isabel. Coming up next. It's the men's turn to take on Running Isabel for the 2025 CrossFit Games here in Albany, New York. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will join us later in the broadcast. We saw the women take it on, but Running Isabel is going to hurt.
It is certainly going to hurt. 5 rounds for time of a 200-foot run. 6 snatches for the men. It's 155 pounds.
It's your tempo recipe for success.
It's drive hard out of those transitions on the run and grab that barbell fast and get right to work. Leave no doubt when it comes to rep quality. This is no time or place for a no rep.
2 events to go. Reseeding year 1 through 30 each time. This is your first heat. First group of men about to take on a Running Isabel. There are 2 events left to go. Aiden, you're in this heat. What's the plan here? What's the mindset? What's the drive?
Hey man, the plan and the drive is it's simple. You made it to the CrossFit Games. That means you're 1 of 30 in the entire world that had an opportunity to train your face off all summer to chase the Fittest on Earth title. And they're here to maximize their points. Let's go.
Well, they still have time to chase the Fittest on Earth. As we saw times in the early heats on the women's side have massive impacts at the top of the leaderboard. Isaac Newman on the right side of your screen in lane number 8 to the barbell first. 155 pounds on the bar, 6 reps each round. Athletes can just drop and go.
Wow, the drop and go was really fast there by Isaac Newman. No hesitation right when his judge gave him the go-ahead. He almost threw the bar forward as he pivoted into that run, and that got him back in the lead again.
We're seeing a lot happen. It's a sub 3-minute affair, but we have had lead changes in between rounds. We've seen athletes fail reps at weights they probably haven't squatted since they first started doing CrossFit. Newman still in the lead with Yona Koski and Nick Matthew in the center 2 lanes trying to keep pace.
There's a beautiful lesson to be learned here, Chase. Heavier doesn't always mean harder nor better. Simply go faster. You're going to build a tremendous amount of fitness. And of course, it can be really, really fun this way.
A 300-pound snatch is cool, but how fast can you move 155? The answer for Newman is pretty darn fast, as he has started his 4th round.
Still in attack mode. A little slower to the bar on this round. Cycle rate's pretty consistent by Isaac. It's a slight shift of the feet, but he keeps them pretty locked down as best as he can. If he can hold on to that for these last 2 rounds, it's really going to help him. Watch this exit from the bar on the right. Oh, I called your attention to that way too late, as that was clearly him really close to the end of his physical capacity. I mean, that was almost going down for a squat snatch there.
Whoa. Uh-oh.
The gorilla came for Isaac on round 4.
Has he created enough separation and give himself enough time between Nick Matthew and Yona Koski? And if I'm looking on the outside corner of my eye and I'm Nick Matthew, there's an opportunity here. 2 reps to go for Newman. Oh no!
Doors open!
And Nick Matthew sneaks it ahead of Isaac Newton. As Newman gets across the finish line, so Koski and Matthew came in ahead of Newman. And we had the question earlier when we were talking about this event before we got started. Is someone going to push so hard that they absolutely fall to pieces on the final round? We saw that last snatch for Newman before the 5th round started, and Nick Matthew took advantage of an opportunity.
He did just that, Chase. Again, Newman opened that door of opportunity, and Nick Matthew sprinted through that thing.
248.66. Oddly enough, that's the near same exact time we had from Jen Muir in the first heat for the women.
Boy, Newman still trying to find his legs after that. that's the beauty of competition right there. We never know what is going to happen. And Isaac clearly pushing himself to that point, to that breaking point within snatches and running.
Your Rogue Fitness highlights Newman off to a quick start.
He was off to a very quick start, very aggressive on the run. It was actually his dismount from every round where he began his 6 snatches in the transition away from the bar that was most impressive for me. But it was Nick Matthew here on the left, very smooth through his cadence from rep 1 all the way through rep 30 as we watch Newman exit the bar there on the right. That was something that got him ahead early. We noticed into round 4, however, we saw Newman start to drop really low, and this is where he ran into trouble. A squat snatch, 2 in a row, and the third wasn't gonna do it. Spit him out the back, that opened the door wide open for Nick Matthew, and he sprinted through it, just like he did across the finish line at a time of 2:48.
Nick Matthew takes the heat win at 248.66. As heat 1 is done for the individual men, we have 2 more heats here coming from MVP Arena. One heat down, 2 heats to go inside the MVP Arena for the 2025 CrossFit Games individual event number 9. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will join us on the floor shortly as we get set for Running Isabel, presented by Yeti.
It is a fast one, Chase. It's 5 rounds for time of a 200-foot run out and back on this stadium floor and 6 snatches at 155 pounds.
What is your lane assignments? for heat number 2. A lot of these athletes spend all their waking moments chasing the dream to compete at the CrossFit Games. But not all of them are professional athletes. For more on Captain Jack, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, that is a great point. A lot of these performances seem unattainable for us regular people with regular jobs. Well, Jack Rosema is an attorney in the U.S. military. He has 2 young kids and a 3rd on the way in December. If he can find the time to train like this, that really is just a testament to his athletic ability and his time management skills. Frankly, I have no idea how he pulls it off.
Hey, I'll tell you, Mike, he does constantly very functional movements executed at a high intensity. He watches his diet in order to fuel his recovery, and he goes to bed at night while he's loving up on his wife and his kids. He's managing a good home, hard working in his career, and it's all reflective of the stuff that we see out here on the competition floor, man. No better person to be a role model for us than Captain Jack.
Over lane number 3, right next to Jack Rosema, is Colin Bossard, the man out of Switzerland. Trains out of CrossFit Bern. 24-year-old making his rookie debut here at the CrossFit Games.
And you know, he finished 12th in the CrossFit Open, Chase, and punched his ticket here through the in-affiliate qualification process. He should like a fast and light workout here.
Running Isabel underway. Jack Rosema out quick, same with Tudor Magda. To the barbell, 6 snatches at 155. We saw in the previous heat, Isaac Newman led all the way up until his last 3 snatches in the final round. Rosema's done with, same with Tudor.
Rosema looking a little bit more aggressive with his stride cadence and body language than Tudor. Tudor looking a little more composed and calculated, yet the 2 are neck and neck. I wonder if this is going to pay off for Tudor down the road into rounds 4 and 5.
2 athletes are right on pace, set by Nick Matthew in heat number 1. Time to be in the upper left corner of your screen, 2:48.66 as we are approaching the 1-minute mark. Jack Rosema, Tudor Magda. Stride for stride on the 3rd shuttle run. The time check is 1:15, 6 seconds ahead of pace.
Tudor with a slight advantage there, hands on bar and bar overhead prior to Rosema getting that first rep going.
Tudor's done, followed by Rosema. 2 rounds to go. Pace starting to slow a little bit. Nick Matthew did not lead until the final 3 snatches. The time check here is 1:53. Tudor Magda 8 seconds ahead of Nick Matthews' pace. We know that Matthews' fastest round was the last round. And at the 2-minute mark, Tudor Magda starts in his last run. Tudor Magda's already got a heat win to start the day. Can he get another one?
He's got to stay focused on his execution here, slightly widen his feet on his first rep or 2 of his snatch, and he's going to get the job done. Be willing to drop his hips down and back.
It's all on Tudor's shoulders. 4 snatches left to go. He has the time. Does he has the stamina? Final rep. Magda's in. Wow. And another heat win for Tudor Magda. Jack Rosema's in. Both times under the time set by Nick Matthew in heat number 1. Callie and Souza may just be outside that 2:48 mark. Thiebing is in.
Mertens is in. Ibarra is in. We knew this race would be close.
This last heat, man. This last heat, man.
It's going to be a complete blur. Zanoni still working through his final 2. Oh.
We've heard it before. I heard Greg Glassman say this a few times. Impress me with intensity.
That's right.
And intensity is the name of the game in this event. On paper, one bad eye on it. you watch us on the floor with some of the best athletes in the world, it changes your perspective. Tudor Magna, 236.02.
He had a smooth execution the entire time from start to finish. Tudor was not the first one back to the barbell on the opening round. You could tell he left a little reserve in his stride and in his focus to put in the extra work here from rounds 3 through 5, and it really paid off. Tudor did a great job there of trusting his intention from start to finish. It's easy to get caught up in running another athlete's race, especially when you feel it slipping away in a short race, but this is where it really paid off for Tudor. He was able to hang on by a thread to those final snatch reps, and it paid off for a time of 2:36.02.
Tudor Magna takes first in the heat, followed by Jack Rosema. Nick Matthews' time from heat 1 will stand as your third best time in the event. Your top 10 men up next here in MVP Arena. Don't go anywhere. The race is on as we have 2 events left to crown the fittest man on earth. Welcome inside MVP Arena for the 2025 CrossFit Games. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway and Mike Arsenault, who will be joining us on the floor shortly. Jason Hopper came in the last event calm and confident and wearing the white leader jersey. Also, took him 90 seconds to do the final 50 cals on the bike. The king of the Echo Bike is sitting on top of the leaderboard with 635 points. Ricky Garrard maintains his second place position along with your 2024 Games champ James Sprague in third. Running Isabel, and we're gonna see it one more time.
It's some fast 200-foot runs and 6 snatches at 155 pounds. They knocked that out 5 rounds per time.
This is your recipe for success.
They've got to drive hard out of the transition of the run, grab the bar fast, and get right to execution. And they need to leave no doubt in their rep quality. This is not the time nor the place for a no rep. It is costly in this event.
your top 10 men after 8 events with 2 events left to go, including this one. You saw the standings earlier, and when we say it's tight at the top, it is the closest race we've seen in games history. More on that. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Chase, it really is incredible. 6 men have a legitimate chance to win the 2025 CrossFit Games. From Jason Hopper in first down to 6th, only 53 points separate those 6 athletes. So it really is anyone's game in those 6 spots. It's all going to come down to execution on event 9 and event 10 this afternoon.
Thank you, Mike. And when it comes down to a game of inches, a game of tenths of seconds, 6th place is a 20-point difference. 11 is 40. Jason Hopper has an opportunity to extend his lead or possibly lose it. Ricky Garrard is the man trying to chase him down. What's going through Ricky's head?
Reckless abandon, Chase. He's not here to compete for a spot on the podium. Ricky Garrard came to compete to be on top of the podium, and he pursues everything with reckless abandon. That's what we're going to see from Ricky here.
Do not sleep on James Sprague. He has been climbing, clawing, and trying to repeat as CrossFit Games champion all weekend long. You paid for the whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge. Event number 9 underway. Yeti provides the high-performance gear for high-performing athletes. It's Yeti's official cooler and drinkware of the CrossFit Games. Jason Hopper, your leader. Ricky Garrard to his right in second. Jay Crouch trying to get on the podium for the first time in his career. And it is Hatfield out early. Hatfield just won 100 points this morning, and that moved him into 6th place. Just 10 points out of a podium spot.
And he's looking to make a move anytime he gets an opportunity. As he said to Mike earlier during an interview, I think I got a good shot at every event I take on the competition floor.
Finishing our second round. 6 snatches at 155. Hatfield is off, followed by Hopper, Sprague, and Pepper.
And I'll tell you, Chase, Hatfield's looking smooth on this run, but I couldn't help but notice Sprague and Pepper to the left of the screen. They might not have the faster run splits, but boy, they're moving that barbell.
The split is 109. Hatfield got to the barbell at 109. Time to beat 236. 3rd round of snatches. Can Sprague make another move? And he's off the bar at the same time as Hatfield as he looks to the right and looks behind him. And the man in red trying to chase him down. 2 rounds left to go. Hatfield running a little faster than Sprague is, and here comes Jason Hopper. Hatfield hands on the bar first. 1 second behind the pace set by Tudor Magda. Finishing up round 4, Jason Hopper in the red. Trying to keep pace, trying to keep the leader jersey. As Hatfield is trying to repeat his performance last year at the CrossFit Games by winning 2 events.
And Hopper pacing it just the way he needs to be in a controlling position. Hatfield taking chances here.
Last 6 reps as Hatfield is ahead of the pace set by Tudor Magna. Hopper's on the bar at the same time as Sprague. Hatfield was only 10 points out of 3rd. That man was James Sprague. Hatfield has gone back to back on Sunday, and Jason Hopper got 2 no reps. Oh no! Crouch is in. Ricky is in. Hopper. Disaster. Unbelievable.
That is why we play the game. All the way through the final rep. We saw athlete after athlete reach the brink of their physical limits through this test. At 155, people said, oh, it's too light. Oh, no, it was just right for exactly what we witnessed here for this event.
There's a chance that Austin Hatfield, who was left for dead after day number 2, may find himself in a podium position going into the final event of the day. Jason Hopper, who we thought was making a move round to round to round, was digging his own grave.
Wow. And it was a lot of up and down here. And I'm not talking about the barbells going from ground to overhead. It was Austin Hatfield who had a very dictatorship, almost authority within this whole entire event as he led time and time again away from the barbell snatch and then dictated the pace of the run. He would stay just with or just ahead of whomever challenged him round in and round out. And it was that confidence that allowed Hatfield in the latter rounds to approach that barbell with just enough speed in order to nail all 5 repetitions, or all 6 repetitions, excuse me, on his way to capture this event. It was Hopper who we seemed to have in complete control, but it was that no rep there that would then lead to a second that spit him directly out of the back. He would regroup after several athletes would finish through the finish line, finally stabilize that bar and get across, but could it be too costly, Chase? And who will now don the red and white?
Austin Hatfield takes the win by 1 second. Hopper in 11th, Pepper in 3rd, Sprague, oh my goodness. Oh, it's too light. Oh, it's too easy. It's just too damn good. That's what it is. Austin Hatfield is down with Mike Arsenault.
Okay, Austin, you just loosened up the shoes a little bit. Your feet, just on fire and moving so fast in that event. What was that race like with Sprague and the other boys to finish up there and get your back-to-back event win?
Yeah, that was a good race. I was looking over. I was seeing James. Figured I had the cycle rate on him, so I just had to run a little faster. That was one of those workouts where you get done, your feet hurt.
Well, you won event number 8, and I have to say I have to eat a little bit of crow. I thought you sounded too overconfident, basically calling your shot in this event, and you did it. 100 points, again, 2 event wins in a row. That's probably going to put you on the podium and closer to the white leaders jersey and the CrossFit Games title. Just where does that confidence come from? They're able to put performances like that with this pressure-packed situation.
I mean, the confidence just comes in the gym, the work you put in, hours in the gym, just the consistency.
Look ahead, 1 event to go. You're 2 for 2 on day 3 of the 2025 CrossFit Games. Will it be 3 for 3?
Yeah, championship Sunday.
Calling his shot. Austin, congratulations.
Thank you.
You couldn't script it any better. 1 more event to find the fittest on earth.
The 2025 CrossFit Games are brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. The official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. Belites. We are Belites. We are made, not born. The United States Border Patrol, being an agent of strength. And Sattva. Smarter luxury sleep.
I became the owner of CrossFit Spur after being introduced to CrossFit in probably 2010, 2011.
Stand, reset, back to the knee.
Coached at a local box for a bit. Really enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
Go.
Ended up getting my L1 and decided that I'd like to go off on my own and give it a shot.
Way better. Good.
We're just outside of Albany, a small town called Glenmont. I worked in the town that CrossFit Spur is in for many, many years. It's a neighboring town. Got to know the community really well. But after kind of being here and growing through word of mouth, organic growth, and people starting to understand that what we do is make people healthy, we sort of earned a reputation of making people better at anything, no matter what they wanted to do.
John and Lauren will do just about anything to help anybody get better at anything. I'm convinced of that, for sure.
You have an AMRAP for 14 minutes.
My wife, Lauren, has been a member at the gym for longer than she was an employee here. She's an organizer for sure, so she does a great job keeping everything in line, taking care of the boring stuff that people don't quite understand, all the ins and outs of business ownership. I don't know that the gym would be able to run without her. It certainly would not have been able to expand the way it did without her. We are probably the largest in the Capital District, definitely one of the largest. We've got 6,500 plus square feet of floor space. We've got 2 rigs, full corral of bikes and rowers and all the endurance machines you could possibly want. COVID hit, the reality set in that we might not be opening for quite a while. We ended up creating sort of a fitness library. We labeled all of our equipment, and we allowed our members to come in twice a week and swap out their equipment. So they each got to take 2 pieces home. But through that, we didn't lose a single member. In addition to the CrossFit space, we have some offices next door where we've got a therapy room with contrast therapy. We have a cold plunge. We have a sauna. We've also got a barber shop. We have 2 massage therapists that are here full time. We've also got a chiropractor. We've got a little bit of everything to offer for anyone looking to get healthy.
I've been a member here at CrossFit Spur for 10 years.
That was really good.
It's just grown and grown and grown this business. Doubled, almost tripled the size of it.
I want you to catch your power.
So many new members, so many members that have been here for quite a long time, as long as me. So it's really great.
I moved here during grad school, and honestly, if it wasn't for this community here, I probably still wouldn't live here. John and Lauren have created such a great atmosphere. Everybody here is like-minded. Everybody supports each other.
20 American kettlebells. His programming is fantastic. And what's really impressive, when the people don't know this, they don't realize what goes into the coaching aspect. They don't see the notes that I see from him saying, this is what I want you to focus on today. Make sure they do this. Don't let them do this. I want you to check this. He's not throwing stuff together. It gives you a different perspective.
It's not just a place they go work out. This is where their friends are. This is where they enjoy spending time. It makes going to the gym something that they want to do, which I think is part of the reason that we've grown the way we have. It's their place.
What's the key component when we look at functional movements? What are we looking for? The ability to move a large load.
Long distances.
Quickly. Ready, and go.
And now reach up.
Mastering the 9 foundational movements is key to building strong, efficient CrossFit skills.
The squat, front squat, and the overhead squat, the press, push, jerk, deadlift, sumo deadlift, high pull, and the med ball clean. We can basically break down all of our human and athletic movement to a foundation of these movements.
And stand, Missy, send your hip back a little bit more to lay your knee.
These movements teach essential themes like core stability, posterior chain engagement, and full range of motion across the joints. Skills that transfer to many other functional movements. Get these right, and you'll have the foundation to confidently move, lift, and thrive.
9 events down, and it has all come down to this. The 2025 CrossFit Games are about to crown the fittest woman on earth. We are inside MVP Arena. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will be joining us shortly on the floor. It took 9 events to get here, Adrian. And now we have Atlas.
Atlas, not a better name as a title for a test like this. We have an ascending ladder of a couple of thrusters and rope climbs. 9, 15, and 21 for the thrusters. 3, 5, and 7 on those rope climbs. And we finished with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge at 95 pounds.
What is your recipe for success?
The recipe to success here is to drop and catch, and we're not talking about the barbell, we're talking about the descend on the rope. It's a lot of time on that rope. The athletes that get down fastest are gonna have a chance to climb it the quickest and break or be broken on the barbell. You gotta be intentional with where you're gonna rest there.
More of this event, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, 15 total rope climbs for these athletes. A good rep will finish and start on the crash pad. Once the athletes get up in the air, they have to touch any piece of steel. The crossbeam counts, also that protruding triangle to which the rope is affixed to also counts. As long as they touch steel, the rep is good. 15 to finish the 2025 CrossFit Games.
Thank you, Mike. Your lane assignments for heat number 1 of 3. In this final event at the 2025 Games. Lane number 5, your Vision Fuels Victory athletes to watch, Sydney Mikulishin.
Sydney, one of those athletes that trains full-time, here for nothing more than to improve her standing. Previously finished 31st and 25th, wants to be better this weekend.
Atlas is underway, an ascending rep scheme. Starting with 9 thrusters at 95 pounds. Addie Canio, the forest firefighter.
Yep. Addie's one of those athletes, Chase, with a varied background when it comes to sports, college soccer and cross country in her background.
Once athletes complete 9 thrusters, they'll move to the rope for 3 rope climbs. That height, a little bit higher than they're used to. Just over 18 feet in the air.
And what athletes have to be sure of as they climb and descend this rope is that they want no wasted time. It's not important, especially when a large pad's under your feet, to have a huge sprawling jump into the climb. Often you're just pushing the pad down, wasting energy anyways. But it's all about minimizing time waste and never allowing your feet to slide down the rope when you stand for that next touch. That can be devastating when it comes to grip fatigue.
How about the ascending rep scheme?
It's a smack in the face, that's what it is. We are so used to, in CrossFit, starting with the higher range, 21, 15, 9. That's a traditional couplet rep range. But to start low and to build as you go is very misleading when it comes to pacing and often strategy.
Well, speaking of that pacing, what is the difference there? Is it break up early, save yourself for the end? Because we still have that 100-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish.
All things considered, Chase, I'm giving advice out to most of these athletes, particularly in the first heat, that we're gonna break up more early and often than you'd expect for thrusters like this. I know they could go unbroken, that doesn't mean they should. I'd break them at 15 at least once, break them at 21 once, and then give themselves an opportunity for more success for that overhead walking lunge at the end.
Quintero is done. Now she moves back to the rope for 5 rope climbs. 15 total rope climbs at this event, 45 heavy thrusters at 95 pounds. Not to mention, these athletes just basically sold their soul on event number 9 all but an hour ago.
You're absolutely right. When we're watching what they're doing right now on the competition floor, it is with complete respect and awareness of their physical prowess, meaning the fitness and the volume of the training that they've built all year long is what's really being expressed here. Of course, it's skills in the rope climbs and thrusters, but they're running on complete E if they weren't prepared for the ferocity of this test once it accumulated in this final and 10th event.
You see this pace up the rope for Quintero. this a sneaky grip event?
It is. It is. The grip is going to accumulate here with all these rope climbs. I mean, the volume that they're accumulating through the 3, 5, and 7 is pretty high, especially when you consider that the distance that they're traveling for each climb is higher. That's time under tension on the hands. And the athletes who are efficient here aren't putting a huge demand on their pulling capacity because they're actually just standing up from their legs. But it is that momentary grip strength where they have to hold on in order to lift their knees every time they stand on the rope.
Christina Lividakis sitting in that first place position, just ahead of Quintero on the right. One more climb for both.
Quintero doing a great job right there, using her whole entire body height to ascend on each clamp. She stands all the way and tucks her knees extremely high, and now she's onto the thrusters.
21 reps at 95 pounds. If this event couldn't get hard enough, again, that ascending rep scheme as the fatigue increases.
Yeah, and I think Lividakis has a great mindset here. Get some reps early, rest and reset, compose your heart rate, knowing that most of the time is taking place back there on the rope.
Slowly approaching that 5-minute mark in the upper left corner of your screen. The rep scheme to get to is 53. So Quintero on the right has made her move on the thrusters, where Christina has done it on the rope.
If you've done your homework, Chase, you've probably given a workout like this a run through or two at the end of a long training week if you've been smart. We got these movements that very much remind us of a reminiscent 21-15-9 thruster pull-up workout. A lot of people know it goes by the name of Fran. And the movement function here, this thruster and the upper body pull on the rope climb, is so reminiscent of that.
Thrusters being a staple movement in the CrossFit training methodology, and often see them appear in the final event at the CrossFit Games. Quintero back on the rope for 7 rope climbs.
And this range right here that we're seeing with Quintero, that last pull and a half, that's where it's a bit of unfamiliar territory. Most of us are go to an affiliate and train in a gym where the ceilings are around 15 feet, or the rope tape line's often around 15 feet. And here, that extra outstretched distance really starts to add up as you've got to add in an extra pull or 2 on each climb.
Lividakis on the left. Slower on the barbell, but it's making up a lot of time on the rope. Where can you make up really the most time between the bar and the rope, Adrian?
Yeah, I think it's going to be on the rope tremendously here, and you'll notice that, Chase, when we start looking at splits and overall work time spent on any modality. It's going to be here in the 5 on the previous round and the 7 rope climbs here, which is actually why one of the recipes to success is break or be broken. It's important for you to eat your humble pie on the barbell. Just because you can go fast there, it actually doesn't give any athlete a huge competitive advantage unless everyone else is also going unbroken.
7 minutes in.
Work smarter, not harder is a quote that coaches often throw out there, and this is going to be a combination of both things. Being event 10, end of a long weekend, we're seeing it here in Quintero. She's got great discipline to not stay on the ground too long, and she's doing a great job. Notice how she lets go of the rope at some point to free fall to the ground, and that's going to also help reduce her time under tension and save some grip.
Quintero holds a rep edge slightly with Lividakis. They're both tied at 57 total reps. You can see the top part of your screen designates the number of reps completed. The number they're trying to get to is 60. That's Quintero. We've all been there before. 2 more reps.
And this is where you have to be mindful of the overall shoulder fatigue, not just your grip in your hands, but how your upper body feels in general. They know what is awaiting them with the 100-foot overhead walking lunge with that same load that they were doing the thrusters with.
Sungyeon Choi on the left is now moving into contention for a top spot as she's making her move on these final 7 rope climbs. 59 reps for Quintero and Lividakis. Choi 1 rep behind them, along with Meha and Mikulishin. It's not over after this. I don't want to say the hardest part is yet to come, but the most difficult part after this couplet of thrusters and rope climbs is a 100-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish. Christina's done. You can see her peeking over her left to see where Quintero is and wasting no time to get the bar overhead.
That was a smooth, narrow grip snatch that she used just to get it right overhead. No clean, no jerk. A lot of times athletes will get it to their chest first like we see Quintero doing, then jump it overhead for a more stable position. But Lividakis, no hesitation on getting that bar overhead and beginning her lunges.
30 feet down, 70 feet to go. Quintero has the bar overhead. At the same time, keeping pace with Quintero is Mikulishin, Choi, and Meha. Lividakis is halfway through. Can she hold on? Coming up to the 10-minute mark. Time cap's 15. Quintero drops. Lividakis holds on.
She's going for it.
20 feet away, and here come the wobbles. Can she lock in? 3 more steps. Gotta get past the red. 1 more for Lividakis, and she'll do it.
What execution there for Christina Lividakis.
10:33.50 as Choi is trying to hold on a second and hold off Sydney Mikulishin. Choi is in. 1 more lunge for Sydney. Sydney's in. Meha and Quintero are lunge for lunge. They've got 30 feet left to go. Quintero drops again. That's the 4th time she's put the bar down. Syria Meha out of Albany qualified first in the in-affiliate semifinal to make her rookie debut at the games.
Wow, great job there by Meha, taking an extra second to make sure her last foot cleared the line entirely so she didn't have to do another step. I don't blame her whatsoever.
Quintero still has 10 feet left to go. Now each 10-foot section must be done unbroken.
This is something we talked about, Chase, when we understood the build up to this event here. Is it almost better to overpace aspects of that 9, 15, and 21 thruster with the 3-5-7 rope climb in order to finish faster here on the lunge? And would athletes be misled? And it was Quintero who came out blazing on those climbs and thrusters, and here we finally see her get across the finish line.
We saw it Sungyeon Choi, it did. It was a very paced out, a little too late to try to keep pace with Lividakis. So balancing that timing and that pacing is key. This lunge is not a foregone conclusion. Just because you get to the bar first does not mean it's going to stay overhead for all 100 feet. Adicanio's in. 2 minutes before the 15-minute cap. Final 2 athletes on the floor. Got Mariana Mesa and Luisa Marquez.
That driving force is that you're about to complete the entire CrossFit Games once you make it past that red line at the end that you are eyeing furiously, trying to tell. We've said this earlier, but a lot of this last and final day experience is you can't listen to what your brain is telling you is okay, because it's going to say, please slow down. Our body needs to rest, and this is where it's time to lean in and trust your training and tell everything else to shut up and keep going.
Marquez trying to hang on as she has 20 feet left to go. Each section is 10 feet.
Okay, here we go. Opportunity here. Marquez having faster lunges.
Marquez is in ahead of Mesa. All underneath the cap. And the time to beat of 10:33 is the woman out of Zimbabwe. And her rookie debut at the CrossFit Games ends with a heat win. 10:33.50 to time to beat. One heat down, 2 heats left to go before we crown the fittest on earth. Welcome back inside MVP Arena as the 2025 CrossFit Games gets closer and closer to finding the fittest on earth. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will join us later on the floor. Individual event 10 Atlas, presented by Rogue.
It is a 4-time couplet of ascending thrusters, 9, 15, and 21 reps, and 3, 5, 7 rope climbs. And it all concludes with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge at 95 pounds.
Your lane assignments for the second heat, and this will be the last time you see these ladies take the floor here in MVP Arena. But in lane number 3, Lexi Neely in lane number 9. We've seen her have some flashes here and there.
Yes,
she's getting set to close things out here for her 2025 CrossFit Games.
Strong outing for her, Chase, finishing 26th overall last year. She's in a position of growth and increase of overall fitness and performance, and that's what you show up to do.
And for the last time, Brooke Wells, as this is her 10th and final appearance at the CrossFit Games. Does she have one last performance in the books?
Been an honor to be a part of Brooke's journey from a spectator perspective, a competitor perspective, and also from the broadcast. She's always been one to put on a show for the fans.
Family sitting there watching along. Mom, dad, sister Sydney. Heat number 2 underway. 9 thrusters at 95 pounds. We saw a lot of different strategies in heat number 1. What did we learn?
Hey, the question isn't what we learned, Chase. It's what did these athletes learn from watching? And I'll tell you right now, we already see Lexi Neely taking a break. Even as early as in her 9, she dropped the bar, put it down in order to give herself an opportunity to have faster and more success on the rope climbs. So I can tell you a lot of these women were already taking notes.
Annika Greer out early along with Gracie Walton in your center lanes. Greer on the left in lane 6, Walton on the right in 7.
And these women all using a very similar tactic we see, especially in their descent, known as the drop and catch. So they're going to make contact, let go with their hands, and then re-grip the rope quickly, and then let it go one more time before they meet that crash pad. It's a deceleration technique that saves your grip and saves a tremendous amount of time.
At the same time, you better be good at that technique, because if not, that can actually cost you.
That's right, it can cost you a couple things, Chase. It can cost you some skin on your hands, literally from rope burn, which I've seen happen time and time again. And it also can cost you in regards to missing, re-gripping that rope and landing too hard on the crash pad.
Visa Goffi over in lane number 2, first off the rope. Annika Greer and Gracie Walton on the right. Made very light work of the set of 9 thrusters. No surprise there, especially from Annika Greer, who took second in the 100 max back squat yesterday.
Although they're moving this weight like it's next to nothing, a reminder that it is 95 pounds, and they are called to squat all the way below parallel, hip crease below the top of the knee, and reach full lockout overhead in order for those reps to count.
Greer done with her thrusters first, but Fee to the rope. Faster transition to Fee.
Really great drop and grab technique there by Fee on the way down. In fact, hardly any grab at all, just enough to decelerate her so she doesn't freely crash onto that pad. And she's making these climbs, as for now, look quite effortless. Hand over hand grip, using her foot clamp on the rope. Very secure right now. What we tend to see is that the rope becomes a little bit more slick as these athletes reach fatigue. And it's not the rope that's changing, it's actually the tension that they're able to keep less and less between their legs on their shoes and how they clasp it.
The reps have moved from 3 climbs to 5. You're approaching the 3-minute mark. Your time to beat, set in heat number 1 at 10:33. Christina Livadakis was done at the 4-minute mark. The number to get to is 32. One more climb for Fee.
A little bit of downtime between these climbs for these women as they're all nearing close to the end of this round. Fee looking strong on that rope.
Fee 23 seconds ahead of pace by Christina. Now moving into the round of 21 as she's moving ahead of Annika Greer. Greer on the right side of your screen.
This is where we'll see, do they continue to choose to break up some of these repetitions here into the round of 21, knowing that they're going to spend a significant amount of time on the 7 rope climbs at a weight.
Alexis Raptis, who after everything she's been battling all weekend long with the back, sitting in 11, just to the right of Annika Greer.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. Fee broke up her reps much earlier in the round as we see Annika drop hers and then Alexis drop just after. It looks like Fee's gonna go with 2 breaks, maybe 7-7-7 on her way to 21.
The number to get to is 53 on the thrusters. Top part of your screen is how many reps they've completed. The leader will be highlighted in yellow, and that name is now Annika Greer, and she has 5 reps left to go.
All of the women read the recipes to success, of course.
Of course.
Just kidding, but seriously.
Put them on the screen. What else are you looking at?
It says break or be broken. That was one of our keys here, and the idea is you break that bar up here, give yourself time on the rope, and you will have more success on this overhead lunge that awaits after these 7 rope climbs.
Fee broke up this last set into 3 and 2. So Greer to the rope first. One of Greer's biggest issues when she was trying to qualify for the games was her grip strength and grip stamina. There is all of that in this event when it comes to these final 7 rope climbs.
All of it. And you might consider this, if you're just watching, well, they get to use their legs. This isn't a legless rope climb. Well, let us remind you that this is event number 10 at the CrossFit Games. Their grip has been taxed in each and every event to some degree. Even the final event of running Isabel with all of those snatches that took place unbroken for most of these women will have an extreme effect on the way that they can climb this rope.
Fee Sagaffi now caught up to Annika Greer. Alexis Raptis 1 rep behind them. The number to get to is 60. Greer and Fee Sagaffi on rep 55. The time split is 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Well ahead of that pace with 4 more climbs to go.
Annika looking still like she wants to dictate this pace, very much the aggressor on getting back up to that rope. And I'll tell you what, Chase, the hidden aspect of a rope climb, a musculature that it really fatigues a lot of people forget about, your hip flexors and those lower ab muscles. Your ability to lift those legs as high as you can every time you want to reclamp the rope really starts to go away when you're climbing it in this kind of volume.
Annika Greer still holding on to a slight edge over Fee Sagaffi. Alexis Raptis 1 rep behind them. 3 more reps to go. 2 more for Annika Greer.
Annika with an amazing textbook descent from the top of that rope each and every time.
Greer looking stronger on the set of 7 than she did on the set of 5.
And that's what you want to do optimally when we see this, again, misleading ascending rep scheme from 3 to 5 to 7 on the rope climbs. It's easy to go slower, and she's done the opposite.
Alexis Raptis 1 rep behind Annika and Fee, as Fee on the left side hits rep 6, and Annika on the right goes up for her 7th and final climb.
Wow, doing a great job of being patient with her legs. She creates a great support system, patiently stands. She's gonna slap, let go. Fireman slide all the way down that rope.
1 minute ahead of pace. She's 90 seconds ahead of the pace set by Christina. Now the question is, was it too much too soon? As we have a 100-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish line. 10-foot sections must be done unbroken in each section.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Annika's overhead position looks amazing. The bar is up and slightly behind that frontal plane that you referenced earlier. If we split her body right in half, you want to keep that bar behind there. That means your shoulders, your shoulder blades, your upper body musculature, all those things then support the load. It's not just your muscles. And she's stacked and ready in that position to make it as far as she needs to right now. Good choice.
Greer will put it down. Fisagafi peeking out of the corner of her eye. May see some daylight and an opportunity to take the heat. Matched up at the halfway part. Annika Greer. Fisagafi has a little stumble on the left side of your screen. Meanwhile, Annika Greer keeps going.
That's Annika's opportunity there. She's got to seize it. If the bar comes down one more time, Fee's going to pick it up in a hurry.
Alexis Raptis and Lydia Fish are starting to catch Fisagafi. Annika Greer, 10 feet away. And Annika Greer will set a new time to beat in heat number 2. Fisagafi on the left. Couple more steps. Alexis Raptis getting close, but Fee will get it. Last lunge for Raptis. She's in. Lydia Fish, probably the best fans in the stands, closes out her rookie debut at the CrossFit Games.
What a weekend for Lydia Fish.
Plenty of time before we hit that 15-minute cap. All athletes working on their final lunges. Haley Adams is in. And Lexi Neely. Last lunge for Brooke Wells' career. And the decade at the Games comes to a close for Brooke Wells. Came on the scene 11 years ago. I remember Randy. Who is this teenager trying to go unbroken at 75 snatches at 55 pounds? All of a sudden she's at the CrossFit Games. Home run hitter. Weren't sure what the longevity was going to be or what the career would look like. But after 10 years at the CrossFit Games, what a career it's been. And a 10-year career tribute to Brooke Wells. steal a line from Moneyball. How can you not be romantic about CrossFit?
How can you not? What a career we've seen from Brooke Wells. I mean, and the support from the community is just a simple example of exactly what we're here for this weekend. We're here to crown the fittest on earth, but it's respecting the journey. It is what breeds the love and companionship within our community. I recognize the hard work you put in every single day. We've all recognized the hard work she's put in for well over a decade now, whether it was on the CrossFit Games floor or at the affiliate level.
Heat 2 results with 1 heat remaining. Annika Greer sets the new time at 9:48.58. And as we say goodbye to one 10-year vet, we say hello to another. Tia Toomey. Up next, the quest for 8's about to be complete. Your fittest medals for your fittest athletes on earth. We are about to crown champions and find out who will be wearing the second and third place medal. Welcome inside the MVP arena for the close of the 2025 CrossFit Games for the individual women. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will be joining us on the floor shortly as we get set to find the fittest on earth. Tia Claire Toomey, 7-time CrossFit Games champion, sits on top of the leaderboard at 8:10. Lucy Campbell is back after 2 years, holding on to second. Event 10, Atlas, presented by Rogue.
It is a 4-time couplet of ascending reps, 9, 15, and 21 on the thrusters, and 3, 5, and 7 on the rope climbs, and it concludes with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge at 95 pounds.
It's your tempo recipe for success.
We've got to focus on the rope climb, and that simple cue is drop and catch, and that is from the top down. They're going to grip it once and let it go back down to the crash pad and break or be broken for the barbell. It's important to have a plan on how you're going to break up those reps to have success on the lunge.
Your lane assignments, your top 10 after 9 events. It's going to take 10 to find out who's on top of the leaderboard. And more on that race. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, let's talk about the battle for third, currently occupied by Ariel Lowen, but shows only 9 points ahead of Maddie Sturt. An added wrinkle, Maddie Sturt, a fellow Australian to Tia Toomey, and she's Tia's training partner as well. So again, the podium, the third place position, all coming down to this final event and the final lunge across the floor.
9 points separate the two. That's good enough for 3 spaces on the leaderboard. And Tia Claire Toomey has won back-to-back events to start off day number 3. Can she cap off 8 with her 3rd win? Husband Shane, coach, and her daughter Willow are waiting to see. Atlas underway.
We saw several different approaches so far for athletes with this early couplet in this event, it being ascending reps of 9, 15, and 21 on the barbell. We even saw athletes breaking up reps as early as 9. That is not going to be the case with the top 10 fittest women in the world.
Hear him roar. What more can you say about this rookie? Off to a fast start. We saw the same thing in event 9, but this is a much longer event. The time set by Annika Greer, 9:48.58. She was done with the climbs at the 1:08 mark. Tia Claire Toomey in the red and white. Ariel Lowen to her left in lane 4. Holds on to that 3rd place spot with 592 points. Maddie Sturt trying to have her best place finish at the games, and she wants it to be on the podium, is only 9 points back.
Kerstetter coming out to really set the pace here on the second set of thrusters. Smooth and efficient here. The barbell's not going to be a problem at all for Olivia, and I'll tell you what, how fast she went down and up for those 3 rope climbs, it doesn't look like the rope's going to present a challenge for her at all either. Maddie intentionally taking a break here.
Maddie Sturt pacing this out very intentionally. This is a longer event than you think. With these escalating reps, anything can happen. Shop Gear from Rogue Fitness, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games, as Sturt makes her way back to the rig. These 18-plus foot rope climbs hanging under the rig named Zeus. Just past the 2-minute mark. Not only does Maddie Sturt need to take an event win, she needs 3 people to get between her and Ariel Lowen. But Ariel Lowen talking earlier how she doesn't look at the leaderboard, and I think that's some important information, because if you're out there in the competition floor and Sturt's finish, you need to know how many people you need to get ahead of to not lose that spot.
That's right. And currently right now, Ariel's sitting somewhere around 7th place. It's about having that urgency for Maddie. And equally, I appreciate and respect Ariel's perspective, right? She literally is trying to guard her heart and expectations from chasing only things that are on that leaderboard and being able to focus solely on herself. And hey, if this is how a vet like her has attacked her career over the last several years, I would say, hey, she could be onto something, Chase. She could be onto something.
We saw another athlete do that. Not unlike the talent and career we've seen from Ariel Lowen, and that's Val Voberl. Used to do the same thing in the past. Lucy Campbell, 2-year hiatus. Wasn't even sure she would even be able to do CrossFit again after a devastating and near career-ending wrist injury. And after 2 years, she finds herself back on the competition floor. I don't think in any world or scenario she thought she'd find herself in second with one event left to go.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Chase, she has had the highest level of a competitor's mindset all weekend, having the audacity and the confidence to believe in herself every event she's taken a floor, and it's been very obvious.
Now, Kerstetter is leading this heat. As you see, Tia Claire Toomey and Maddie Sturt, the two Aussies, the training partners, holding in second and third. But fifth on the leaderboard is Olivia Kerstetter. She's only 14 points out of a podium position. And if she can stay ahead of Sturt, she's only 5 points behind her. So Kerstetter has a very real opportunity to find herself on the podium if she can keep this pace.
Yeah, and Olivia right now is moving at a pace that is quite obviously reckless abandon. She is going for it. She is someone that is completely aware of where she is, and it is showing right now. She's attacking that podium.
Putting significant distance between her and the rest of the field. Already on her final 7 rope climbs. The time to beat, 9:48.58 in the upper left corner of your screen. 7:56 is the time check to be done with these 7 rope climbs. Kerstetter sitting in 5th, 5 points behind Sturt. To jump Sturt, she needs 2 people to get in between her and Maddie. 14 points between her and Ariel Lowen, who is in last in the heat. She needs at least 5 to get between her and Lowen as well. Yeah, and with this performance, she has a very real opportunity, taking your fate in your own hands.
And that's what it's all about, Chase, and that's where that awareness of the leaderboard is extremely important for some of these athletes, because they have the ability, when the workout comes out just like they like it, they know they have more of a chance to dictate the outcome. Not every workout will play out that way, but in this final, this couplet, thrusters and rope climbs, those that know they can swing for the fence, they've got to come out swinging.
The number to get to, 60. Top part of your screen designates the reps they're on. The leader will be boxed in yellow. Kerstetter has 2 reps left to go. Sturt is 3 climbs behind her with 2 athletes in between her and Kerstetter. Kerstetter needs at least 2 more.
And this is what I like about where Kerstetter is. She's in complete control. When you're 2 reps full lengths ahead of approximately an 18-foot rope climb, you are certainly in the driver's seat. You're looking eye to eye with the other competitors, and they're like, hey, if they're gonna go, then I guess I'll go. I'll wrap this up. I can wait until they choose to pull the trigger.
One final climb for Kerstetter. The time 7:56 if he wants to try to use Annika Greer's time to help her out. As it stands now, with Brandon, Toomey, Von Warren, Campbell, this is the space she needs, not only to jump Sturt, but to jump Ariel Lowen, who's last in this heat. Can Kerstetter do it?
And Ariel's having a little bit of trouble with that rope chase. She's not closing ground at all. It's the descend that gets a little caught up on her legs. It's not as clean as we've seen from Olivia or Tia, who seem to be leading the heat.
Just ahead of pace set by Annika Greer. Kerstetter needs 2 athletes between her and Sturt, and 5 between her and Lowen. And she's alone on the floor with 60 feet left to lunge.
And no signs, not one, of any reason to put the barbell down right now.
Olivia Kerstetter takes a break. She has about a minute and 20 seconds for the time to beat. She needs bodies between her, Sturt, and Lowen, as Danielle Brandon's on the lunge, and so is Tia Claire Toomey.
Brandon's coming quick on the left there. It's one of the best overhead positions in the game. She's got the stamina to keep it overhead.
Olivia Kerstetter won the games twice as a team. Has one event win under her belt. And with one more lunge, make that 2 wins and a possible podium finish for Olivia Kerstetter. Danielle Brandon's about to finish. Tia Claire Toomey takes a break in the center of the floor.
Oh, great finish there for Danielle. Completely unbroken on those overhead lunges.
Here comes Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell trying to solidify that second place position. In Tia's first championship, it ended with an overhead walking lunge and almost near disaster with a 2-point victory at the CrossFit Games. And this year, Tia Claire Toomey, greatness personified, the definition of dominance, the chase for 8 complete. Tia Claire Toomey is the fittest woman on earth. Lucy Campbell.
Did she just lock herself up a podium spot, Chase?
What a way to return to the CrossFit Games. Wow. Maddie Sturt still has an opportunity to get as close as she can to Olivia Kerstetter. But it's going to be Lucy McGonigal on the right side of your screen. She'll be in. Youngest athlete at the CrossFit Games, another team champ, and an incredible debut as a rookie. Maddie Sturt. One more lunge to go. She is in. Ariel Lowen just behind her. So Lowen had a 9-point lead on Sturt and finished just behind her in the heat. Did Olivia Kerstetter do enough to stand on the podium with Tia Claire Toomey and Lucy Campbell?
Heart is full. You got to consider Tia Claire Toomey wasn't even sure if she'd show up this year to compete at the CrossFit Games. Made the decision just after Torian Pro that she was going to come back and chase number 8. And I'm speaking for myself, very selfishly, but I'm very grateful that she did.
Amy Kringle, what a run all weekend. As she is your last athlete on the floor in this heat.
About one, that's where you get it. End of a long weekend. You want so desperately to finish. The crowd getting behind Kringle here to finish this off.
Last lunge for Kringle. And there's a bright future for that young lady here at the CrossFit Games.
A big round of applause for all of our athletes on this competition floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, today makes it 8 I give you the great Tia Claire Toomey!
And here comes her family, husband Shane and little Willow. Congratulations. I was talking about it earlier. Her stat sheet is incredible. She's had 10 CrossFit Games appearances. She is the greatest we have ever seen come through this sport. Tia Claire Toomey.
What more can you say about Tia Claire? It's been an honor and a privilege, and selfishly, I'd love to see more of it. 8 CrossFit Games championships for Tia Claire Toomey. 45 individual event wins, which if you took Matt Fraser and Rich Froning and added theirs together, 45. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And her exceptional attitude and lifestyle goes far beyond the competition floor.
Your highlights presented by Rogue Fitness. The story's Tia, but now we're waiting to see where's going to be Olivia.
Oh man, where is Olivia going to finish? And I'll tell you what, she knew exactly where she was, Chase. You don't come out with this kind of aggressive pace on a finale like this without bad intentions in chasing the podium. And Olivia Kerstetter laid it all on the line here, coming out with an extremely fast pace on the rope climbs, where it seemed as though the rest of this heat was kind of waiting, pacing their way so that they could attack the final 7, and she attacked all and each and every single one of those rounds. She took one break on these overhead walking lunges, but it was too late for the rest of the field, and it had no matter for Olivia Kerstetter as she led the way the entire time on her way to a second career event win here at the CrossFit Games.
Your second career win for Olivia Kerstetter at the most opportune time when she needed it the most, as we are trying to find who's on the podium as you see Kerstetter takes the event. Was it enough to take it on top of the podium? One thing we do know for sure, the number's 8. The name is Tia, and she's down with Mike Arsenault.
Tia, your 8th individual CrossFit Games title, which extends your record. You have 45 career event wins, which ties Matt Fraser and Rich Froning combined for their career event wins. You're unquestionably the most dominant CrossFit champion of all time. I'm running out of ways to describe your dominance, so how would you respond to those accolades?
I mean, I never, ever could have even dreamed. I thought it was going to be a one-year hobby. You know, Shane and I got to go on a holiday to America, and here I am standing alongside such incredible athletes. And I just want to thank everyone for making a dream come to a reality and exceed my expectations.
Now, when we spoke earlier this morning, you almost seemed somewhat disappointed by your preparation coming in, like you didn't have enough preparation coming into this weekend. What did you learn about yourself and your ability over the last 3 days?
I think, you know, one thing I learned is I still love competing, and I don't think that will ever disappear, and it's freaking hard to retire. So I apologize for, you know, retiring and coming back and retiring and coming back. But honestly, you know, we've all been through so much as a community, and thank you so much to everyone that's, you know, stuck with us through this whole thing, given us a platform to be able to do what we love. Thank you to Dave and his whole CrossFit Games team. You know,
Well, I'm not going to ask you about your future, but I'm curious, as we look ahead to the future of this sport, how's Willow's air squat?
I mean, Willow, she's got an Asian gene in her, man. Come on, like, she is got the best squat in the world.
All right, well, watch out for that at the 2045 CrossFit Games. Chia, congratulations. Again, the most dominant CrossFit athlete of all time. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations to Tia Claire Toomey. Adrian, the scores are in. Your final standings of the 2025 CrossFit Games. Olivia Kerstetter has done it. Wow. Third place for Olivia. Second place for Lucy. And Tia Claire Toomey with 900 of the 1,000 available points.
Hey man, shout out to all of these women who put on an amazing performance through the course of these 10 events that the Dave Castro and team had designed. Again, I'm so grateful that we get to be a part of this chase, but it's Tia Claire Toomey that takes it in, no surprise, dominant fashion. I couldn't say enough about Lucy Campbell, her attitude, her return to the space, and then of course the surprise of the weekend, Olivia Kerstetter on the podium.
Your second and third podium finishers down with Mike Arsenault.
Well, rounding out the podium of the 2025 CrossFit Games, Lucy Campbell in second, Olivia Kerstetter in third. Lucy, we spoke earlier this weekend, everything you've been through. Now that the competition is over and you've had a few moments to just kind of take in everything you have been through over the last couple of years, what is going through your mind at this moment?
I literally can't believe it. I'm trying so hard not to cry right now, but to people that know me, that won't be a surprise. It's like a dream return to competition, you know, coming back, winning Marbella, which was my first one, Wadapalooza, Wadland Fest. I mean, it would have been a huge ask to beat Tia this year, but coming back and finishing second is, yeah, it's very, very special.
What have you learned about yourself in terms of being resilient and the ability to persevere and keep pushing forward?
And I've always known that I'm quite tough, but I think it's really solidified that for me, and I think like it's really given me the confidence to know that, you know, in the competitions where it's a roller coaster, but also just in life generally, like you just take one step at a time and you can get through it.
Well, congratulations, Lucy. Second place at the 2025 CrossFit Games.
Thank you.
Now, Olivia, I'm not sure if you realize it, but you did finish third. You are on the podium, a podium finisher for the first time ever in your CrossFit Games career. Just hearing that you're a podium finisher at the 2025 CrossFit Games, what does that mean to you?
I mean, honestly, when you first said that, I didn't hear anything you said after that because I was kind of in shock. But yeah, it means everything to me. I've been grown up doing this sport forever, and this is just another step closer to the ultimate goal, and yeah, it's amazing.
Well, talk about saving the best for last. You needed a home run on event number 10, and you knocked it out of the park, 100 points to put you on the podium. Where did you summon that performance from?
I have no idea. I literally thought that I was going out too hot or that something was going to happen and I was going to like fall apart on the lunges or something, but at the end of the day, I just trusted my fitness, and I like lunges, so I was pretty confident in that, so I just had to get through basically the 15 rope climbs, and I knew that I could do the rest.
Well, let me tell you again, Olivia, you're third place at the 2025 CrossFit Games. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And with that, your Sattva sleeper moment of the day. We didn't mention her one time before the event started, coming out of 5th place, wins the event, vaults herself on the podium for the first time in her career.
And that is truly how you define a sleeper moment, Chase. At 19 years old, hitting an absolute grand slam to catapult yourself into 3rd place on the podium at just 19. Second appearance at the CrossFit Games in Indy. Oh, there's going to be trouble brewing in the future.
And there's going to be a lot more where that came from. To quote the great Kirk Cousins, you like that? We got more of that. The men coming up next. Oh, it's not over yet. It is the men's turn to take on Atlas as the 2025 CrossFit Games come to a close. Inside MVP Arena, we are going to crown the fittest man on earth. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will join us later in the broadcast. The name's Atlas. In the game is thrusters and rope climbs.
And it is an ascending couplet of 9, 15, and 21 barbell thrusters and 3, 5, and 7 on those rope climbs. But they'll finish with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge at 135 pounds.
Your tempo recipe for success.
The first focus goes to that rope climb. They've got to drop and catch from the top. They want as little wasted movement as possible. Then they've got to break or be broken by this barbell. They've got to intentionally break up these thrusters to have success on the lunge.
Your lane assignments for heat number 1. We have 30 total athletes competing here this weekend. 3 heats of 10. We'll see if any of these athletes can post a time that will cause some chaos, because the leaderboard is tight. Single digits separate our top leaders on the leaderboard. They're going to need some help. Can it come from the first heat? 9 thrusters at 135 to kick off Atlas.
Oh, and we already got some no reps out there on the floor. Some of these athletes trying to short that range of motion. Their hip crease has to get all the way below the top of the knee. And then they've, of course, got to press out that bar to fully locked out arms over their head. Morietta, one of the first ones to the rope climb in all green there. Using a great descend. That's what we talk about. You want to drop, fully releasing the rope. Fireman slide down and then re-catch quickly with another re-clamp just before you make contact with that pad. Seems to be the most effective and most efficient way.
Peter Ellis leading the charge here in heat number 1 early, as he start off with 3 rope climbs. The height just over 18 feet. Fireman pull slide be darned.
Yeah.
And a free fall from the top instead.
It's all free fall from Mr. Peter Ellis, at least right now. We get a quick break here from Isaac Newman, already here into his round of 15.
Top 3 leaders, Yona Koski, Peter Ellis. Koski tying up with Ellis at 21. They're in the round of 15. This is an ascending rep couplet with a 100-foot lunge at 135 pounds to finish off. As Yona Koski is one of 3 athletes competing this weekend, competing in their 10th CrossFit Games.
And Koski taking a much lesser broken up attack here on the thrusters, as he only stopped his bar 1 time in that set of 15. Most other athletes chose 2 breaks.
5 rope climbs on their 2nd trip to the rig. The monster rig, assembled by Rogue Fitness, simply called Zeus.
You want to talk about efficiency, just watching Yona work his way up and down this rope. No wasted energy, no wasted time, not even spending much time there on the mat before getting back into the air.
Athletes are finishing up their 5 rope climbs. The number they're trying to get to is 32, as Peter Ellis is working his way back into first place contention in this heat with Yona Koski. Approaching the 3-minute mark. The time cap for the men is 10 minutes. Morera on the right, moving into 2nd. And athletes must touch metal. Adrian Bosman last night at the athlete briefing made that very, very clear. Koski on to the set at 21.
Alone at the barbell for now. Yona created a bit of a buffer between he and the rest of the field by taking less breaks at the thruster bar. We'll see if that's a choice he makes here in the round of 21.
Enrico Zanoni got a no rep on his first rep in the set of 21. Solidly in second.
Yeah, and you can see Chase, he's got a quick lock out there to the right, and I'm sure that first rep was just a little bit out in front of his face instead of back over his head. Costly when it comes to energy expenditure, though. You don't want that on a thruster, especially at 135.
Yonakoski trying to finish up his set of 21. Top part of your screen, the leader will be boxed in yellow. The number of reps they're on. Koski's at 48. The number to get to is 53. Zanoni on the right takes a break. 1 rep behind Koski. Final 5 reps for Yona.
With 4 more reps to go, do that in 1 set. Ladies and gentlemen, take your ride. Center field of play for Yona Koski.
21 reps are done. 7 rope climbs. Before we hit that 100-foot walking lunge to the finish line.
This is where athletes have to really kick in that physical discipline. They're reaching that state of discomfort here in this couplet right at this point after you finish that 45th thruster at 135 and you still have 7 rope climbs left. That's where your legs are screaming, your heart rate is high, your grip is smoked, and you're simply relying on discipline and proper technique when it comes to climbing the rope.
Seven climbs to close out this ascending couplet. Enrico Zanoni just 1 rep behind Yonakoski as Koski is 2 climbs in. Zanoni now time with Koski. Number to get to at the top part of your screen is 60. Slowly approaching the 6-minute mark. Peter Ellis is trying to keep pace, but Thiago Lucis and Jorge Fernandez are making a late charge here on these final 7 climbs.
Enrico consistently chipping away at this lead here.
Jorge Fernandez on the left. Got Thiago Lucis. Finding himself in this first heat.
Two more climbs left for Yona there. Right in the middle of your screen.
2 more for Zanoni.
Everyone takes the mandatory chalk break, of course. In this instance, it is justified, right? We see a lot of this sometimes in workouts. We see it on the competition floor. We use that chalk as just a point of comfort. We don't really need it, but we like it, and it gives us some time to rest. In this instance, they need that grip.
1 rep left for Yonakoski. 1 for Zanoni. 3 minutes left before the cap. We've seen that 100-foot walk be as quick as 90 seconds and as long as 3+ minutes. No time for that.
And now we're really going to get to see as we exit these rope climbs who left enough in reserve to be fast on these lunges through the finish. Yona said, forget it with my belt. I can tell
yeah, I
started to frustrate him there.
You don't need it, dude. You'll be all right. Koski, 100 feet away from a potential heat win. 10 unbroken 10-foot sections. Zanoni just over his shoulder, about 20 feet behind him. Koski doesn't know where he is. Zanoni has his eyes on Koski as Koski drops at the 40-foot mark. He knows Zanoni is there now. Zanoni halfway
Zanoni's at that point of no return, Chase. If he drops it now, he knows Koski will take it back. He's got to hold it.
30 feet left to go for Zanoni. Koski trying to pick up the pace a little bit. Running out of real estate.
Zanoni's starting to hit the wobble just a touch. Bar's starting to dance.
10 feet left to go. Must be unbroken. Cannot drop the bar. Koski drops.
Wow.
Zanoni can hear it. And he drops. Oh no.
He's gonna have to go back 10 feet to the previous white line. Yona has a chance here. He's gotta go.
Yona Koski. 10 feet away. 10 years at the games. And with 30 seconds to spare, he ends it with a heat win.
Wow. In year 10, he can still do it again, huh?
Thiago Luz is trying to hold on. And there we have it. Tight time cap for the men. And Yona Koski ends his 10th year at the CrossFit Games with a heat win and setting the new time to beat. .937.90 and 947.55. You're only 2 times on the board for heat number 1, as we have just 2 heats left and 1 heat remaining before we crown the fittest on earth. Welcome back inside MVP Arena for the 2025 CrossFit Games. This is heat 2 of 3. Closing things out here in Albany, New York. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault, the third member of our team. The name's Atlas. We've seen a lot of different techniques. What's the best one going to be?
I'll tell you what, it's a nasty couple of ascending thrusters and rope climbs, and they're going to finish nonetheless with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge, and that's all done at 135 pounds.
Your middle 10 athletes, 30 total. Last heat before we bring in our top 10. Can any of these guys play spoiler? Because there's plenty of opportunity at the top of the leaderboard. One of those might be that man, Colton Mertens.
Only 27 points out of 10th place.
Heat number 2 underway. Starting off with 9 thrusters at 135 pounds. Time to beat, 9 minutes, 37 seconds, .90, set by Janikowski in heat 1. Everyone to the rig at nearly the same time. Like Colin Bossard on the right side of your screen, the first one done with his first climb. Back up for a second. Moritz Wiebig just to his right, keeping pace with him. Quick start to the first part of this event, and Callum Clements, Colin Bossard, and Moritz Wiebig all to the bar at the same time.
And that was a fast transition, Chase, all the way from the beginning of that first rope climb down through the third. If this is any inclination in how the attack is going to go on this ascending ladder, these guys are going to end up with certainly a new record time here.
Top 3 all around the same pace as Janikowski was in heat number 1. Remember, Janikowski actually broke twice on that final lunge. Speed, not necessarily the name of the game early in this event. Clements already back to the rope. Five rope climbs, just north of 18 feet. Depending on what you're able to train on, 15 feet is pretty standard when it comes to CrossFit competition, and a luxury for most CrossFit affiliates around the world. That extra 3 feet could throw off your rhythm and tempo.
Yeah, it's a game changer, especially when we consider something that you don't often experience outside of the CrossFit Games, which is jumping from a huge jump mat. So that pad that is under those athletes, when they jump into the rope, it doesn't give them an advantage. They're not reducing the distance that they must climb. When you jump off of a firm surface like an affiliate floor, you actually gain advantage. So it's almost as if we're adding 2 to 3 clamps for those feet each and every rope climb for some of these men.
Clemens on the left side of the screen isn't even jumping. Just reaching up as high as he can right from the start.
There's a lot of wisdom in that approach, especially when you're confident in your ability to climb the rope. It keeps your heart rate down. You may have to, of course, clamp a couple more times or pull yourself up a little bit higher. However, if it has a better outcome when this workout is said and done, you got to do what works best. Staying relaxed is a key to that. Clemens is very patient with his rope climb. You see a snafu there. That is not a good sign.
How tough is that? You just hang or you drop?
When I'm as close as he was, I'd have probably tried to be patient like that. He was
I didn't see how close he was.
one pinch away. That's hard to come on down, but now he's going to have to reset and even regroup in his mind about that mishap. He can't have that happen again.
And with that small mishap, that has put him from 1st to 5th in this heat. 21 thrusters.
Ibarra into his first set, already breaking the 21 here.
Ibarra's done with 7. Bossard continues his first set as he moves into first place. Bossard takes his first break. Chris Ibarra on the left side of your screen will get a couple reps ahead of Bossard.
Again, athletes trying to consistently think ahead, looking at how vast the distance is between them and that finish mat is what they're calculating in their brain, and listening to the feelings in their body, trying to reduce the suffering taking place between their legs and their arms so they know that they're going to be able to see it through on that overhead lunge.
Chris Ibarra is trying to hold on for his last rep, and he'll get it. Thrusters are done for Ibarra. He's not done with the bar. 7 rope climbs at the Zeus rig. And then a 100-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish as we're approaching the 5-minute mark.
Ibarra has a really clean rope climbing technique that allows him to make a quick clamp. Right now, he's not trying to minimize the distance between his hands and his feet as much as he can, which is on purpose. He's saving energy in his legs and his hip flexors by doing that. He's just going to have to make an extra clamp here as he reaches up to make that touch each and every repetition.
2 reps down for Ibarra. The number to get to the top of your screen is 60. 5 more rope climbs for Chris Ibarra. The time split for the time to beat is 7:24 to the pad, as Janikowski's last 100-foot lunge took 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Total time to beat 9:37.90.
Bossard making quick work of his rope climbs right there in the middle of the screen. This is where we've seen a lot of slowing and stoppage here. Once athletes get into that 3rd and 4th rope climb of the 7, this is where that momentum starts to get sucked. That energy gets sucked out of the room here when it comes to momentum. They've got to rely on their discipline and their technique for the rope. Ibarra creating more separation between him and the field as he's getting prepared to go up for his rep 60.
Final climb for Ibarra. The time check from Janikowski is 7:24. Ibarra will be done 20 seconds ahead of Koski's pace.
A quick look back to the competitive field to make sure he's clear. He does choose to belt it up. And he's snatching it. Here we go.
Oh, wide grip. It's the advantage and disadvantage for that.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the advantage is that you get it over your head real quickly and get ready to work. The disadvantage is the wider that we go with our arms, typically the more unstable that overhead position can be. Which for Ibarra as an individual, he might prefer this, Chase. It might help him pull the bar further back over his head. And for him, that might be the better match. For a lot of athletes, it's the more narrow grip that keeps that bar exactly where they want it.
It's a give and take. You sacrifice some stability if you don't have the mobility, but if you've got both, obviously that overhead position could be better.
That's right.
Ibarra breaks at the halfway mark. 90 seconds before we hit the time to beat. Moritz Fiebig, Colin Bossard, and Nick Matthew onto the barbell as well. Ibarra is 30 feet away. Each section is 10 feet. Must be done unbroken. Ibarra is 10 feet away. He's just 1 minute away from the time to beat. And Ibarra will do it. Wow. Besting the time to beat by nearly 50 seconds.
And I'm going to really credit that to his fluidity on those rope climbs, man. Each and every time he was at that rope, he was very consistent, clean and effortless.
Feeding is in. Ahead of Koski's time. 50 seconds till we hit the cap, and we've got a mad dash to the finish line. Can all these athletes get in? Harry Lightfoot trying to hold on. Pushing himself to the max. He'll be in. Sousa's in. "20 seconds to the cap."
Here comes Clements, here comes Jenkins.
And with all those times stacked up against each other along with Jonas. 3 to 5 seconds in either direction could be a 20 to 30 point swing, depending on where you find yourself.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, this is going to be a pretty tight race.
What we're saying is, with one more heat remaining, so much is on the line. So many possibilities. Chris Ibarra sets the time to beat. 8:47. Look at this. 9:45, 9:46, 9:47, 9:47. We had a 9:48 with Jonakoski. You do not want to find yourself on the backside of 9:45, that's for sure. One heat remains. Who will be the fittest man on earth? We'll find out next. There you see it. The coveted medals for the fittest, designed by Christo. Who will be donning those at the end of event 10? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the conclusion of the 2025 CrossFit Games here in MVP Arena. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will be joining us on the floor. And it took 3 days to get here. And after 9 events, this is the tightest race we have ever had in the history of the CrossFit Games. From 6th to 1st is 33 points. Ricky Garrard, 6 points out of 1st. Hatfield, 13 points out of 1st. Pepper, Sprague, Crouch, it has all come down to this. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, we are one event away from crowning our 4th consecutive different champion in the men's division, unless James Sprague can make up 29 points in event number 10 and repeat. So we're either going to have a new champion or Sprague will make history with his 2nd title in a row. The competition's heating up.
We've seen Sprague do it before, and he's got one more chance along with 6 other men. Atlas will decide who the fittest man on earth is.
It's all come down to this: 9, 15, and 21 thrusters, coupled with 3, 5, and 7 rope climbs. And they will finish with a 100-foot overhead walking lunge, all done at 135 pounds.
Adrian, your tempo recipe for success. What is it going to take to win?
It's essential that on the rope climbs they're sharp, but they must execute the drop and catch method on the way down. They've got to be one of the first down the rope each and every climb, and they have to break or choose to be broken by this barbell. They have to be intentional with where they take their rest.
Your lane assignments for the 3rd and final heat, the final time, the final opportunity. Who will be crowned the fittest man on earth? And if anybody has the momentum coming in, it is Austin Hatfield with back-to-back wins to start off Sunday, and he finds himself 13 points out of first. Ricky Garrard has been battling his entire career to stand on top of the podium. He is sitting in second, only 6 points away from his first CrossFit Games championship. In the weight of the world now rests on the shoulders of Jason Hopper. Atlas is the name. Nine thrusters at 135. 10 athletes standing in the shadow of Zeus. The name of the event is Atlas. Jason Hopper has an opportunity to do something he has only dreamed of, and that is to win the CrossFit Games. He wears the red and white, but he is not alone in that fight. Adrian, what does he have to do to keep his composure?
He's got to focus on only him. Right now, Jason loves to get outside of his lane and look left and look right. Right now, I think if he gets hyper-focused on his fitness right here, what he's capable of and the pace that he's able to withstand, he can come out the victor. These athletes all coming out to a blistering pace right now, Chase. We've seen several different approaches in this event from the women all the way through the first 2 heats of men, breaking up reps left and right. We're not going to see a bunch of that going down here in this final heat for the men.
Men advancing to the round of 15. Shop gear from Rogue Fitness, the official equipment supplier of CrossFit in the CrossFit Games. 15 thrusters at 135. Jason Hopper takes a break.
And that's what you want to see right there. The humility to meet yourself where you're at, break the bar when you plan to, don't worry about everyone else, stay smooth, stay confident, and work yourself right back to that rope.
Jason Hopper is done. If he wins, he claims the title of fittest on earth. Dallin Pepper trying to keep pace.
And this is where Jason Hopper, using his length of his body, his height, and his wingspan, has an advantage to reduce a couple seconds on every rope climb compared to a lot of these guys in the field, as long as his clasp of his feet and the reach of his hand is efficient on each climb.
Left side of your screen, here is what's on the line. Jason Hopper, 6-point lead over Ricky. Ricky needs to beat Hopper by 2 places if he wants the title. Hatfield needs 4. Hatfield's coming off back-to-back wins to start off Sunday. Dallin Pepper sitting in 4th. James Sprague in 3rd, 1 point behind him. We have 3 spots available. 33 points between 1st and 6th. As we are on our set of 5 rope climbs.
And Hopper with 1 rep on the field right now. Advantage here going into this round of 21s, joined by Roman quickly, and here come the boys.
Jason Hopper is wearing the leader jersey all day. In the previous event, he also came out hot. That did not pay off very well. Can he hold on here? 21 thrusters at 135. takes his first break. And this is your 6 athletes that all have everything to gain and everything to lose. Sprague, Hatfield, Hopper, Garrard, Pepper, and Crouch. We thought we'd have this coming in, and it's on full display here on the floor of the MVP Arena. 4 minutes in. Final set of thrusters for Hopper. 7 rope climbs. Wait for him on Zeus.
This is where we're going to find out how has he balanced his personal threshold. Has he stayed in his lane well enough? Has he overshot his shot here? If he can render 1 full climb before anyone else starts moving, that's a huge advantage right now, and he's got that over Mr. Sprague.
But it is not over yet, because James Sprague doing what James Sprague does and is within 1 rep of Jason Hopper. It's not over after the rope climbs. If anything, the greatest test will be the 100-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish line. Sprague has now caught up to Hopper. He did the same thing last year at Fort Worth.
And that's the difference here, right, Chase? We know, hey, James has worn the red and white, not just worn it. He finished the weekend as the fittest on earth last year, and he would love nothing more than an opportunity. And Jason Hopper, has he learned his lesson from the last event? Or is he leaving that door slightly cracked open for James here?
James Sprague was about 20 points out of the lead going into the final event of the CrossFit Games. He's only 19 out of the lead now. James Sprague matched up with Hopper. Hopper goes up again. He's on rep 57. The number to get to is 60.
And here comes James, already chipping away at Hopper's lead. Hopper had 1 full rope climb, and now he's about a half of a rep ahead of James.
James, if he wants to make a move, he needs to make it now, and he needs some guys to come with him. It will not be enough to get ahead by 1. 2 climbs left for Hopper.
Here's what we want to consider. We had running Isabel earlier. There was a lot of stability demanded from these athletes gripping their shoulders. That is about to be put to a full test on the final 2 rope climbs and the 100 feet overhead walking lunge. So if you think the pressure is going anywhere outside of their mind and their shoulders, no, it's the weight. It's the weight of the world, like you said.
Jason Hopper is done. James Sprague along with him. Hatfield is struggling. Where's Ricky Garrard? James Sprague is only 6 points out of a podium position, and he's on the first one to the barbell.
And here comes Justin, Mr. I love overhead walking lunges, Maderos.
All Jason Hopper has to do is stay in the back pocket of James Sprague. Jason Hopper is 70 feet away from being the fittest man on earth. Sprague fighting for the podium. Can Jason Hopper hold on? Sprague breaks. The crowd is on their feet. Atlas is the name of the event. Banished for eternity by Zeus for fighting with the gods. Jason Hopper has been clashing with Titans all weekend long. He's 10 feet away from his dream. In 2021, Jason Hopper won the MAC. He held the sword of He-Man over his head. And today, Jason Hopper has the power. Hopper is the fittest man on earth.
What a finish. What a finish. We said he would need to be calculated. We said he would need to be intentional. He stayed in his lane, even with that last 10-foot drop that he chose to take. That was the maturity of an athlete, watching it front and center right there.
And in the midst of the chaos, James Sprague got out-touched by Justin Medeiros, but he stayed ahead of Hopper. James Sprague needed some help to get on the podium. Did Garrard do enough to hold on a second? Can Hatfield stop the bleeding?
Hatfield had such a strong outing, 2 event wins to start the day. He said he was going to go on a championship Sunday run. Strong outing for Austin. Struggle there on the road.
Austin is in. Sprague has to sit and wait. Ricky right next to him has to sit and wait. But Hopper gets to sit and soak it in.
So fucking proud of you, dude. Oh my gosh. Hey, we're reversing rows. Let's go. You work for that one. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 CrossFit Games champion, your fittest man alive, Jason Hopper!
Jason putting the team to earn the title with an event win to close it out there. You see the title up on the Jumbotron. Have to feel pretty darn good. Jason
Adrian, the
Hopper
name of the event was Atlas.
with the first title.
Is there any man that held the weight of the world on his shoulders on his own regard with the potential to win the CrossFit Games more than Jason Hopper?
No, the answer is no. I mean, Jason Hopper, there had been talk about him being a podium athlete from the time he qualified to the CrossFit Games. Year in and year out, we talked about, hey, is this a make or break year for Jason Hopper? That was brought up as a very popular topic right here in 2025. He felt the weight of that white and red jersey, and he shined in it right here in this finale. Atlas is something that he excelled at.
A man who got cut in 23. Just outside the podium in 24. And 2 years later from being cut at the CrossFit Games, stands on the podium here in 2025.
Chase, from the beginning of this event, Hopper came out aggressive, which what we saw play out in running Isabel just an event before did not play out in his favor, but this was different. He knew it was all on the line. He came out a little bit more collected, a little bit more composed, gathered himself. He was the first one back at the rope climb for the 7 repetitions, which put him in the driver's seat. But it was a fellow brute strength athlete, James Sprague, that picked up that bar just ahead of him and started to lead the way. But it was this choice here where Hopper decided to take a break just prior to his final 10 feet that showed me he was running his own race, which gave him the confidence and, of course, the proper placing to finish on top of this podium this year. In first place is the 2025 fittest man on earth. James Sprague made a run, Medeiros made a run, but it was all Hopper as the head storyline. He made it happen.
Your results from event 10, Justin Medeiros just ahead of James Sprague, and Jason Hopper did all he needed to do, exactly what he needed to do to become the fittest man on earth. And he's down to Mike Arsenault.
Jason, you were identified as a potential champion when you burst onto the scene back in 2021. It took you 5 years to get to this point. You're the 2025 CrossFit Games champion. What was going through your mind on that final lunge? The crowd rose to their feet when you knew you had the title in the bag.
I was just thinking, no retries. First of all, Grace Ann, we did it, baby. Grace Ann, I could not have done this without you. I just want to let you know. I know I thank you in private all the time, but I want to just let everybody know I could not come out here and compete at the highest level without that woman right there.
I think we saw a big change in your performance from past years. On event number 9, you had a bit of a mistake that cost you some points. You really were able to be methodical on event number 10 when maybe Jason from past years would have put pedal to the metal and potentially had another mistake that might have cost you the title. Where did this newfound maturity come from?
Just experience. You know, the first couple of years, you know, I wasn't perfect with mistakes, and you know, I'd keep riding the previous events into the next one, and so this was a perfect opportunity to come out here in the final event and put whatever happened on event 9 to the side. And like I said, no retries tomorrow, full send, whatever happens, happens.
Well, there is no tomorrow. You're the champ. You mentioned earlier this weekend that your wife wasn't a big fan of the new hair color, but the hair color led to the CrossFit Games title. So I have to ask, who's gonna win out? Is it sticking around?
I don't know, crowd. Y'all gotta convince her. Let her know.
I think the title...
That wasn't very convincing.
I think the title will make the hair color an easier pill to swallow. Jason, congratulations. Terrific performance. Jason Hopper, your 2025 CrossFit Games champion.
Hey, thank you, everybody.
Your results after 10 events. Jason Hopper stands on top of Games Mountain, 787 points. Ricky Garrard, second place for the first time in his career at 773. And James Sprague, your 2024 Games champ, in third, 1 point behind Ricky.
We could say a lot. I'm almost speechless because of the show that we have gotten to experience over the past 3 days from all of these men that took the competition floor. Consistency. You got to kill them with consistency. If you're watching this and you want to be a great in this sport or don the opportunity to be on the competition floor, become as well-rounded as one of these top 30 and you'll have a chance.
Your Don't Weaken moment of the day presented by Rogue, Jason Hopper. What a fight all weekend long. Got the leader jersey, lost the leader jersey, got it back, nearly lost it again. But when the moment mattered most, Hopper rose to the occasion, and he is your new CrossFit Games champion. Jason Hopper is the fittest man on earth. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault, who's with Ricky Garrard and James Sprague.
I'm with the rest of the podium. Ricky, tremendous performance. Your second time in your CrossFit Games career, ending up on the podium with the silver medal. I know it's not the color medal that you were hoping for at the beginning of this weekend, but how would you rate your performance?
To be honest, I'm pretty pissed off, but to get that close just stings, you know. Like, fight my whole life to try and win this thing, and yeah, just come short, you know. And I don't want to blame the pegboard, but it's killing me, you know. I think I can speak for everyone in lane 5, but it is what it is. I got to be grateful that I'm in this arena with all these awesome people, these awesome dudes I get to compete with, and I still had a blast. I gave it everything I had, and I'll still walk away with my head high and come back next year and try and do it for real.
We appreciate the honesty, Ricky. Where do you see that some changes maybe have to be made in your preparation, or do any changes have to be made in your preparation for next year to finally climb to the top of the podium?
I mean, I'm right where I need to be. The team I'm with at Proven, they've been the best thing for me. I've come leaps and bounds since last year. The preparation I had was the best I've ever had, and this is the best I've ever felt. I'm right where I need to be. I just got to stay consistent, keep turning up. Got the best team behind me, so we got to run it back next year, and I hope you all come to watch.
Thanks, Ricky. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
James, another big performance in the final event got you onto the podium. defending champion. I know it wasn't the end result that you wanted, but how would you rate the defense of your title this weekend?
After day one, I really thought I was out of it. Just a bunch of things didn't go my way. I said in my last interview after the event win, but I think my response to that was crucial. It was either you keep leaning into it or you turn away and give up, and I'm glad I didn't give up and fought up to this spot, because I think that winning takes a little bit of luck and a ton of fitness. I think getting on the podium, is some fitness. So I feel fit enough to be up there. I'm excited to fight for years to come, but I wouldn't be telling you the truth if I told you it didn't sting. So really looking forward to getting back into the gym, fighting really hard, and this sport's changed my life, so I'm looking forward to much more of it.
What did you learn about yourself this weekend that you'll take into the off season and into the 2026 CrossFit Games season?
For sure. I learned that health is wealth. If your body's running smooth and your mind's running smooth, that you're going to be able to take on any challenge. I think that today was a big mental day for all of us. We woke up feeling beat up, sorry for ourselves, and just being able to be resilient on a day 3 or day 4 of competition is something that I'm becoming more vetted at. And I just feel like because I've trusted my training, put my trust in the Lord, and I'm trusting in all His strength to get me through these challenges. So looking forward to many more years of this to come, like I said.
James, it was a very impressive title defense. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, fans, for being here for us. Really appreciate you guys.
Respect to James Sprague. Last year, he got a little bit of an elbow into, hey, is 2024 an asterisk year? The field was diluted. Was it watered down? Hey, this was a full contended heat of men, one of the most competitive we've ever seen, and James Sprague rose to the challenge and still finished on top of the podium after some adversity throughout the course of the weekend. You'd love to see a young man like that who also is showing so much love to the methodology and how it changed both his father's and his own personal life.
Absolutely. Good to see James there, and think just getting out-touched by Medeiros on the very end was the difference between a second-place finish at the Games, but couldn't be happier to see we've had. The future is bright in this sport, not just with the depth we have for the men, but the talent we have for the women. It took 3 days, felt like an eternity, but we have crowned the fittest man and woman on earth. Congratulations for 8 for Tia Claire Toomey. Congratulations to Jason Hopper for your first CrossFit Games championship. For Adrian Conway, Mike Arsenault, I'm Chase Ingram. That concludes the 2025 CrossFit Games.